Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. This happened in the 1980s, back when my sons and I were living in a rundown trailer court that felt more like a place people got trapped in than a place they chose to call home. It was the kind of place where people tried to survive one day at a time, and if something terrible happened, most folks just learned to keep walking. My friend Cheryl lived there too. We had become close, mostly because in a place like that, you held on to the few decent people you could find. On warm nights, especially in the summer, Cheryl and I would often walk around the trailer park together. It was usually cooler outside than inside those hot trailers, and walking gave us a break from the heavy air, the noise, and the feeling of being closed in. Over the years, we passed trailer number 350 many times. At first, it was just another trailer in a bad place. Nothing about it stood out to most people. But one night, as Cheryl and I were walking past it, something hit me so suddenly and so strongly that I stopped and said to her, "Something bad has happened or is going to happen in that trailer." I did not say it for drama. I did not say it because I was trying to scare her. It came over me with the same strange certainty that some feelings do, the kind that arrive without permission and sit in your chest like a stone. Cheryl looked at me, and even though she did not always believe everything I felt, that night she took me seriously enough to say maybe we should tell the park manager. She said maybe something really was going on in there. So we did. We went and told the manager what I felt. The manager was the sort of woman who had seen so much nonsense in that trailer court that she probably thought very little could surprise her anymore. Still, she gathered up a couple of the men who helped her manage the place, and together they walked over to trailer 350. They knocked on the door. A lady came to the door. The manager asked if anything was wrong. The woman said no. So that was that. The manager and the men left, and Cheryl and I just kept walking around the trailer park. But from that night on, I could not shake the feeling. It stayed with me every time we passed that trailer, whether it was daytime or nighttime. Summer heat or winter cold, it did not matter. Something about trailer 350 felt wrong to me, deeply wrong, and the feeling never lifted. Again and again, Cheryl and I told the park manager that something was not right there. Again and again, the manager and those same men would go check it out, and every time they came back with nothing. No fight. No scream. No sign of trouble anyone could prove. Eventually, the manager got tired of hearing it. We would tell her something was wrong in that trailer, and after a while she stopped bothering to investigate at all. Still, the feeling never left. Late one summer night, Cheryl and I were walking past trailer 350 again when I suddenly said, "Did you see her?" Cheryl stopped and asked me who I meant. I told her the lady in the window. Cheryl said she had not seen anyone. So we kept walking. After we made another round and came back by that same trailer, I said to her again, "Look, she is in the window now." Cheryl got irritated and told me I was seeing things. We stopped in front of the trailer, and we both looked at the window. I could see a woman standing there with a sad look on her face, staring out. Cheryl saw nothing at all. That happened more than once. I would see that woman in the window, and Cheryl would swear there was no one there. I could not understand why I could see her, and no one else could. But every time I saw her, she looked the same way, sad, quiet, almost like she wanted something but could not say it out loud. There was no anger in her face, not that I remember. It was sadness, deep sadness, and that made the whole thing even worse. Then winter came, and because of the cold, Cheryl and I did not walk around the park as much. But even when we did, and even in the middle of a gray winter day, the feeling around trailer 350 stayed with me. I would say to Cheryl, "Something is not right with this trailer." After hearing it so many times, Cheryl finally told me to stop saying that because I was making her scared. Her trailer was only 2 lots away from that one. Mine was 5 trailers down. I think part of her wanted to believe I was wrong because if I was right, then something terrible was sitting too close to both of us. So I stopped saying it to Cheryl as much. But I never stopped feeling it. And whenever I happened to see the park manager during our walks, I would still tell her that something was wrong with trailer 350. By then, she had started giving me the same tired answer every time. Okay, I'll look into it. Cheryl and I both knew she would not. Spring finally came, and once the weather warmed, our walks became more regular again. One night in early summer, as we passed trailer 350, I stopped and said, "Do you smell that?" Cheryl told me no. I said there was an odor coming from the trailer. She told me not to bother telling the park manager because she was not going to investigate anymore. I said I knew that. Cheryl thought maybe I was making it up or imagining things again, but I knew I was not. There was something coming from that trailer, and it was not right. I had to pass trailer 350 sometimes to get to the other end of the park and meet my son getting off the bus. One day I stood in front of the trailer window, and there she was again, that same lady, looking at me with those sad eyes. I looked away for a second, and when I looked back, she was gone. I told Cheryl about it later, and again she told me I needed to stop thinking that way. Then the smells started getting worse. A few days later, I had all the windows open in my trailer like I usually did when the weather was nice, but I had to close them. The smell from trailer 350 was drifting over and starting to fill my place. By then it was no longer faint. It was stronger, heavier, and impossible to ignore. I went and asked the neighbors on both sides of trailer 350 whether they smelled something awful coming from there. They said yes. In fact, they said they could not even open their windows anymore because of it. The 3 of us went closer to the trailer to check. The second we got near enough, the smell hit us so hard it almost took our breath away. It was beyond foul. It was sickening. One of the women threw up right there. Another got overwhelmed and ran back home. I felt so sick I could barely stay standing. I asked the woman who stayed near me what she thought it was, and she said it smelled like something dead. I said I thought so too. At that point, it was clear I was not the only one sensing something wrong anymore. This was no longer just a bad feeling or a woman only I could see. Now there was a real smell, strong enough that multiple people noticed it and got physically sick from it. So we all went to the park manager's house and told her. She looked right at me and said, "Okay, not again. I thought you gave up on that." I told her it was not just me this time. I said there were 2 other women who smelled it too. As it turned out, even more people than that had noticed it. The neighbors on each side had, and others nearby had too. This time the manager could not brush it off. We followed her over to trailer 350. She knocked on the door. No answer. She had one of the men with her knock the door down. The second the trailer opened, a smell came pouring out that was even worse than before. It was so horrible people had to cover their noses. I felt like I might faint. The manager and the 2 men who were with her went inside. We could hear them coughing and gagging. When they came back out, they looked pale and shaken, breathing hard. Inside that trailer, near the door, they found a dead woman. From what it looked like, she had undergone an abortion and had bled to death near the front door. In the back bedroom, they found where abortions had been taking place. Under mattresses they found fetuses in different stages of development. Some were far enough along that they looked like babies that could have lived if they had been cared for. Instead, they had been hidden away there and left to die. The police came and began investigating. In the end they found more than 50 fetuses under the mattresses. There was dried blood, filth, and enough horror in that trailer to sicken everyone who went near it. The trailer was considered a contamination danger to the whole park. After all the photographs were taken and the evidence was processed, it was hauled away and burned. That was how bad it was. The police circulated a picture of the woman they had found, and they also had someone draw a sketch of what she likely looked like before death. I wanted to see it. I needed to. Some part of me knew before I even looked what I was going to feel. The second I saw the picture, I went weak. I had to sit down. I kept saying, "I saw her in the window. I saw her in the window." It was the same woman. She even had a mark on the left side of her face, something like a bruise or birthmark shaped like a half-moon. That was the woman I had been seeing in trailer 350, looking out at me with those sad eyes. After everything was discovered, I went back to my trailer, sat down on the steps, and shook so badly I could hardly control myself. I kept throwing up. I had a terrible headache, my stomach hurt, and I felt weak all over. I had what I would now call a major panic attack. Cheryl came back and found me on the porch. She asked what was going on, and I tried my best to tell her. She said, "Oh no, you knew this was going to happen." I told her no, I had not known this was what was going to happen. I only knew something terrible was happening in that trailer. I had felt it over and over again. Even when the manager went to check and found nothing obvious, the feeling never changed. It stayed. I told the police that I had seen the woman in the window, but I could tell they did not believe me. Especially when they asked Cheryl, and Cheryl told them she had never seen any woman there. Later, the police told the park manager that the woman had indeed bled to death and had been dead for a long time by the time she was found. That only deepened my feeling that when I saw her in the window, maybe she was near death or had only just died then, and maybe she was trying somehow to get attention to that trailer. Maybe she was trying to get help. Maybe all those feelings I had, all that dread, all the times I told people something was wrong, that was her reaching out the only way she could. As I thought about it later, I kept imagining her trying to make it from the back bedroom to the front door. Maybe she made it that far and was too weak to go on. Maybe she had been trying to escape or call for help but collapsed before she could get out. I do not know. But I do believe now that what I felt around that trailer was connected to her suffering and to what had happened inside. Later on, we read in the papers about other women who had been found in dumpsters, alleys, and abandoned houses after having abortions. The police found a man connected to some of those crimes, but somehow he got away. That always sounded wrong to me. Suspicious. It made me wonder how much people knew and how much they allowed to slip away. But in truth, Trailer 350 was only one horror among many in that trailer court. That park was a nightmare all on its own. It was the kind of place where prostitutes, pimps, and drug dealers lived openly. Shootings happened almost every month. People got killed, and after a while it seemed like nobody even reacted anymore. Children got run over by people high on drugs. Drunks beat their wives and children. Perverts hid around corners and in the woods. Men grabbed innocent kids and dragged them off to molest or rape them. People shot animals for fun, then took their bodies into the woods and cut them open. Teenagers had sex in broad daylight in the field across from my trailer. It was that kind of place. The man across the street from me held drug parties every night. Little kids would find used syringes in the daytime, and carry them home to their mothers without even understanding what they were. Break-ins happened all the time. You could hear gunshots at any hour of the day or night. I used to think there were more roaches and guns in that park than there were children. Teenagers ran around naked sometimes like the whole place had no rules at all. If somebody died, it usually was not from a knife. It was bullets. My one son, me, and another woman I call Mary, not her real name, often saw animals wandering around the park that looked cut up or injured. More than once we tried to go help them, and they disappeared right in front of our eyes. Even that place felt wrong in ways beyond what was plainly visible. I did not stay there because I wanted to. I stayed because I had nowhere else to go at the time. My children and I lived there for several more years after what happened in Trailer 350. It was not because I was brave. It was because poverty traps you. Sometimes survival means staying in a place you know is terrible because you do not yet have enough money to get out. Eventually, I saved enough and got my children out of that hellhole. We moved to a wonderful country home where we were finally safe. But that trailer court stayed behind like a scar in my memory. The trailer park is still there in that city. Back when I lived there, it was already considered the third worst trailer park in the county. Since then, I have heard it climbed all the way to number 1. More people have been killed. More trailers have been shot up. Nothing good seemed to grow in that place. After trailer 350 was removed, other people tried moving trailers onto that lot. But none of them stayed long. I never saw any trailer remain there for more than a couple of months before it was moved somewhere else. Something about that lot never felt right again. Whenever Cheryl and I walked past it, even when the weather was hot, I would get chills. Mary, whose trailer had been next to the abortion trailer, used to say she often heard a baby crying and would think it was her own. But when she checked, her baby would be fast asleep. I never heard the baby cry myself, but considering what had happened in that trailer, I believed her when she said she heard it. Cheryl and I used to talk many times after that about the feelings I had before the trailer was opened. At first, the park manager thought I was making things up. She did not believe anything was going on there until the smell forced her to face it, and then she had to see with her own eyes what had been hidden inside trailer 350. And no, I would never go back there to see what is happening on that lot now. People sometimes ask crazy things after hearing a story like this, but there is no chance. To get me back into that park, I would need bulletproof protection from head to toe, a machine gun, and probably a tank. That place was evil enough when I lived there, and I have no wish to ever step foot in it again. I still think about that woman sometimes, the one I kept seeing in the window with sad eyes. I think she was trying to be seen. I think she was trying to tell someone that something terrible was happening there. I do not think I knew exactly what it was going to be. I never would have guessed the full horror of it. But I knew something was wrong, and I knew it over and over again long before anyone else was willing to listen. That is the part that has stayed with me all these years. Not just the horror of what was found, but the feeling that maybe someone trapped inside that suffering was trying, in the only way she could, to make herself seen before it was too late. For the past couple of weeks, I have been noticing more shadows around me than usual. I do not mean ordinary shadows caused by lamps, passing cars, or someone moving through a room. I mean those strange dark shapes people catch out of the corner of their eye, the ones that vanish the second you turn to look straight at them. Lately, though, they have not all vanished that quickly. Some of them move so fast I barely catch them, but others linger just long enough for me to make out their shape more clearly, and that has made everything feel even stranger. They are not all the same. Some of them are tall, shaped almost like people. Others are much smaller, more like the size of a cat, only more stretched out somehow, longer than they should be. Every now and then I even see ones that seem no bigger than a bird. They move quickly, sharply, and with a kind of restless energy that makes them feel irritating as much as frightening. They are not calm. They are not still. They dart, flicker, slip past doorways, cross halls, and disappear in ways that make me stop and wonder whether I really saw them, even though deep down I know I did. The strange thing is that I am not the only one seeing them. If it were only me, I might have told myself it was stress, tired eyes, or one of those odd little tricks the mind can play when a person is distracted or emotionally drained. But that explanation became harder to hold on to because other people have seen them too. One night I was picking up my boyfriend from his mother's house. He was waiting for me outside in the driveway. When he got into the car, before I had even said much, he looked at me and asked if I had seen the tall black shadow duck down behind the car when I turned onto the street. I had not seen it myself. I was focused on driving, and I only had the headlights and the road in front of me on my mind. But he had seen it clearly enough to mention it right away. What bothered him most, he said, was that he had not noticed it until it moved in the headlights. That detail has stayed with me. It was not just a vague feeling or a quick dark blur in the distance. He saw something tall, black, and shaped enough to notice, and it moved behind the car as I pulled in. That shook him, and honestly it shook me too. There is something deeply unsettling about another person casually confirming a thing you have been half trying to reason away in your own mind. Within a couple of days of noticing the dark shadows more often, I began noticing something else too. Along with the black shadows, I started seeing white ones. They were not bright, shining figures or anything dramatic like that. They looked more like hazy white forms, almost human-sized, soft around the edges, but still very clearly there. Once I started noticing them, a pattern seemed to form. If I saw a black shadow, it was usually followed by one of the white ones. It did not matter whether the dark shadow was tall or small. The white ones seemed to stay the same every time, always tall, always human-sized, never changing shape the way the black ones did. This was not the first time I had seen the light and dark shadows mixed together like that. It has happened before, and every time it did, the pattern felt the same. The dark ones always seemed to be running from the light ones. That is the clearest way I know how to say it. The black shadows seemed quick, nervous, almost frantic when the white shadow appeared near them. The white one did not dart around. It felt steadier, more direct, and somehow stronger without needing to rush. The dark ones seemed to scurry away from it, and the more I noticed that pattern, the more I started wondering if there was something more to these appearances than random strange activity. I have spent a lot of time thinking about what these shadows might mean, because they do not seem to show up for no reason. Over time, I began noticing that I usually start seeing the dark shadows when something emotional is about to happen in my life. It is almost as if they are warning signs, or maybe not warnings exactly, but signals that some kind of emotional upset is on the way. I do not mean everyday stress or small annoyances. I mean the bigger things. The events that shift something in your life. The things that knock you off balance and force you to sit alone and think deeply about where you are, what you are feeling, and what has to change. The odd part is that when I start seeing them, I usually do not know what the upset is going to be yet. I only know something is coming. A few days before the news arrives or before some emotional storm begins, the black shadows start appearing more often. Sometimes they are in the hallway. Sometimes near doorways. Sometimes in another room just at the edge of my sight. But the timing is what stays with me. They come before the emotional shift, not after. That is what makes them feel like harbingers, as if they arrive before unrest settles into my life. And yet, as unsettling as the black shadows are, I have also noticed that when the white ones appear with them, the situation that follows, though upsetting, usually turns out to serve a purpose. It may still hurt. It may still be difficult. It may still bring sadness, fear, conflict, or uncertainty. But in the end it usually leads to some kind of spiritual growth, emotional clearing, or a life change that turns out to benefit me. It is not that the situation feels good in the moment. Usually it does not. Usually it is exhausting and difficult and demands a lot from me emotionally. But when I look back later, I can often see that it was necessary. These events can take many forms. Sometimes it is something in a relationship. Sometimes it is a loss, like losing a friend or family connection. Sometimes it is a major shift at work or in the course of my life. It is never just a small daily frustration. It is always something bigger, something that forces solitude, introspection, and change. The kind of event that makes you stop and re-examine your life. The kind of thing that hurts while it is happening, but later becomes a turning point. That is why I have started thinking of the black shadows and the white ones in very different ways. I cannot prove it, of course, but the feeling I get is that the black shadows are drawn to negative emotional energy. They seem to feed on sadness, fear, uncertainty, and that particular kind of emotional confusion that comes when life is shifting beneath your feet. They seem restless around those moments, almost energized by them. The white shadows, on the other hand, feel very different. They feel protective, steady, almost as though they are there to balance the darkness or keep it from overwhelming me. I do not know if the white ones are actively protecting me in some dramatic way, or if they are simply present to influence the situation, to hold the line somehow, to keep the darker energy from taking too much ground. But I do feel that they are there for a reason. When they show up, even if things are still difficult, it does not feel hopeless. It feels more like there is a purpose to the upheaval. Like the emotions are being allowed to rise and move through me naturally without being consumed by something darker. Sometimes I think the black shadows are attracted to the emotional energy itself. Maybe they do not cause the upset. Maybe they simply arrive because they sense it and want to feed on it, deepen it, or make it heavier than it needs to be. And maybe the white shadows come because they know that too. Maybe they show up to temper things, to protect, to hold back what would otherwise turn a painful but necessary life event into something destructive. Then again, I also wonder if maybe the shadows come first and help set things in motion. Maybe the black ones are part of what brings the emotional upheaval, stirring things up, pressing on weak places, making tensions rise until whatever has been buried finally breaks open. And maybe the white ones come afterward to counterbalance that, to soften it, to keep it from going too far, to protect me while the storm passes through. I honestly do not know which way it works. Sometimes it feels like the black ones are feeding on what is already there, and other times it feels almost like they arrive before the emotion itself, as if they somehow sense the approaching shift before I do. What I do know is that watching them interact can be strangely fascinating. In fact, I have to admit that sometimes I find it almost amusing. I know that might sound odd, especially if someone else would be completely terrified by it, but there have been moments when I was upset about something, and I could see the black shadows racing back and forth across the hallway while the white shadows followed close behind them, and the dark ones would scurry away the second the white ones came near. There is something about that sight that makes me smile, even in the middle of feeling bad. I think part of me must understand on some deeper level that the black shadows are not there for any good reason. They do not feel helpful. They do not feel healing. They feel like they want to darken whatever is already hard. But the white ones feel different. They feel like light, like protection, like something stronger that does not need to panic because it already knows it has the upper hand. And when I watch the dark ones flee from them, it brings me real comfort. Oddly enough, I like knowing that the black shadows are afraid. There is something reassuring about that. If they run, then maybe they do not hold as much power as they would like me to think. Maybe they only seem strong when they are moving unchecked, when fear is high and nothing brighter is near. But when the white shadows appear, the dark ones lose that confidence. They scatter. They look smaller somehow, less threatening, more exposed. And there is comfort in seeing darkness run. That is one reason I keep circling back to the same questions. Does this sound like a reasonable assumption? That the black shadows are feeding on sadness, fear, and unknown change, while the white shadows are there to protect and buffer me through those times? Or is it the other way around? Could the dark ones actually help bring the upheaval, stirring things up because they are part of the force behind the emotional crisis, while the white ones come to balance and offset that damage? I go back and forth on it because both ideas seem possible. On the one hand, the black shadows feel opportunistic. They feel like scavengers drawn to emotional pain because it gives them something to work with. On the other hand, their timing can make them feel like messengers too, or maybe even instigators. And the white shadows, though they always feel better, still appear alongside the difficult times. That makes me wonder if they are not simply protectors, but also witnesses, guides, or guardians present during the moments when change has to happen. I have also been wondering whether anyone else notices patterns like this. Since so many people talk about seeing shadows, especially dark ones out of the corner of the eye, I find myself curious whether others also notice them more during emotionally intense times. For me, the connection feels too strong to be random. These shadows do not seem to show up equally at all times. They gather when something in me or around me is shifting. Then, once the emotional crisis has passed, once the truth has come out, the conflict has settled, the loss has been processed, or the life change has finally landed, the shadows disappear. That is another thing that makes me take the pattern seriously. As soon as the emotional storm is over, no more shadows. Not the black ones. Not the white ones. They vanish together, and life returns to normal for a while. It is almost like whatever business they had in that period is done. Whatever emotional energy was active has either been used up, resolved, or transformed, and once that happens, there is nothing left to draw them close. That cycle has repeated enough times now that I cannot ignore it. At first, it was just strange sightings. Then it became a pattern. Now it feels almost like part of the language of my emotional life, a visual sign that something is shifting beneath the surface before I fully know what it is. The black ones make me wary. The white ones make me feel watched over. And the way they appear together has started to feel almost meaningful, as if there is a tension between them that mirrors the tension in my own life during hard times. Sometimes I think about what emotion itself really is. It is energy in a way, heavy and real even if invisible. Fear changes the air in a room. Sadness changes the way a house feels when you walk through it. Anger can make a space feel sharp. Grief can make a place feel quiet and weighted. So maybe it should not surprise me that some people might perceive that energy in forms, in symbols, in shapes that move just at the edge of sight. Maybe the black shadows are one form of that darkness made visible, and the white ones are another kind of force entirely, one that meets pain without becoming it. I do not pretend to know for sure. I know how easy it is for people to dismiss these things or to explain them away as stress, poor sleep, eye strain, or the mind trying to make sense of emotional tension. Maybe some of that plays a role. I am open to the idea that there could be natural explanations mixed in with whatever else might be happening. But even with that in mind, the consistency of what I notice still feels important. The timing. The contrast between black and white. The repeated connection to emotional upheaval. The way the white ones never seem panicked, and the black ones always seem fast, nervous, and eager. If I am being honest, the black shadows do not frighten me in the same way they once might have. They annoy me more than anything else. They feel intrusive, like pests trying to feed off what is already hard. The white ones, though, give me a sense of reassurance. Not because I think everything will be easy, but because they remind me that the darkness is not alone. There is something else there too. Something steadier. Something that does not rush, does not flinch, and does not seem afraid of what the black shadows are trying to do. And maybe that is why, even during emotionally difficult times, watching the white shadows trail the dark ones brings me comfort. It reminds me that even when sadness, fear, and change come rushing in, there may also be something protective moving close behind, refusing to let that darkness take over completely. Maybe that is what spiritual protection looks like for some of us. Not the absence of struggle, but the presence of something that keeps the struggle from swallowing us whole. So yes, I keep asking myself whether my assumption is reasonable. Maybe the black shadows are feeding off emotional pain while the white shadows are buffering it. Maybe the black ones stir things up and the white ones come to offset it. Maybe both are true in different ways. I do not know. But I do know that the pattern feels real to me, and I cannot help noticing it every time it happens. The moment my life enters one of those deeper emotional seasons, they appear. The moment the season passes, they are gone. And somewhere in between, I watch the dark ones run from the light, and that, strangely enough, is one of the most comforting things I know. I was about 9 years old when this happened, and at that age the world still felt like a place where anything could happen. My best friend Celia had just celebrated her birthday the day before and had turned 9. Another friend of ours, Greta, and I were sleeping over at Celia's house. It was supposed to be one of those simple, happy nights that children remember because everything feels easy. We stayed up talking, laughing, and doing the usual things little girls do when they spend the night at a friend's house. Nothing at all felt strange that night. It was normal, fun, and comfortable, the kind of night that should have ended as just another childhood memory. Celia's house was familiar to both of us, and that probably made what happened the next morning even stranger. We knew the rooms, the hallway, the way the furniture was set up, and where the best hiding spots usually were. That is why, when I think back on it now, I know I did not just imagine some shape in the corner or mistake a shadow for a person. I knew exactly what I saw, and Greta saw it too. The next morning we woke up in a good mood, full of energy like children usually are after a sleepover. We started playing our favorite game at the time, hide and seek. We had played it before at Celia's house many times, and we were always trying to make it more fun by changing the rules a little. This time, we decided to mix it up. Usually one person counted and one person hid, but that morning Celia was going to hide while Greta and I would both look for her together. There was a reason for that. Celia was a very good hider. She had this talent for squeezing herself into places where you would never think to look, or for making you think she had gone one way when really she had gone another. So it felt fair for Greta and me to team up against her. Greta and I went into Celia's mom's bedroom to count. I can still picture that room in my head. It felt grown up compared to the rest of the house, quieter and more serious somehow. We turned away from the door, covered our eyes, and started counting out loud. While we counted, we could hear Celia moving fast through the house. Her footsteps sounded rushed, and from the noise she was making we could tell she was having trouble choosing a hiding place. That made us laugh because usually Celia had a plan right away. That morning it sounded like she was darting from one place to another, trying to make up her mind at the last second. We kept counting, making our voices louder near the end to tease her and put pressure on her. I remember us laughing and calling out the numbers while we listened to all that hurried movement outside the room. It sounded like she was still trying to find a good spot even as we got closer to the end. Then finally we finished counting and stood up. We yelled out something like, "Celia, you better find a place fast. We're coming!" It was the kind of playful threat kids make in a game when they think they are about to win. We stepped out of the bedroom and into the hallway, and that was the moment everything changed. Right across the hall from where we were standing was Celia's bedroom. The door to her room was there in plain sight. As soon as we came out, both Greta and I saw what looked like Celia rushing into her room. It happened fast, but not so fast that we only caught a blur. We both clearly saw a figure that looked exactly like her moving toward that bedroom. In that first second, our reaction was completely normal. We thought, now we've got you. We thought she had made a mistake and run right into the most obvious place possible. It felt like we had caught her at the last moment. But even in that first instant, there was something wrong with what we were seeing. The figure looked like Celia, but she did not look solid the way a real person should. She was foggy somehow, almost glowing in a strange pale way. Transparent is probably the best word for it, though even that does not explain it fully. It was like looking at someone made out of light mist. You could tell it was her shape, her size, her hair, the way she moved, but it was not a normal body. The lower half was even stranger. From the hips down, there was almost nothing there. She did not have normal legs. It was as if her body just faded away below the waist. And instead of running fully like a child would, she seemed to glide or float. Then she went straight through her bedroom door. Not opened it. Not pushed it. Went through it. That is the part that still sounds impossible even when I say it plainly. And yet, here is the strangest thing of all. In the moment, Greta and I somehow did not stop to think about how impossible that was. We were so focused on the game, so locked into the idea that we had just seen Celia run into her room, that we rushed straight after her without properly thinking about what we had actually witnessed. Children do that sometimes. They accept the strangest thing for a second because their minds are still following the first simple explanation. So instead of freezing or screaming, we barged right into Celia's bedroom to catch her. But the second we were inside, something felt wrong. Her bedroom was not very large. It was not the kind of room with 10 secret places to hide. Greta and I searched quickly and then more carefully. We looked behind furniture, around the bed, in every corner we could think of. She was nowhere. There was no sign of her. The room was too small for her to have slipped out without us seeing her, especially because we had been standing right there in the hallway. If she had gone into that room and then come back out, we would have noticed. There was simply no way around that. We had a clear view of the hall, and the bedroom was right across from us. So after checking everywhere we could in those first frantic moments, Greta and I stood there confused and called out to her. We shouted something like, "Celia, just come out! We can't find you!" We were half laughing and half irritated because it made no sense. Then, almost immediately after that, Celia came walking in from the living room. The second she appeared, Greta and I looked at each other. It was one of those quick, silent looks between children that says everything without a word. We were both thinking the same thing. I thought I just saw her go into her room. Celia stood there looking at us, as if we were the strange ones. She clearly had no idea why we were staring at her like that. I remember asking Greta out loud if it had just been me, or if she had seen Celia go into the bedroom too. Greta said no, she had seen it too. That mattered so much, because in that instant the whole thing stopped being just a weird impression in my own head. It became something two of us had witnessed together. Then I asked Celia how she had gotten out of her room without us seeing her. She looked even more confused and said she had never been in her room at all. She said she had been hiding behind the couch in the living room the whole time. That answer hit me like a shock. If she had been behind the couch the whole time, then who or what had Greta and I seen glide into her bedroom? At that point we stopped and really started trying to think through exactly what we had seen. Until then it had all happened too fast. We had just reacted. But now we went over the details together. It had looked exactly like Celia. Not sort of like her. Not maybe like her. Exactly like her. But it had also been transparent, glowing in a faint hazy way, foggy around the edges, and missing its legs from the hips down. It had moved into her room and gone through the closed door. Once we started saying those details out loud, the whole thing suddenly sounded as strange as it truly was. The first word that came to mind for all of us was ghost. That was the only thing our 9-year-old minds could grab onto. If something looked like Celia but was not really Celia, if it floated, glowed, and moved through a door, then what else could it be? We did what most kids would do in that situation. We ran to tell an adult. We rushed into the dining room where Celia's mother was and told her what had happened. We expected, I think, that she would either explain it or at least take us seriously enough to react. But instead she told us we were imagining things. I know adults say that kind of thing to children all the time. Maybe she thought we had gotten worked up from playing or from trying too hard to catch Celia. Maybe she thought one of us saw a shadow and the other picked up on it. Maybe she just did not want to encourage spooky talk from a group of already excited children. But I know now, just as I knew then, that Greta and I were not imagining it. We both saw the same thing. We saw it at the same moment. And we both described it the same way. The rest of that day, the three of us kept thinking about it. We talked it over in all the strange, serious ways children do when they are trying to make sense of something impossible. At that age, our minds went in directions adults might laugh at, but to us those ideas felt real and worth considering. I remember one of the things I wondered was whether Celia's spirit had somehow slipped out of her body while she was still alive. I know that sounds odd, but that really was how I tried to understand it. I thought maybe somehow her life was slipping away for a moment. Or maybe part of her had come loose from her body, even though she was still technically alive and walking around as normal. It was a childish explanation, but it shows how hard I was trying to fit what I had seen into something that made sense. Celia said she felt perfectly fine. She never felt weak or strange or as though anything had happened to her at all. She certainly did not feel like her spirit had somehow left her body. She was just confused by what Greta and I kept insisting we had seen. And that made it even stranger. If it had been something connected to her, she gave no sign of knowing it. I have thought about that experience many times over the years, and what stays with me most is how real it was in the moment. This was not one of those memories where the details are fuzzy and uncertain. I can still picture the hallway. I can still picture Celia's room directly across from us. I can still remember the feeling of excitement when we thought we had caught her. And I can still remember the strange appearance of that figure, the foggy glow, the missing legs, the floating movement, and the way it passed through the door without opening it. If only I had seen it, I might have spent the rest of my life wondering whether my mind had played a trick on me. But Greta saw it too. That is what has always made this story impossible for me to dismiss. Shared experiences are different. When two people witness the same thing and react to it at the same time, it becomes much harder to explain away. What was it? I still do not know. At the time, ghosts seemed like the obvious answer. We were children, and a child's mind reaches for the most direct label it knows. But now, looking back, I am not sure that word explains it fully. It did not feel like a random ghost in the house wearing Celia's shape just to scare us. It looked too much like her. At the same time, it was clearly not her actual body because the real Celia was behind the couch in the living room. So what does that leave? Maybe it was some kind of double, some kind of spirit form, something connected to her but not exactly her. Maybe it was an apparition that took her shape. Maybe it was a glimpse of something that existed beside ordinary life for just a second and crossed in front of us at the wrong moment. I honestly do not know. All I know is that it looked exactly like my friend while also looking completely unnatural. What also fascinates me is how calmly we first reacted. Children often surprise adults with the way they handle strange things. We did not immediately scream. We did not run. We followed it, almost casually, because our minds still believed the simple answer, that we had just caught Celia running into her room. It was only afterward, once the room was empty, and the real Celia appeared from somewhere else, that the fear and confusion had room to settle in. That moment of delayed realization has stayed with me too. Sometimes the strangest experiences do not hit you all at once. First you see them. Then you react normally. Then, a few seconds later, your mind catches up and you realize that what just happened should not have been possible. I also remember how serious we became afterward. We were only 9, but once the laughter faded, we sat there thinking about it in a way that felt much older. We wanted answers. We wanted the adults to take us seriously. We wanted someone to explain what we had seen and tell us whether it was dangerous or meaningful or connected to Celia somehow. But all we got was disbelief. So we were left with our own ideas, our own guesses, and that made the whole thing feel even larger in our minds. For a long time after that, I kept wondering if maybe I had seen some part of Celia that was not physical. Not because I truly thought she was dying, but because I had no better language for it. I was trying to explain how someone could be both there and not there. Children often think in those extreme ways because they have not yet been taught all the adult ways of doubting themselves. To me, it seemed possible that her spirit had somehow gotten ahead of her or split off from her for a moment. Strange as that sounds now, it felt more believable than any ordinary explanation. What makes this memory so powerful all these years later is how specific it remains. It was morning, not midnight. We were playing a simple children's game, not trying to summon anything or scare each other. We were in a normal house, in a normal hallway, doing something ordinary. Then right in the middle of that ordinary moment, we saw something completely outside the normal world. There was no warning. No spooky setup. No storm outside. No talk of ghosts beforehand. It just happened. And because it happened in such a normal moment, it felt even more real. If you asked me now what I believe, I would say I know Greta and I saw something that morning. I do not believe we both imagined the exact same glowing, transparent version of Celia floating through her bedroom door. I do not believe our minds somehow invented identical details at the same time. I think something was there, and for some reason it looked like her. Whether that was her spirit, some kind of double, or something else altogether, I cannot say with certainty. But I still see it when I remember that day. I still see that Celia rushing across the hall. I still see the foggy outline of her shape. I still notice the missing lower half, though in the moment I barely questioned it. I still remember the door, the empty room, the call for her to come out, and then the shock of hearing her voice from the living room instead. That is why this memory has stayed with me for so long. It was not just strange. It was impossible in a very exact way. And when something impossible happens to you in childhood, especially when another child sees it too, it settles into your mind differently than anything else. So yes, that is what happened the morning after Celia's 9th birthday. 3 little girls having a sleepover, waking up to play hide-and-seek, laughing and running around the house like any children would, and then suddenly seeing something that none of us could explain. Maybe adults would still try to say Greta and I imagined it, but I know what we saw. We saw Celia go into her room even though the real Celia had never been there at all. And no matter how many years pass, that fact remains just as strange to me now as it was then. Last summer, in July, I went with 3 of my girlfriends to the Catfish Plantation restaurant in Waxahachie. I had wanted to visit it for a long time because the place had a reputation for hauntings and paranormal activity. It was not just a regular restaurant. It was known as an old haunted house that had been turned into a themed restaurant, and people went there not only for the food but also for the stories. For someone like me, who has always been deeply interested in paranormal experiences, it sounded like exactly the kind of place I needed to see for myself. I had heard enough stories about it that my curiosity had grown bigger over time, and by the time we finally planned the trip, I was more excited than nervous. I wanted to see if anything about the place would feel different, if the atmosphere would really carry that strange energy people talk about when they describe haunted places. The 4 of us went together, full of excitement and curiosity. We were young, talking a lot, laughing, and half hoping something strange might happen. At the same time, I think all of us wanted proof in our own way. There is a difference between hearing ghost stories and actually stepping into a place where people claim unexplained things have happened. Until you are there yourself, part of you always wonders if it is mostly hype, mostly local legend, or just a good story people tell to make a place more interesting. But another part of you hopes the legends are true, because if they are, then you might walk away with an experience of your own. When we got there, the atmosphere immediately added to the excitement. The place had that old, spooky charm people love in haunted locations. It did not feel fake or overly decorated in a way that screamed cheap Halloween attraction. Instead, it had the kind of old house feeling that naturally makes people lower their voices a little and look around more carefully. There was something about the setting that made the stories believable even before anyone told them. We sat at a small table and took in everything around us while our waitress started sharing tales and legends about the restaurant. She spoke with the kind of certainty that made it sound like the hauntings were simply part of daily life there, not just entertainment for guests. One of my friends, Sarah, was the most skeptical out of all of us. She listened to the waitress for a while, and then at one point she looked at her and said, "I don't believe this. Ghosts aren't real." She said it in that confident way skeptics sometimes do when they are sure they are being more practical than everyone else. Our waitress did not laugh it off. Instead, she looked at Sarah with complete seriousness, almost confused that someone would come to a place like that and openly say ghosts were not real. Then she told us something that made all of us sit up straighter. She said, "Well, if you don't believe in ghosts, then go around the property and take some pictures and look around. I'll be damned if you don't find something that will make you believe this place is haunted." The way she said it mattered. It was not playful. It was not meant as a joke. It felt like a challenge, but also like a warning. She sounded completely sure that if we looked around with our cameras, we would catch something. That was enough for all of us. It was exactly the kind of thing a group of curious girls at a haunted restaurant would jump at. We looked at each other, got excited, and decided to do exactly what she had suggested. We all pulled out our cameras and started searching the place. The whole thing felt like a game at first, but an exciting one. We went around taking pictures of different parts of the restaurant and the property, trying to spot anything unusual. Every shadow, every corner, every old window, every display case suddenly felt more important because now we were looking with a purpose. We were not just guests anymore. We were searching. We were hoping to catch some kind of proof, and because of what the waitress had said, every time one of us snapped a picture we felt that small thrill of possibility. One of the first strange things we found showed up on my friend Carly's camera. She had taken a picture of a glass case that held t-shirts. It was not a dramatic or creepy object, just a display like you might find in many places that sell souvenirs. But when we looked at the picture, there was something in it that had not been visible when we took it. There was a white smoky figure in the image. Not a solid person, not a normal reflection, but a misty shape that seemed to float there in a way that looked unnatural. We all crowded around the camera to stare at it. For a moment, none of us knew what to say, because there it was, right in front of us, something we had not expected to actually catch. Of course, our first reaction was to try to explain it. That is what people do when something strange happens. We told ourselves it must be something simple, probably a smudge on the glass that had shown up oddly on film. That explanation felt reasonable enough. The smoky shape looked odd, but if there was dirt or a streak on the case, maybe the camera had just captured it in a strange way. So Carly walked back over and took another picture of the exact same glass case from the same area. This time the smoky figure was gone. That was the moment the mood shifted a little. Up until then, we had been excited in a playful way, half treating it like a challenge and half like entertainment. But when the second picture came out normal, the first one became harder to dismiss. If it had only been a smudge, then why did it not appear again? Why had it shown up once and then disappeared completely in the next shot? That was when all of us started feeling that maybe we really had caught something. It still was not enough to send us running, but it made us pay more attention. Suddenly the place did not feel like a joke anymore. It felt active. Even so, what happened next was what truly turned the whole night into something unforgettable. Before we left the restaurant, we decided to take one last picture together at the front. It was just supposed to be a group photo of the four of us, something fun to remember the trip by. We stood there smiling, probably still talking and laughing about the smoky figure from earlier. Behind us, in the background of the photo, there was a window. We knew from the stories that this window was one of the spots people talked about most. It was said that if you looked carefully, you could sometimes see the ghost of an old woman there. Because of that, when we got back into the car, we immediately started looking closely at the pictures we had taken, especially that last one. Then we zoomed in on the window. And there she was. A blurry figure of a woman. The second we saw it, the whole car changed. The joking stopped. The laughing stopped. We all stared at the image in complete shock. It was not a clear, perfect face the way movies would show it, but it was enough to recognize the shape of a woman in that window. A figure was there that had not been visible to us when we took the picture. All four of us were stunned. For a few moments, it felt like our minds could not fully catch up to what our eyes were seeing. We had gone there looking for something, hoping maybe for something strange, and now it seemed like we had actually found it. We were thrilled and freaked out at the same time. The kind of reaction where your stomach feels nervous but your mind races because you cannot wait to show someone else. By then, even Sarah had quieted down. The same Sarah who had so confidently said ghosts were not real was now staring at that image with the rest of us. None of us could stop talking about it. We kept looking again and again, zooming in, pulling back, checking the angle, trying to convince ourselves it was not just some random reflection. But every time we looked, it still resembled the blurry figure of a woman standing in the window. By the time we got back to my house, I was so excited that I rushed inside with the camera to show my dad. My father was the perfect person to show because he was very superstitious and had always loved supernatural stories. He was the kind of person who would not immediately laugh or tell me I was imagining things. If anything, he was more likely to believe something paranormal than dismiss it. So I ran in, found him, and showed him the picture right away. He looked at it carefully. Then he said something that changed the whole feeling of the night. He told me, "You know, whatever is on that film may not like for you to bring it home. I would delete it." The way he said it made my excitement drop and turn into unease. Until then, the picture had felt creepy but fascinating, like proof of something mysterious. But when my dad said that, he made it sound personal, like whatever was in that image might not just stay in the image. He made it sound like bringing proof of it into our home could have consequences. I do not know whether I believed him instantly or not, because before I had much time to react, something happened that terrified all of us. At that exact moment, we heard a loud crash from the closet. It was sudden and violent enough to make everyone jump. We ran or turned quickly toward the sound, and what we found was impossible to ignore. 4 shelves inside the closet had fallen. These were not flimsy little shelves balanced carelessly in place. They had been glued to the wall and nailed in. They should not have just dropped like that all at once. But they had. There they were, fallen, as if something had knocked them down with force. My father did not hesitate after that. "Delete the pictures now," he said. He was serious, completely serious. He told me again that whatever was in that picture had followed me home and did not like me having that image. His words were not playful, and after the shelves crashing down the way they had, I did not feel like arguing. My fear overpowered any curiosity I still had. It no longer felt exciting. It felt dangerous. So I deleted the pictures. I did it right away, and after that, nothing else happened in my house. The crashing stopped there. No more things fell. No more unexplained disturbances happened after I got rid of the images. Whether someone else would say that was just coincidence or not, I know that in the moment it felt very real. It felt like the problem ended when the pictures were deleted. That would have been strange enough on its own. But what made the whole experience even harder to brush off was what I heard afterward from my friends. The friends who still kept the pictures told me that things started happening in their homes too. They described objects falling for no reason, things being knocked down, and items breaking with no clear explanation. Hearing that only made me more convinced that my father may have been right. It really did seem like whatever was attached to those images did not want to stay quietly on film. It felt like bringing those pictures home had brought more than just evidence. And Sarah, the one who had laughed at the idea of ghosts in the first place, no longer doubted anymore. She believed in ghosts after that. When I think back on that night now, what stands out to me most is how quickly everything changed. It started as a fun visit to a haunted restaurant, the kind of thing people do for a thrill. We were curious, playful, excited to hear spooky stories and maybe catch something out on camera. At first it was all entertainment mixed with curiosity. Then came the smoky figure in the t-shirt case. Then the second photo with nothing there. Then the group picture at the front, with the blurry woman in the window. And finally, the shelves crashing down in my house the moment my father warned me that whatever was in the picture may not like being brought home. The whole experience moved from fun to frightening step by step, and by the end of it, none of us were treating it lightly anymore. I still think about the restaurant itself. Places like that already hold a strange power over people because of their stories, their history, and the way everyone who enters is already half expecting something unusual. But expectation alone does not explain shelves falling off walls in a house miles away. It does not explain why the second photo of the glass case came out clean after the first one showed a smoky white figure. And it does not explain why my friends later said odd things began happening around them too if they kept the pictures. That is what turned the whole thing from just another ghost story into something that felt personal. It did not stay at the restaurant. At least, that is how it seemed. It followed us home through those images, or attached itself to the attention we gave it, or maybe simply did not like being captured. I do not know the exact reason. I only know how it felt and what happened after. Even now, I can still remember the rush of excitement as we walked around the property with our cameras out, challenging the place to show us something. I can remember the waitress, so sure of herself, practically daring us to try. I can remember all of us leaning together over Carly's camera when that smoky figure showed up in the display case photo. I can remember the moment in the car when we zoomed into the window and saw that blurry woman. I can remember the way my father's face looked when he told me to delete the picture. And I can definitely remember the sound of that crash from the closet, sharp enough to cut right through every bit of excitement we had brought home with us. It is strange how proof can stop feeling exciting the moment it becomes too close. When the ghostly woman was just something in a restaurant window, it was thrilling. But when shelves started crashing in my own house, the thrill disappeared. Suddenly I was no longer interested in proof. I was interested in getting rid of whatever had come with us. That is why I did not hesitate for long once my dad told me to delete the pictures. Some people might think they would have kept them, studied them more, shown more people, maybe tried to make copies. But in that moment, with the closet shelves on the floor and the air in the house feeling wrong, all I wanted was for whatever was happening to stop. Curiosity gave way to fear very quickly. And since deleting them, nothing else has happened in my house. That part still matters to me. If the crashing had continued afterward, maybe I would have had a harder time connecting the two things. But it stopped. Cleanly. Immediately. That gave the moment a kind of finality that is hard for me to ignore. As for the girls who kept their pictures, I still think about what they told me. Things falling. Things breaking. Objects being thrown down without explanation. Maybe some people would say once you believe something haunted happened, you start blaming every little accident on it. I understand that argument. But when several people connected to the same event all start experiencing strange disturbances, it becomes harder to dismiss. What also stays with me is how differently all of us entered that restaurant compared to how we left it. We arrived curious, laughing, ready for a haunted house atmosphere and maybe a spooky story or two from the staff. We left with photographs we did not know how to explain, fear sitting in our stomachs, and in Sarah's case, a completely changed opinion about whether ghosts are real. If you had asked her before that night, she would have told you ghosts were nonsense. She said it right there to the waitress. But by the end of it, after the challenge, the photos, and everything that followed, she did not talk like that anymore. It is one thing to be skeptical in theory. It is another to look into a picture and see something you cannot explain, then watch the people around you start having things fall and break after bringing those images home. I do not know exactly what we captured that night. I cannot say with certainty whether the woman in the window was really the spirit people talked about, or whether the smoky white figure in the glass case was another presence entirely. I do not know if something in that restaurant attached itself to the pictures, to our attention, or to the act of taking its image. But I do know that something about those photographs felt wrong in a way that went beyond simple curiosity. And once my father saw that image and told me it should not be in our house, the events that followed made me listen. So yes, that is what happened after we visited the catfish plantation in Waxahachie. What started as a fun trip to a haunted restaurant turned into something far more unsettling. We went searching for proof, and it felt like we found it. The problem was, whatever we found did not seem content to stay behind in the old restaurant. It felt like it wanted to come with us, or at least did not want to be taken so lightly. And ever since then, whenever I hear people laugh off ghost stories with complete certainty, I think of Sarah. She walked into that place saying ghosts were not real. She walked out believing. And after everything that happened that night, I do not blame her at all. I have always loved anything connected to the paranormal. Ever since I was young, ghost stories, haunted places, unexplained noises, strange shadows, all of it fascinated me. I used to think it would actually be exciting to live in a haunted house. In my mind, it seemed like something mysterious and interesting, almost like being inside one of those stories people love to tell late at night. I never really thought about how different it would feel if the strange things were happening to me in my own home, while I was trying to sleep, relax, and live a normal life. It is very easy to think something is cool from a distance. It is very different when you are the one lying awake at night, afraid to turn off the light. I moved to Redlands, California, so I could be closer to work. A lot of people know that Redlands has a reputation for being an old and spooky place. It has a lot of history, a lot of old buildings, and a lot of local stories about ghosts and strange activity. People also talk about cults and weird things that have happened there over the years. Even knowing that, I did not move there expecting anything paranormal to happen to me personally. I just wanted to be closer to my job and settle into a place with my fiancé. Like most people, I never really thought much about apartments being haunted. When people imagine haunted places, they usually think of old Victorian houses, abandoned mansions, creepy farmhouses, or ancient buildings with dark histories. I did not think of an apartment. I thought we were moving into a regular place and starting a regular life. At first, nothing seemed too alarming. The strange things were small enough that we could explain them away, or at least try to. Lights would turn on and off on their own. At first we thought maybe it was faulty wiring or an electrical issue. Then there were other little things that felt harder to ignore. Soap got thrown at my fiancé's back. Door knobs would turn back and forth by themselves. One night, a candle was actually lit by someone or something. That one really stayed with me because it was not just any candle. It was a Jesus candle, Seeing that lit without either of us lighting it felt deeply unsettling. Water faucets would turn on. Small things kept happening, one after another. At the time, we kept trying to brush it off as nothing. We told ourselves there had to be explanations. Maybe the faucet was loose. Maybe the soap had slipped. Maybe the lights were bad. Maybe the candle had somehow been left warm or half-lit earlier, though deep down I knew that did not make much sense. That is how strange things often begin. Not with one huge dramatic event, but with small things that can almost be explained. You tell yourself not to overreact. You do not want to sound crazy. You do not want to be the kind of person who blames every little thing on ghosts. So you keep pushing it aside, even when part of you feels uneasy. That is what we did. We tried to stay rational and pretend everything was normal. But the problem with that is when the little things keep adding up, they stop feeling little. As time passed, something in the apartment began to feel stronger. It was not just random objects moving anymore. It became a presence. Not a vague, creepy feeling once in a while, but a real sense that something was there, especially in our master bedroom. That room started feeling wrong in a way I cannot fully explain. Every time I was in there for too long, I could feel this heavy male presence. It felt masculine to me, strong and dark and uncomfortable, and it scared me more than I wanted to admit. There is a big difference between hearing a strange noise in another room and feeling like something is in the room with you. Once it reached that point, it stopped being interesting and started becoming stressful. When we would lie in bed at night, I often felt like something was hovering over us. That is the best way I know how to say it. It felt like something was right there, watching us, leaning over us, almost as if it did not want us to sleep. It was not just nervousness or imagination from lying in the dark. It had a weight to it. It felt focused. It felt aware. My fiancé Ralph had his own experiences too, which only made everything more real. He told me that when he was lying in bed, he often felt like someone's face was right next to his. That image alone is horrifying. To be trying to rest and feel like something unseen is only inches from your face, watching you, breathing near you, existing right there in your space. That kind of feeling gets under your skin in a way that is hard to shake. Ralph also told me there were times when he felt like something was hopping on the bed while he was lying there. Not the normal shifting of the mattress, not the kind of movement you can explain by someone adjusting their weight, but the distinct feeling that something was jumping or moving across the bed. That made the fear in the room feel even more personal. A sound somewhere in the apartment can sometimes be ignored. A light turning on can be explained away for a while. But something touching the bed while you are in it, something moving where you are supposed to feel safest, that changes everything. Still, as scary as those things were, what really confirmed for me that something was in the apartment happened because of my stepdaughter. She was only 3 years old at the time. Little children can say odd things, yes, but sometimes they say things in such a clear and casual way that it is impossible not to pay attention. One day she suddenly said, "Look, they are dancing in my room." She said it in that innocent way children speak when they are simply describing what they see. She was not trying to scare anyone. She was not playing a trick. She was just stating something as if it were obvious. When I looked into her room, it was empty. I remember looking at Ralph, and in that moment we both knew we needed to ask her more questions. If she was seeing something, I wanted to understand what she meant. So I asked her if it was a boy or a girl. She told me it was a girl with Vicky's hair. Vicky is my name, so I took that to mean black hair, because that is what my hair looks like. That answer sent a chill through me, because it was so specific. Then I asked if the girl was good or bad, and Lauren said, "Oh, she's really nice." That part has stayed with me because it made everything feel more complicated, not less. If my stepdaughter was seeing a female presence, and saying that it was nice, then that seemed very different from the presence Ralph and I were feeling in our room. What we felt in the master bedroom did not feel nice. It felt heavy and threatening. That was when I really began to believe there might be more than one spirit in the apartment. There seemed to be a female presence connected to my stepdaughter's room, one that she was not afraid of at all. In fact, she seemed perfectly comfortable with it. But then there was this male presence in our room, and that one did not feel harmless. It felt darker. It felt more intense. It felt like the kind of thing that wanted to make itself known in a way that frightened us. The idea that there could be more than one ghost made the whole situation even more overwhelming. It is one thing to tell yourself maybe one spirit is lingering in a place. But when different people in the home are experiencing different things, and the energy feels different from room to room, then it starts to feel layered. It starts to feel like you are not dealing with one simple haunting but with several different presences, each with its own behavior and personality. That thought made me deeply uncomfortable, because it meant I did not even know what exactly I was trying to handle. By that point, the stress had really started getting to me. It sounds silly to some people when they hear that a 23-year-old woman is sleeping with the light on, but fear does not care how old you are. When something in your own home makes you feel unsafe, your age stops mattering. You just want comfort. You want the fear to go away. You want to be able to walk down the hallway or turn off the bedroom light without your heart speeding up. I was embarrassed by how scared I had become, but I was also exhausted. Living with that kind of constant tension drains you. You never fully relax. You start listening for sounds. You start noticing every creak, every flicker, every shadow. Even when nothing is happening, you are waiting for something to happen. I did try speaking to whatever was there. I had heard people say that if spirits are stuck, you can tell them to go to the light, tell them to move on, tell them they do not belong there anymore. So I tried that. I talked out loud and told them to go to the light. But it did not seem to work. Nothing changed. The activity did not stop. The pressure in the bedroom remained. The strange little events continued. That was one of the most frustrating parts. When people give advice like that, they make it sound simple, like spirits will just listen and leave if you say the right words. But in my case, it did not feel that easy at all. There was another part of this that scared me too, maybe more than I wanted to admit, because it involved the possibility that we had brought something more in. One night, Ralph and I were lying in bed talking. It was one of those conversations where you start with ordinary life and somehow end up talking about all kinds of strange topics. At some point, the subject of the devil came up. During that conversation, Ralph told me that he had once read online about a website that listed demon names. He said he got off the site because it scared him, but while we were talking, he mentioned a few of those names out loud. That thought has bothered me ever since. Could that have brought something else in? Could saying those names out loud have invited other things into our home? Even writing that down feels frightening to me, because I do not know the answer, and part of me is scared to know. Some people say names have power. Some say that speaking certain things out loud draws attention. Others say that fear itself opens doors, that the more you talk about dark things, the more you welcome them in. I do not know what is true, but I know the idea unsettles me deeply. It makes me wonder if the presence in our apartment was already there, or if something darker was somehow stirred or invited by conversations we should never have had. That is part of what makes this so hard. There is no clear beginning and no clear explanation. At first it was only small strange events. Then it became a presence. Then my stepdaughter saw someone. Then the bedroom started feeling almost unbearable. Then our conversation started turning to darker things, and I found myself wondering whether names and attention could actually matter. When you are living through something like that, your mind keeps trying to connect everything. You want to understand cause and effect. You want to know whether this was random, whether it was attached to the apartment, whether it was attached to one of us, or whether something we said or did made it worse. I often think about the difference between what Lauren sees and what Ralph and I feel. That difference matters to me. Children are often said to be more open to spirits, more able to see what adults cannot. But children are also more trusting, less afraid of things they do not yet understand. If there's a woman in her room with black hair and Lauren says she is nice, maybe she really is harmless. Maybe she is watching over her. Maybe she is simply there. But the male presence in our room feels completely different. It feels oppressive. It feels unwelcome. It feels like it enjoys making us uncomfortable. That makes me believe more strongly that there are at least two different spirits there. I also think about the little things that happened in the beginning, and how easy they were to dismiss. Lights flickering. Faucets turning on. Soap being thrown. A candle lighting by itself. Those things on their own are disturbing, but they also seem like the kinds of things people can laugh off at first. But once you add a heavy bedroom presence, the sensation of something hovering over the bed, a child seeing figures in her room, and the possibility of multiple entities, the whole picture changes. Suddenly all those little things no longer feel random. They feel like signs of something active in the apartment. The candle especially has stayed in my mind. It was a Jesus candle, and out of all the strange things, there is something deeply symbolic and unsettling about that one being lit on its own. Part of me wonders whether that was meant as mockery, or as a sign, or as some kind of message. Was it something dark trying to show power in front of something holy? Or was it something else entirely? I do not know. But it is one of those details that feels too specific to ignore. The same is true for the feeling that something does not want us to sleep. Sleep is a vulnerable state. It is when you are most relaxed, least guarded, least able to defend yourself. So when I lie in bed and feel like something is standing over us, watching, waiting, pressing into the room, it makes me feel extremely exposed. It is almost as if the room itself changes at night, as if the air gets heavier and the darkness becomes occupied. That is the kind of feeling that follows you even into the daytime because you know night is coming again. Even if nothing dramatic happens every single evening, just knowing that it might is enough to create a constant background of anxiety. There have been nights when I wanted to tell myself I was overreacting. I would think maybe I was just tired, maybe the stress of work and moving in daily life had made me more sensitive, maybe my fear was building on itself. But then something else would happen, or Ralph would say he felt that face near his again, or Lauren would mention something in her room, and all those attempts to dismiss it would fall apart. The hardest part is when multiple people in the same home are experiencing different pieces of the same haunting. That is when it becomes impossible to keep pretending it is all in your head. I really do want help. By the time I started telling this story, it had reached the point where I was not just curious or uncomfortable anymore. I was stressed. I wanted to know what we could actually do to get rid of whatever was in our home. I wanted more than general advice. I wanted something real, something that would actually make a difference, because the fear had started affecting the way we lived. We were no longer relaxed in our own apartment. We were adjusting our behavior around the presence. That is no way to live. There is also the emotional strain it puts on a relationship. When two people are both afraid, it creates tension. You want to comfort each other, but you are both unsettled. You talk about it more and more. You wonder what is happening when one person is alone in the apartment. You question what the child is seeing. You begin to think about whether you should stay there, whether you can really keep pretending it is manageable. Even if the haunting itself is invisible, the stress it creates is very real. Sometimes I wonder whether the male presence is attached to the apartment itself. Redlands is old, and the city has so many stories about hauntings and strange happenings. Maybe the apartment stands on land with a history. Maybe someone died there. Maybe something was already present before we ever moved in. That possibility makes sense to me because the activity seems tied to the space, especially the bedroom. But other times I wonder whether something followed one of us, or whether the conversation about the devil and demon names somehow stirred up more than we should have. The not knowing is what makes it worse. If I knew the cause, maybe I would at least know where to begin. I also think about the female spirit my stepdaughter sees and whether she has anything to do with the male presence at all. Maybe they are connected, maybe not. Maybe the apartment has multiple layers of spiritual activity from different times and different people. Maybe one is harmless and one is not. Or maybe Lauren, because she is a child, only sees the gentler one, while Ralph and I are more aware of the darker presence because of where we sleep and how it interacts with us. There are so many questions and so few clear answers. What I do know is that by that point, I no longer thought haunted houses were cool. There is nothing fun about not feeling safe in your own bedroom. There is nothing exciting about sleeping with the light on because turning it off makes your fear worse. There is nothing interesting about feeling like something is hovering over your bed or watching your fiancé from inches away. From the outside, ghost stories can seem fascinating. From the inside, when they are happening in your real life, they become draining and deeply personal. They strip away the romance people imagine around hauntings and leave behind only stress, fear, and the constant question of what might happen next. If I sound frightened, it is because I was. If I sound embarrassed, it is because I was embarrassed too. I was embarrassed that I was scared of my own apartment. I was embarrassed to be sleeping with the light on. I was embarrassed that a part of me kept wondering whether speaking demon names aloud could bring things closer. But embarrassment does not erase fear. If anything, it makes it lonelier, because you feel foolish while also feeling very real terror. That is why I wanted answers so badly. I wanted to know what could actually get rid of the ghosts in our home. I wanted to know whether speaking to them made things worse, whether ignoring them helped, whether there were prayers or blessings or something stronger that could force them out. Telling them to go to the light had not worked. Living with it was becoming too stressful. And once you begin wondering whether some of the presences are not simply ghosts but something darker, even the word haunted starts to feel too small for what you are dealing with. So that was where things stood. A supposedly ordinary apartment in an old city. A fiancé and I trying to build a life together. Lights turning on and off. Soap being thrown. Faucets running. A Jesus candle lit by invisible hands. A heavy male presence in the bedroom that filled me with fear. My fiancé feeling like something's face was beside his. The bed moving under him. A 3-year-old stepdaughter happily describing a nice girl in her room with black hair. The growing belief that more than one spirit was there. And the awful question of whether mentioning dark names had invited even worse things in. Looking back now, I can still feel the tension of those nights. I can still remember how the apartment seemed to change after dark, how the bedroom especially felt occupied in a way that made sleep difficult. I can still hear Lauren's innocent little voice saying, "They are dancing in my room," as if what frightened us was simply part of her world. And I can still remember the helpless feeling of not knowing what to do next, other than keep the light on and hope the night would pass quietly. That is the truth of it. I loved ghost stories until I lived inside one. Then all I wanted was peace. My first experience with something dark happened when I was only 5 years old. Even now, after so many years, I can still remember that night in a way that feels much too clear for an ordinary childhood memory. Most things from that age have faded or blurred, but this never did. It stayed sharp, almost frozen in my mind, as if some part of me understood from the very beginning that what happened that night was not normal, and would never fully leave me. It took place in 1995 in Sykesville, Maryland, when I was still so young that I did not have the words or knowledge to explain what I was seeing. I did not understand demons. I did not understand spiritual attacks. I did not even understand the idea that evil could show itself in ways that were not obvious at first. All I knew was that I was awake, I was alone, and I was seeing things that should not have been there. At the time, I was sleeping in our guest room because my little bed had recently broken. That detail has always stayed with me because I sometimes wonder whether I would have had that experience if I had been in my own room instead. But that night I was not where I normally slept. I was on a couch in the guest room, in a different space, in a different arrangement, and maybe that mattered in some way. Or maybe it did not. Maybe what happened was always going to happen no matter where I was. I do not know. I only know that I was there on that couch, small and young and completely unprepared for what I was about to witness. The strangest part is that it did not begin in a way that seemed terrifying. If it had started with something ugly or openly threatening, maybe I would have screamed right away. But it did not. It began in a way that felt almost childlike, almost silly, almost like whatever was presenting itself understood that I was only 5 years old and chose a form I could see without fully understanding how wrong it really was. That thought chills me now more than it did then. Looking back, I sometimes think the things I saw that night were presented to me in a way that matched what a little child would recognize. Not because they were harmless, but because they were deceptive. I remember lying there awake on the couch. I was not dreaming. That is something I have always known with certainty. I was fully awake and aware of the room around me. At first, I stared out the window for a while, just lying there in the quiet. Then I noticed something at the end of the bed a few feet away from the couch. It was a small broom, but not a normal broom. It looked cartoonish, almost playful in appearance, and it had simply appeared there. It began moving back and forth in a sweeping motion. At that age, I did not find it frightening at first. I found it odd and interesting. It looked like the sort of magical or silly thing a child might see in a cartoon, not the kind of thing that would immediately send a 5-year-old into terror. So I watched it. I watched that little broom moving back and forth at the end of the bed, and for a little while I was more fascinated than scared. But while I was watching it, something else caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Something was moving through the air to my right. I turned my head and saw another small, strange object floating there. It was a flying carpet, just as cartoonish and unreal as the broom had been. In fact, it looked a lot like the magic carpet from the Aladdin story. It hovered for a while, suspended in the room, and then started flying around the bed. Even now, describing this feels strange because it sounds almost harmless, almost ridiculous. But that is exactly why it has always unsettled me so much in hindsight. What I saw at first was not openly monstrous. It was as if whatever was present had chosen forms I could understand as a child, softening the beginning of the experience before revealing something far worse. At 5 years old, I looked at the little broom and the flying carpet and thought it was more weird than scary. I even remember deciding at one point that it was funny. That sounds unbelievable now, but it is true. I was a child. I did not understand what I was really seeing. I only knew it was unusual, and part of me was trying to accept it in the easiest way I could. I kept watching the little flying carpet move around the bed. Then I looked back over at the broom to see if it was still there. It was. Still sweeping, still moving in that same strange way. For a few moments, the room felt like some twisted version of a child's imagination brought to life. Finally, I decided I should stop watching and just try to go to sleep. Maybe I thought if I shut my eyes, it would all go away. Maybe some part of me already sensed that the situation was becoming too strange. So I turned onto my right side and tried not to pay attention. That was when everything changed. As I lay there on my side, I noticed something black moving on the floor beside the couch. At first I could only see its back. I do not think crawling is exactly the right word, because it was not moving like a normal animal or a person on all fours. It was more like loping, a strange uneven movement that looked unnatural even before I understood what I was looking at. Then another one appeared. Then another. One by one, these small hunched black figures passed by the side of the couch. I do not know how many there were exactly, but if I had to guess, I would say I saw around 30 of them. They kept moving past, one after another, like a procession of things I was never meant to see. The room itself was mostly dark, with moonlight coming in through the window, but I could still make them out clearly. What made them so terrifying was that they were darker than the room itself. Their darkness was not the same as ordinary shadow. It was deeper, heavier, more solid somehow. Even as a child, I could sense that difference. They were not just shapes created by the dim light. They were their own darkness. That was when fear truly hit me. Up until then, I had been unsettled but curious. The broom and the flying carpet had confused me more than anything else. But these figures were different. There was nothing funny about them. Nothing soft. Nothing childlike in a comforting way. They were wrong, and I knew it instantly. I felt frozen with fear. My body reacted before my mind could fully make sense of what I was seeing. I broke out in a cold sweat. I did not call for my mother, though I wanted to. I was too scared even to do that. Fear can silence you like that sometimes, especially when you are little. You want help, but the terror is so complete that even calling out feels impossible. I turned back onto my back so that I would not have to see them pass by the couch anymore. but I could still feel that they were there. I lay there rigid, staring upward, too frightened to move, too frightened to shout, trying to survive the moment by becoming still. It is strange how even as a child the body seems to know sometimes that silence feels safer, even when it probably is not. After a little while, I forced myself to look to my right again. The figures were still passing by. I then looked back toward the place where the little broom had been sweeping. It was gone. The flying carpet was gone too. Those strange playful things that had first appeared had disappeared, and only the darker part of the experience remained. Looking back, that transition feels significant. It was as though the first images had only been an opening act, a way of drawing my attention or lowering my guard before the true horror revealed itself. Then came the fourth and worst thing. While the hunched figures kept moving past the couch, something began forming out of the darkness itself. At first, it was just the sense that something was there, emerging slowly from the room. Then I saw it clearly enough to know what it was, an eye. It was huge. It was menacing. It was ugly in a way that goes beyond physical appearance. It did not just look bad. It felt evil. It stared at me, and I stared back because I was too terrified to do anything else. I could not call for my parents. I could not hide. I could not even properly cry yet. I could only stare. The eye stayed there watching me, and somehow that felt worse than if it had moved quickly or attacked right away. The staring itself was unbearable. It was aware of me. That was the worst part. It was not random. It was not some floating image. It was looking directly at me. I do not know how long I stared at it. Time does strange things in moments of fear. Seconds can feel endless. Silence can become thick and crushing. The eye seemed to remain there forever, just watching me. Then slowly it began getting bigger. At first I thought it was simply growing, but then I realized it was not growing at all. It was coming closer. That realization shattered whatever little control I still had. I truly believed it was going to kill me. That is not dramatic language. That is exactly what I felt. I was 5 years old, frozen on a couch in a dark room, with strange black figures moving beside me and a giant evil eye coming closer through the darkness. I believed I was going to die. It felt absolutely real. In that moment, I did not have adult logic. I did not have religious understanding. I only had fear. I shut my eyes. Then, after a few seconds, I opened them again to see if it was still there. It was. That may be one of the most disturbing details even now. I wanted it gone so badly that I kept hoping a blink would undo it, the way children sometimes think turning away from something makes it disappear. But when I opened my eyes, it was still there, still watching me. Finally I shut my eyes again and kept them shut for a long time. I do not know how long. All I know is that when I finally opened them again, everything was gone. The eye was gone. The hunched figures were gone. The room was back to normal. Everything was normal except me. I was sweaty, terrified, and on the verge of tears. The room looked ordinary again, but I was not okay. I finally called for my mother, but softly and repeatedly, the way frightened children often do when they want help but are still trapped in fear. I called for her numerous times, but she did not hear me. Eventually I stopped calling because I still could not make myself move. I stayed there frozen in the aftermath of what had happened until somehow, finally, I fell asleep. Even now, I do not fully understand why that experience came to me so young. Why 5? Why that night? Why that room? Over the years I learned something else that made the memory even stranger. My father's mother, while she was still alive, had once had a demonic experience in that same room. My mother heard her screaming and went in there to find her wide-eyed and terrified of something in the room. My mother prayed, and she calmed down. When I learned that, it made me wonder whether there really was some connection to that room after all. At the same time, I do not think the room itself was permanently full of demons. I do not believe demons simply lived in that room waiting for people. I came to think of my experience differently. I began to wonder if what happened to me was a kind of test, and one that I failed because I was too young to know what to do. At 5 years old, prayer did not even occur to me. I did not understand anything about Satan or demons. The things I saw were only scary. I had no spiritual framework for it yet. I did not know to call on God. I did not know to pray in the name of Jesus. I only knew I was frightened and alone. As I grew older, I came to understand much more clearly how terrifying Satan is, but I also came to understand something even more important. My God is far more powerful. Since that first night, I have had more experiences involving demons or dark attacks. Usually they were just as frightening in their own way, sometimes even worse because by then I understood more about what might be happening. But with God's help, I have been able to overcome those situations. That eye from my childhood appeared to me one more time. The second time it happened was 13 years after the first appearance. By then I was much older. I had experience with spiritual attacks, and I had already learned that the best thing I could do in those moments was turn to God immediately. One day, I had been taking a nap. At some point I suddenly woke up. I looked out my window and noticed that it was getting dark outside. Then I glanced up at the ceiling. That was when I saw it. At first it was not the eye. It was a black form hovering above me. It looked almost like a blob, but that word does not fully fit either. It had form and yet it did not. It was there, but it was also shifting and unnatural. It was hard to pin down, and that made it even more disturbing. Because I had already had similar experiences by then, I immediately started talking to God in my head. I did not wait to see what would happen. I already knew enough to understand that this was not something harmless. Very soon, that familiar paralysis started setting in. I felt as though something was suffocating me. I did not even try to move because I already knew it would be useless. I kept my eyes open, and the black form began taking shape. Slowly it changed until it became an eye. The same eye. Exactly the same one from when I was 5. The moment I recognized it, my fear shot up even higher. In all my experiences, I had never before had the exact same thing appear twice. That made it feel personal in a way I had not felt before. It was not some random dark presence. It was that presence. The same eye that had stared at me as a child now hovered above me again years later. I shut my eyes immediately and began praying faster in my mind. Then I suddenly felt as though I was being shocked. The sensation hurt intensely. I cannot compare it to anything ordinary. It was like painful force moving through me, and because I could not fight it, I did not even try. After a while it stopped, but I still kept my eyes shut. I was glad I did, because next I felt something tapping on my forehead. It was like someone tapping a fingernail against my head over and over, insistent, irritating, painful. I became convinced the demon was trying to get me to open my eyes. So I kept praying. I begged God to save me from the attack. Finally I tried saying the name of Jesus, but I could hardly move my mouth. So instead I tried to say, Lord. At first all I could get out was something like, Lord. I kept repeating it over and over again out loud, forcing the word as best I could until my tongue began moving more freely. I kept saying it until suddenly everything stopped. When I finally opened my eyes, everything was back to normal. That is one thing I have noticed in these attacks. No matter how horrible they are while they are happening, when they stop, the room looks ordinary again. The evil leaves, and what remains looks almost too normal for what just happened. That can make a person question themselves, except for the fact that your body knows what it just felt. Your spirit knows. The peace after such an attack does not erase the reality of it. It only marks the moment it ended. The last experience I had was different. There was no eye that time. I was lying in bed, unable to sleep, when suddenly I felt as if someone had given me a sleeping pill. My body became unbearably heavy. I could not keep my eyes open and fell into a deep sleep very quickly. But before I fully slipped under, I felt that familiar shock run through my body again. A little later, I woke to the sound of growling beside my bed. It was a horrible sound, not like an ordinary dog growling, not like something human either. It was heavy, ugly, and close enough to make my blood run cold. I was too scared to even look over the side of the bed. Immediately I began praying. But as I started to pray, I felt that shock again, and then felt myself being forced back into sleep. As soon as I fell asleep, I woke up again, but not in the normal world. It felt like I was awake inside my own mind. That is the closest way I can explain it. It may have been a dream, but it did not feel like an ordinary dream. I found myself in a toy store. There was a baby doll there, and it was crying. Then someone behind me told me to touch its finger. I refused. The voice told me again to hold the doll's finger. I still would not. Finally, I did, and the second I touched it, I felt a shock stronger than any I had felt before. It was overwhelming. Then everything changed. Suddenly I was standing in the middle of a circle of beings. I do not know what else to call them. They were all around me, telling me their names. I cannot remember the names now, but at the time they were speaking them one after another. Then they said they were going to shock me again. And they did. The pain was so intense I felt like I was going to die. That is what I thought in that moment, that I would not survive it. Then suddenly I remembered to cry out to God. I started saying, "Lord," over and over again. What I truly wanted to say was something much longer. I wanted to say, "Lord, please stop Satan from trying to hurt and scare me." But all I could get out was, "Lord." So that is what I repeated over and over, putting everything I had into that one word. Gradually I woke up. When I became fully aware of the room again, I was still saying, "Lord." That mattered deeply to me, because it told me where my spirit had turned in the worst moment. It did not turn toward fear. It turned toward God. And that is why I believe I survived these attacks, not because I was strong in myself, but because God was stronger than whatever was coming against me. Over the years I have thought a lot about that first experience at age 5. For a long time I asked myself why I saw cartoonish things at first. Why a broom? Why a flying carpet? Why not immediately something monstrous? The answer I keep coming back to is that I was a little child, and what was showing itself did so in a form I could recognize without fully understanding. That thought disturbs me deeply even now, because it suggests intention. It suggests deception. It suggests something intelligent enough to approach a child through symbols and forms that would lower their fear before revealing its true nature. And yet, even in that first experience, evil could only go so far. That has become one of the deepest lessons of my life. Evil is real, yes. Demons are real, yes. Satan is terrifying, yes. But none of that is greater than God. None of it is stronger than Jesus. None of it can stand forever against the Lord. I know that not because someone simply taught it to me as a doctrine, but because I have lived through things that made that truth personal. As a child, I did not know enough to pray. I did not know what was happening, only that it was horrible. Later, when the attacks came again, I knew what to do. I knew to turn to God. I knew to call on the Lord even when my mouth barely worked. I knew that even one broken word like, "Lord," or one repeated cry of, "Lord," could matter because it was the direction of my heart that mattered. And each time, eventually, the attack ended. That is why I do not believe I am helpless in the face of these experiences anymore. I do not welcome them, and I do not ever want them. They are frightening beyond what most people understand. But I no longer see them as proof that darkness is stronger. I see them as proof that darkness is real, but also limited. Its power is not absolute. It can terrify. It can oppress. It can attack. But it cannot overcome the power of God. I still remember the huge eye from that first night. I still remember the black figures darker than darkness. I still remember the suffocating feeling, the shocks, the tapping fingernail on my forehead, the growling beside my bed, and the circle of beings in that strange toy store place. Those memories have never fully faded. But standing above all of them now is another truth that has grown stronger with time. Every time I turn toward God, the attack ended. That is why, even though these experiences remain chilling, they no longer leave me hopeless. They remind me that evil exists. But they also remind me that evil is not God, and God is greater. My family comes from a small mill town just outside Charlotte, North Carolina. Both of my parents were born and raised there, and for them that town was more than just a place on a map. It was home in the deepest sense of the word. It was where their memories lived, where their families had roots, where people knew each other, and where stories stayed alive for decades. Even though I did not grow up there full time, it was always part of who we were as a family. When I was 5 years old, my father got transferred for work, and we moved to South Carolina. After that, I mostly knew the old town through visits, family gatherings, holidays, and the stories my parents told. But even from those visits, I always understood that the house my father had grown up in carried a lot more than furniture and walls. It carried history, tension, grief, and the kind of family energy that never really leaves a place. The house where all of this happened was my father's childhood home, the place where he had grown up with his parents. My grandmother, his mother, had passed away about 10 years before this story took place. After her death, my grandfather continued living there until about 3 years earlier, when my father finally had to put him in a nursing home because of dementia. That was not an easy decision for him. No matter how old you get, there is still something heartbreaking about having to admit that your parent can no longer live alone in the house that once held the whole family together. Around that same time, my father had been transferred back to North Carolina, and he and my mother moved into the house. They began remodeling it, trying to make it livable again and trying, in their own way, to turn an old family house into a place that could work for them in the present. That is an important part of the story because this was not just any old house. It was a house layered with emotion. It belonged to my father's family. It held his childhood, his parents, and all the things that had gone unresolved over the years. And one of the biggest unresolved parts of that house had always been the relationship between my mother and my grandmother. This matters, maybe more than anything else. My grandmother, God rest her soul, was not an easy woman. That is the gentlest way I can put it. She was manipulative, bitter, and hateful in ways that affected everyone around her, especially my father. He was an only child, and from what I saw growing up, she was never a good mother to him. She created tension wherever she went. She carried grudges like they were precious things. She did not let things go. She also never accepted my mother. In her mind, my mother was never good enough for my father. That belief sat under everything for years, shaping family holidays, visits, conversations, and every interaction that should have been simple but never really was. I grew up around that tension. Even as a child, I could feel it. There are things children may not fully understand, but they still recognize when adults dislike each other deeply. You can hear it in the tone of a voice, feel it in the silence at the dinner table, see it in the stiff smiles and cold glances. My grandmother and my mother had many issues, and sadly those issues were never truly resolved before my grandmother died. I still remember the kinds of petty and cruel things she could do. One Christmas day, she actually stormed out of our house because she did not like the present my mother gave her. That was the kind of person she could be. She had a way of making every situation uncomfortable if she wanted to, and often it felt like she wanted to. Because of all that, I could not help thinking, even before anything truly strange happened, that if my grandmother's spirit were still hanging around anywhere, she probably would not be pleased that my mother was now living in her house and remodeling it. That may sound dramatic, but if you knew her, you would understand why the thought came so naturally. She had never been able to stand my mother in life, so the idea of my mother going through her old house, changing things, moving things, updating rooms, and making it her own seemed exactly like the kind of thing that would make her furious if she were somehow still around to care. All of this happened during Thanksgiving of last year. My husband, our 2 children, and I all still live in South Carolina, so whenever we come to visit, we usually spend the night at my parents' place. That Thanksgiving had felt normal at first, just like so many family holidays do. There was food, drinks, family conversation, babies being passed around, people coming and going, and all the familiar warmth and chaos that comes with a holiday gathering. There had already been strange things happening in the house since my parents moved in, but they were the kind of strange things people can explain away if they want to badly enough. Objects would be out of place. Doors would shut on their own. The doorbell would ring randomly. Things like that. Unsettling, yes, but not impossible to dismiss. Old house, bad wiring, loose hinges, someone forgot where they put something. Those are the kinds of explanations people naturally reach for, especially when they do not want to believe something stranger may be happening. That Thanksgiving evening itself was not unusual at first. Nothing dramatic or clearly paranormal happened during dinner. We had a lovely meal. Everyone gathered, ate, drank, talked, laughed, and then slowly started leaving as the night got later. After the family had gone home, we got the babies ready for bed. The house is fairly small, just 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. The bedrooms sit side by side. My children sleep in my mother's room when we stay there, and my husband and I sleep in what used to be my father's old room. Eventually the house settled down, and we all went to bed. My husband is not someone who believes in ghosts. He is very skeptical by nature. He does not immediately jump to supernatural explanations, and in fact he usually does the opposite. He looks for the normal reason first, then the next normal reason, and only after those fail does he even begin to admit something might be strange. That is why what happened next shocked me so much. The next morning, when he woke up and told me he thought the house might actually be haunted, I was honestly stunned. Hearing that from him meant something, because he was not the kind of person who would say it lightly. He told me that sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, he had woken up because he thought he heard our son crying. At first, he stayed in bed and did not get up because he knew both kids were in my mother's room, and he assumed she would take care of it if one of them woke up. But as he lay there listening, he realized the sound was not our son crying at all. It was a woman's voice. He said at first he thought maybe my mother had gotten up and was talking to my father. That explanation made sense for a little while. But then the voice grew louder, and it did not sound like ordinary talking. He described it as a woman calling out, but he could not understand what she was saying. It was not clear enough to make out the words, only clear enough to know that it was definitely a female voice. He said it went on for about half an hour. During that whole time, he lay there trying to force a logical explanation into place. Maybe it was one of the cats making some weird sound. My parents have 3 cats, and anyone who has owned cats knows they can make noises that sound surprisingly human sometimes. Or maybe the sound was coming from outside. Or maybe it was the house itself somehow. He kept trying to reason through it because that is what he does. But the longer he listened, the more certain he became that it was not any of those things. It was coming from inside the house. Eventually, he fell back asleep. The next morning, he told me and my mother what had happened, and at first we laughed it off. We joked that maybe it was Jane, my grandmother, harassing him. That response probably sounds strange now, given everything that followed, but at the time it was easier to laugh than to seriously consider that my grandmother's spirit might be calling through the hallway in the middle of the night. So we made a joke, smiled, and tried to leave it at that. But that day the house felt off again. The doorbell rang 3 different times when nobody was there. My father finally got irritated enough that he disconnected it completely. Things in the kitchen kept ending up in the wrong places. At one point, I had left my coffee on the counter, went into the bathroom for a moment, and when I came back, the cup had somehow made its way to the top of the bookshelf. I know what that sounds like, but it happened. My children were fussy all day long. That alone may not mean much, because children can be fussy for 100 reasons, but the mood in the house felt tense and unsettled from the moment we woke up. My daughter, who is usually very independent, clung to me all day and would not let me out of her sight. The cats were acting strange too, running around the house and behaving in ways that were not normal for them. Usually they just lounge around like most cats do, but that day they were restless and wild. Even the bathroom door became part of the weirdness. It would not stay open all day and kept slamming shut over and over again. Every one of those things could be explained away on its own. That is the frustrating part about hauntings or whatever this was. Nothing happened in a way that forced belief immediately. It was always just enough to be strange, but not enough to remove all doubt. So we kept moving through the day, noticing the weirdness, but still trying to stay practical. Then night came again. We all went to bed, and sometime in the middle of the night, my husband started shaking me awake. At first I was ready to be angry because I am not pleasant when someone wakes me suddenly. I rolled over ready to ask him what the hell he thought he was doing, but before I could say anything, he covered my mouth with his hand and whispered, "Listen." So I listened. And I heard it. A woman's voice. It sounded like it was in the hallway, close enough to feel near but still unclear enough that I could not understand the words. It sounded like she was calling for something or someone. Not screaming, not sobbing, not whispering, but calling out. The sound was so strange and unexpected that for the first few moments my husband and I actually lay there in bed giggling like schoolgirls. That sounds ridiculous, but sometimes when people are nervous and shocked at the same time, they laugh. It is not because the situation is funny. It is because the mind struggles to process what it is hearing, and nervous laughter fills the space. I whispered that it was probably the cats or something like that. I was still trying to stay rational even while the sound continued. After a few minutes, though, I decided I needed to see what was going on. So I gathered my nerve, got out of bed, and opened the bedroom door. The moment I stepped into the doorway, I saw something in the hall. It looked like a cloud of mist. Not a solid figure, not a person, but a shape of pale mist just hanging there in the hallway. The second I stepped out of the room, it vanished immediately. Just gone. I stood there, honestly questioning whether I had only imagined it, whether I was half asleep, whether my eyes were playing tricks on me. And then something happened that erased any chance of brushing it off. The disconnected doorbell started ringing. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Over and over again. It was loud and impossible to ignore. The whole house woke up. My parents came out. My children started crying hysterically. My husband, who already had a night of strange voices behind him and now had this happening in front of him, was absolutely convinced something evil had come for us. He was terrified. My father checked the doorbell wires right away, and they were still disconnected just as he had left them. Yet the doorbell kept ringing. It went on for about 2 full minutes, then suddenly stopped. The sound of that bell in the middle of the night, after seeing that mist in the hall and after hearing the woman's voice again, shifted the entire atmosphere in the house. It no longer felt like random little unexplained things. It felt active, intentional, personal. The babies were beside themselves with fear. We finally got them settled down again and managed to get everyone back to bed. The rest of the night passed without any more disturbances. In a way, that made it even stranger. It was as if whatever had wanted attention got it, then settled down again. We went home the next day. Since then, my father has removed the doorbell completely. Not just disconnected it, but gotten rid of it entirely. My mother says that things still go missing or end up out of place now and then, but she has not heard the woman's voice at night since that Thanksgiving. Whether that means the activity calmed down or simply changed form, I do not know. I have thought about it many times since then, and the more I do, the harder it becomes not to connect it to my grandmother. I know that may sound unfair or dramatic, but if you knew how much bitterness there was between her and my mother, you might understand why that thought comes so naturally. My grandmother had never been able to let go of her resentment in life. She always had something cruel to say, some judgment to hold, some conflict to stir. So the idea that she might still be making her displeasure known in death does not feel impossible to me. If anyone would ring a disconnected doorbell in the middle of the night just to disturb the house, it would be her. At the same time, I cannot say with certainty that it was her. The voice did not speak clearly enough to be recognized. The mist in the hallway was not shaped enough to identify. The house itself is full of history, grief, unresolved family tension, and all the emotional weight that old homes often carry. Maybe it was my grandmother. Maybe it was something attached to the house itself. Maybe it was the accumulated energy of all the difficult things that had happened there over the years. But whatever it was, both my husband and I heard it, and that matters. That may be the part that stays with me the most. If it had only happened to me, I might have doubted it more. I might have told myself I was half asleep or influenced by all the stories about the house. But my husband, of all people, heard it first. He was the one who woke up on the first night and spent half an hour listening to a woman's voice he could not explain. He was the one who woke me the second night and made me listen for myself. And he was the one who, being a total skeptic, ended up more frightened than anyone when that disconnected bell started ringing through the house. There is something strangely validating about that. Not because I wanted him to be scared, but because skepticism is often the hardest wall for strange things to get through. He was not looking for ghosts. He was not expecting the house to be haunted. He was not ready to believe any of it. And yet there we were together, lying in bed, listening to a woman call out through the hallway in the middle of the night. The little things from that day also haunt me in a quieter way. My coffee moving by itself. The cats acting wild. My daughter clinging to me. The bathroom door slamming all day. It is easy to laugh those things off one at a time, but together they formed a mood in the house, a feeling that something was unsettled and moving around us all day. That kind of tension is hard to explain to someone who has never felt it. It is not always one giant paranormal event. Often it is a collection of small wrongnesses that build up until the whole house feels like it is holding its breath. And then there is the mist. I still see it in my mind, that pale cloud hanging in the hallway for just a second before disappearing. It was not there long enough for me to stare at it. It was there just long enough for me to know I had seen it. That is often the way these things happen. They reveal themselves only as much as they want to. I also think about the voice itself. It did not sound like random noise. It sounded like a woman calling for something. The fact that neither my husband nor I could understand the words somehow made it worse. If we had heard a clear sentence, maybe we would have at least known what it wanted. But instead it remained just out of reach, recognizable as human speech yet never understandable. That gave it a strange helplessness and eeriness at the same time. Sometimes I wonder whether that voice had been calling for my grandfather, or maybe for the house itself, or maybe just refusing to leave. My grandmother spent so many years in that house. People leave pieces of themselves in places, especially in homes where strong emotions ruled their lives. If resentment and bitterness can linger in the living, maybe they can linger in the dead too. I do not know. I only know that on that Thanksgiving weekend, something in that house made itself known in a way none of us could deny anymore. Since then, I have often remembered how quickly the mood of an ordinary holiday can change. One minute you are eating dinner with family, laughing and passing dishes around, and the next you are lying in the dark listening to a woman's voice in the hallway while a disconnected bell rings the whole house awake. That contrast is part of what makes it so unsettling. Hauntings do not always happen in abandoned houses on stormy nights. Sometimes they happen in small family homes during Thanksgiving, with babies asleep in the next room and pie still in the kitchen. And in some strange way, that makes them feel even more real. When I was about 7 years old, something happened in my house that stayed with me for years, even when I tried to explain it away. For the longest time, I convinced myself it was just my imagination. I told myself I had only been half asleep, that my mind was mixing dreams with reality, and that because I already believed the house was haunted when I was little, I probably just saw what I expected to see. That explanation felt easier. It made the memory less frightening. But last year, after learning something my mother had kept to herself for a long time, I started looking at that night differently. Once I put all the pieces together, the whole thing became stranger than I had ever realized. Even before that night, I always felt uneasy in that house. When I was a child, I was convinced it was haunted. I could not have explained why in any clear, adult way, but children often know when a place does not feel right. There are homes that feel warm and safe, and then there are houses that seem to hold their breath at night, as if something is listening. That is how this house felt to me. I still believe, even now, that there was something not right about it. For years, though, I told myself that my childhood fear had shaped my memory. I thought maybe I had been dreaming and then woken up confused. I thought maybe being little made everything seem bigger and more frightening than it really was. But I do not think that anymore. One night, when I was around 7, I was asleep in my room when something woke me up. For years after, I could never clearly remember the first few moments after waking. It was as if the very beginning of the experience had been erased from my mind. I remembered the fear, I remembered running, and I remembered what I saw in the hallway, but I did not remember exactly how it started. Then, about a year ago, those first moments came back to me. Or maybe they had always been there somewhere, and I had buried them because they scared me too much. However it happened, I suddenly remembered the beginning, and that changed everything. What woke me up were whispers. Not one voice, but many voices. At first, I do not think I paid much attention to them. I had been asleep, and like most children in the middle of the night, I probably only wanted to roll over and go back to sleep. But after a few moments, I became aware enough to understand that the whispers were saying something. They were not random sounds. They were speaking to me. They were saying my name. They kept repeating something over and over, all of the voices blending together in a way that made it feel like they were melting into each other. The words came through in pieces at first, then more clearly. "Aaron, go to your parents' room. Aaron, it's not safe here, please leave, your parents can protect you. Aaron." That is what I remember hearing. The whispering went on for a while, and slowly it grew louder. At first it was soft enough to ignore. Then it became clear enough that I could no longer pretend I was imagining it. The strangest part was that the voices did not feel threatening. Not at first. They sounded urgent, almost desperate, as if they were trying to warn me. That may sound comforting, but in the moment it was not. It was terrifying. There is nothing comforting about hearing many unseen voices whispering your name in the dark while telling you that where you are is not safe. As I lay there listening, I became more and more convinced that I should do what they were saying. Then one of the voices suddenly sounded much closer than the others. It was so close that it felt like it was only an inch away from my face. It said very clearly, "Aaron, please. Go to your parents' room." That was enough. I was awake then. Maybe not fully steady or clear-headed the way an adult might be, but awake enough to know I needed to move. So I got out of bed and left my room. My parents' room was down the hall, and that was where I was heading. But while I was walking there, about halfway down the hall, I remembered that I needed to use the bathroom. The bathroom was behind me, back near my room. Our hallway had an odd layout. There was a turn in it, so once you passed a certain point, you could no longer see my bedroom door or the bathroom unless you turned back around the corner. I had already gone a little past that point when I realized I wanted to go back. I do not remember any lights being on in the house, but I could still see enough to move around. Everything had that dim nighttime look, where shapes are visible but nothing feels fully clear. I turned halfway around so I could go back toward the bathroom. And then I stopped. On the other side of the corner, maybe only 2 feet away from my head, I saw a hand. Or maybe it was 2 hands. That part is harder for me to remember exactly. But I know there was at least one hand there, visible around the turn in the hallway, hanging in a way that made no sense at all. Seeing it shocked me into full awareness instantly. Whatever sleepiness had still been clinging to me vanished in that second. The hand did not look normal. And this is where I always hesitate, because the best description I have sounds ridiculous, even though it is true. It looked like it was made out of Cool Whip. That is honestly the closest comparison I can give. It was not solid like a human hand, but it also was not transparent like smoke. It looked thick, soft, white, and unnatural, almost like a shape formed out of whipped cream or some smooth, pale substance. It was pure white, but with a faint bluish tint in the places where shadows would normally be. That color has stayed in my memory all these years. White with blue shadowing. Cold looking. Wrong looking. I stood there and stared at it. At least, that is how it feels in memory. It felt like I was frozen there for a very long time, just staring at that hand around the corner. But I know in reality it could not have been more than a second. Maybe not even that. Fear stretches time. It makes moments last longer inside your mind than they really do in the world. Then I ran. I did not scream. I did not call out. I just turned and ran harder and faster than I think I have ever run in my life. Even now, I think that may have been the fastest I have ever moved. It felt impossible, the kind of speed you only reach when terror strips every other thought out of your body. I flew down the hall and into my parents' room. They were asleep when I crashed inside. I slammed the bedroom door behind me, and that sound woke them up. The first thing I remember after that is letting out a breath I must have been holding the whole time. My parents turned on the light, and I climbed into bed with them, crying hysterically and trying to explain what had happened. I was muttering something about hands and Cool Whip, which must have sounded completely insane to them. I am sure they thought I had a bad dream or had woken up confused. But I knew what I had seen, even if I did not know how to explain it. For years after that, I held on to the memory but tried not to think too deeply about it. I told myself I had been little, half asleep, overly imaginative. It was easier that way. Easier than admitting that many voices had whispered my name in the dark and warned me to leave my room, and that when I did, I saw something in the hallway that should not have been there. But then last year, something happened that changed the way I understood all of it. I told my mother that I had finally remembered the first part of that night. I told her about the voices. That was when she decided to tell me something she had never told me before. Around that same time, when I was about 7, she had her own experience in that house. One night, she heard footsteps in the attic. Not random creaks or settling noises, but clear footsteps, as though someone was walking in a circle up there. She said my father was in his office and I was in my room, so it could not have been either of us. She listened long enough to be sure of what she was hearing. Eventually the footsteps stopped. She told my father about it, but like many skeptics, he brushed it off. To this day, he still thinks my mother and I are both crazy. Good for him, I guess. It is easy to dismiss things when you are the one who never experiences them. But for my mother, that was not the end of it. That same year, we got our dog, a Doberman. She was a terrible guard dog, honestly. She never barked, never howled, never acted threatening. She mostly sat around all day making little groaning sounds and being lazy. She was the last dog in the world you would expect to react dramatically to anything. That is why what happened next mattered so much. At some point, one of my father's friends came over to visit, and somehow the subject of the attic footsteps came up. He heard the story and suggested that maybe there was some kind of object in the house that had a spirit attached to it. For some reason, he mentioned masks. I do not know why. Maybe he had heard stories or had his own beliefs. But after he left, my mother decided to go up into the attic and look around for anything that felt wrong or out of place. She found a mask. It was one she had picked up at a garage sale. She had spray-painted it white because she was planning to give it to me to color. Apparently, when she saw it up there, something about it felt wrong. So she took it downstairs. And the second her foot hit the floor of the first story, our dog, the same lazy dog who never reacted to anything, suddenly sat straight up and howled as loudly as she could. That alone was enough to terrify my mother. A dog that never barked, never reacted, never acted like a guard dog at all, suddenly let out a full howl the moment that mask came downstairs. My mother completely freaked out. She took the mask outside and burned it in the outdoor fireplace. When she told me that story, everything about my own childhood experience suddenly felt different. What I had seen that night no longer seemed like a random nightmare. It no longer felt like something I had simply imagined because I was scared of the dark. It became part of a bigger pattern. There had been the footsteps in the attic. There had been the mask. There had been the dog's impossible reaction. And there had been me, hearing voices and seeing that strange white hand in the hallway. To this day, neither my mother nor I knows exactly what happened when I was 7. We still do not have a perfect explanation. We do not know whether the mask had anything to do with it. We do not know whether the footsteps in the attic and my experience were connected. But once I learned her story, I could no longer tell myself that I had been the only one seeing strange things in that house. That changed the way I carried the memory. It also changed the way I thought about the voices. For a long time, I only remembered the terror. But when the memory of the whispering came back, I began wondering about their intent. They were telling me to leave my room. They were telling me it was not safe there. They were telling me to go to my parents because my parents could protect me. That is not what I would expect from something trying to harm me. So what were those voices? Were they warning me? Were they trying to help me? Was whatever I saw in the hallway something they were trying to keep me away from? That thought still unsettles me, because it suggests there may have been more than one force at work that night. Maybe something was dangerous in that hallway. Maybe something else woke me and tried to push me to safety before I encountered it fully. That possibility is both comforting and frightening at the same time. And honestly, sometimes it makes me wonder whether my house was some kind of battleground for the paranormal. I hate even saying that because it sounds dramatic, but when I think about all the different pieces, the footsteps in the attic, the strange object, the dog reacting, the voices, the hand, it is hard not to wonder whether multiple things were happening there at once. The truly strange part is that after a while, the activity stopped. At least, it stopped in the form it had taken when I was little. Things have not happened like that for a long time. There have been moments in life when I have felt strange things again, but not in the same concentrated way as in that house during that time. Still, the memory has stayed with me. I can still see that hallway if I close my eyes and think about it. I can still feel that split second of frozen terror when I turned back toward the bathroom and saw that white, bluish hand waiting just around the corner. I can still remember the exact tone of those voices in the dark, repeating my name, growing louder, urging me to leave. And I can still remember the feeling of slamming my parents' door and climbing into bed with them while trying to explain something I was too young to understand. What makes it even stranger is how specific the details remain. The hallway layout, the turn in the wall, the bathroom behind me, the cool whip look of the hand, the blue tint in the shadows. Childhood memories are often soft and incomplete, but this one stayed sharp in the wrong places. Sharp enough that even now I trust it more than I used to. I do not know if that thing in the hall was a ghost, a spirit, something darker, or something attached to an object in the house. I do not know if the voices were good, bad, or simply trying to move me out of danger. I do know that what happened that night did not feel like a dream, and I no longer believe it was just my 7-year-old brain showing me what I wanted to see. In fact, I wanted to see none of it. I only wanted to sleep. Sometimes I think the scariest part is not the hand itself, but the possibility that something knew I was there and wanted me to see it. There is a horrible intimacy to that idea. It was not in some far-off corner of the house. It was right there, only a couple feet from my head, around the turn in the hall, waiting where I would have to face it if I went back toward the bathroom. That is what makes the voices feel so important to me now. If they had not spoken, if they had not pushed me out of bed and toward my parents' room, maybe I would have woken later, turned the other way, and met something much worse face to face. Or maybe I already did. Maybe the hand was only the first thing I saw because I stopped myself in time. I do not know. My mother's story about the attic adds another layer to all of it. Walking in circles. Not random noises. Walking. There is something about that detail that has always disturbed me because it suggests patience, repetition, and presence. Something was there long enough to make the same path over and over again. Then there was the mask, the object her friend had somehow pointed toward, and the instant howl from the dog the moment it came downstairs. A dog that never reacted to anything suddenly responding with fear or alarm is not the kind of thing you forget. My father, of course, still believes there is a normal explanation for all of it. That is fine. Skeptics always have their place in stories like these. Maybe every haunted house has one person who remains untouched, one person who moves through it all unaffected and unconvinced. Maybe that is its own kind of protection. But for my mother and me, the house never felt entirely normal. Now, when I think back on it, I do not feel the same childish fear I once did. Instead, I feel something more layered. I feel curiosity, unease, gratitude, strangely enough, for whatever it was that woke me and whispered to me to go to my parents' room. I also feel that old terror when I picture the hand in the dark. Both things can exist together. Fear and gratitude. Mystery and memory. If I am honest, I still do not want to know for sure what that hand belonged to. Some mysteries feel safer when they remain partly in shadow. And yet, I also cannot help wondering, what if my house really was a place where different spiritual forces crossed paths? What if something dangerous was there, and something else intervened? What if my 7-year-old self was in more danger than I ever understood? Those are the kinds of questions that creep back late at night when the house is quiet, and your mind starts walking old hallways again. All I know for certain is this: I was not alone in that house. My mother was not alone either. Something was there, whether in the attic, in the hallway, or attached to an object that should never have come into our home. Maybe the details will never fully fit together. Maybe they were never meant to. But once my mother finally told me her story, my own stopped feeling like a dream and started feeling like a warning I had once survived without understanding it. And that is somehow even stranger than the hand made of Cool Whip. My paternal grandfather was one of the toughest men I have ever known. He was the kind of man people usually describe with words like stubborn, ornery, and hard-headed, and all of those words would have fit him perfectly. He could be difficult, sharp-tongued, and impossible to argue with once he had made up his mind. But underneath all of that, he was fiercely loyal to the people he loved. Family mattered to him. Friends mattered to him. He was not soft about it, and he was not the type to sit around talking about his feelings, but his loyalty ran deep. If you were his, then you were his, and that meant something. He had built the house my father was born and raised in with his own hands, and that fact alone says a lot about the kind of man he was. He was practical, hard-working, and not afraid of labor. He always seemed to have grease under his fingernails from his job calibrating heavy machinery. Even when he was cleaned up as much as a man like him ever got cleaned up, he still carried the look of someone who worked with metal, tools, engines, and parts that most people would not even know how to touch. He was not polished. He was not delicate. He was the kind of man who seemed made out of the same materials as the garage and the workbench around him. One of the things that always stood out about him was his 1966 Chevelle. He loved that car, and he drove it right up until his death in 1999. I remember thinking that half the boys I knew in high school would have given anything to own a car like that. It had the kind of presence that made people turn their heads, and in a way, it suited him perfectly. It was old school, strong, a little intimidating, and carried itself with a kind of worn pride that matched his personality exactly. My grandfather took nonsense from no one. That is one of the clearest truths about him. If someone tried to start an argument with him, chances were very good they were going to regret it. He was not easy to beat in an argument, and most people who knew him well understood that crossing him was not usually worth the effort. He had a sharp way of speaking, and he never seemed to hesitate when it came to saying exactly what was on his mind. If he thought something, he said it. If he disliked something, you knew it. If he thought you were acting foolish, you were going to hear about it. And yet, for all of that toughness, he also had his own strange kind of affection. Even when I was well into my 30s, he would still hand me a $1 bill sometimes, wink at me, and say, "Don't spend it all in one place." That was the kind of joke that somehow stayed the same across the years. It did not matter that I was grown. In his mind, something stayed between a grandfather and granddaughter forever. He also had his own vocabulary for people. In Grandpa's world, you were either a dumbass or a smartass. Sometimes the difference between the two depended on his mood more than anything else. Both were regular parts of his language, and he used them so casually that they almost became terms of endearment in their own rough way. Almost. Still, if Grandpa called you one of those names, it was usually accompanied by a certain look or tone that told you exactly what he thought of what you had just done. I remember one particular visit in the 1980s when I was around 16 or 17 years old. Like a lot of teenage girls at the time, I was very invested in my hair. It was the 1980s, after all, and that meant hair was supposed to be big, dramatic, and held in place with enough hairspray to survive a hurricane. I had spent about half an hour in the bathroom with a can of aqua net, doing my absolute best to perfect that gravity-defying style that so many girls my age thought looked amazing. When I finally came out, feeling fairly proud of myself, my grandfather took one look at me and did not even try to hide his opinion. He stared and said, "Jennifer, what the hell did you do to your hair? Did you comb it with a pitchfork?" That was exactly the kind of thing he would say. No hesitation. No filter. Just straight to the point. I, being a teenager and therefore full of attitude myself, responded in the smug way only a teenage girl really can. I told him, "Sorry, Grandpa, I'm just a product of the music I listen to." He shook his head, walked away, and I heard him mutter under his breath, "Smartass." That was Grandpa. Even his insults somehow became part of the family stories you laughed about later. There was another time my family went up to Burlington, Vermont for a weekend getaway. Grandpa was there too, driving that old Chevelle of his at a speed that probably drove the rest of the world crazy. I remember we were on a road where the speed limit was 55, and there he was doing 30 miles an hour like there was not a single person behind him in a hurry. That in itself was very much his style. He drove the way he wanted to drive, and if anyone had a problem with it, that was their problem. At one point we stopped at a general store to pick up a few things. I went inside to get a Coke, and apparently I was not moving fast enough for Grandpa's liking. While I was in there paying, he decided to make his impatience known in the most embarrassing way possible. He started leaning on the horn and shouting for me to come out. I was mortified. I turned about 6 different shades of red while trying to pay and get out of there as fast as I could. When I finally reached the car, hoping the humiliation was over, he honked one more time just as I touched the door handle and shouted, "Get in the car, dumbass!" I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me. I was so embarrassed I could hardly stand it. At that age, being humiliated in public feels like the end of the world. But now, looking back, I cannot help laughing. That was just so completely him. Loud, impossible, embarrassing, and unforgettable. Then, just before the turn of the new millennium, my sister called me and told me Grandpa had died. I remember feeling sad, of course, but if I am honest, he and I were not especially close in the sentimental sense. He was family, and I loved him in the way you love family, but we were never the sort of grandfather and granddaughter who had long heartfelt talks or a deeply tender relationship. Our bond had always been filtered through his roughness, his humor, and his own very particular way of showing affection. So when I got the news, I felt the loss, but I did not yet fully understand how much deeper it would affect me once I began thinking about him differently. The afternoon before we were going to drive to Connecticut for the funeral, I was walking through my apartment when something happened that stopped me cold. Suddenly, I could smell him. Not vaguely. Not in a way I could question or dismiss. I could literally smell my grandfather. I could smell the grease that always seemed to cling to his hands, and I could smell the familiar sense of his home too, that mixture of cooking smells and cleaning products that belonged so specifically to his house and to him. The smell was so clear and so exact that if I had closed my eyes, I would have sworn he was standing right there in the room with me. That hit me harder than I expected. Up until that moment, my grief had been held at a bit of a distance, maybe because that was how I had always related to him. But suddenly, with that smell around me, he felt close. Real. Present. I started crying right there in my apartment, and I said out loud, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, that I didn't visit you more. I'm so sorry." After a while, the smell faded. That moment stayed with me because it felt like more than memory. It felt like a visitation, or at least like some final chance to speak into the air what I had not said enough when he was alive. Whether someone else would explain it as grief, memory, or something else, I know how real it felt to me. The scent was too exact, too sudden, too full of him to feel accidental. The night before the funeral, I learned more about him than I had known in all the years he was alive. That may be one of the saddest truths about people sometimes. They die, and only then do you begin to hear the hidden parts of who they really were. I found out that for all his rough edges and all his harsh ways, my grandfather had been quietly helping an underprivileged family for years. He had been giving them money anonymously. He had helped many people when they were down on their luck, and he never talked about it. He never bragged. He never used it to make himself look good. He just did it and kept it to himself. That knowledge changed something in me. Until then, I had always seen him mostly through the hard shell he presented to the world. I knew he was loyal. I knew he loved family in his own way. But learning that he had been secretly helping people made me realize how much of him had been hidden behind all that roughness. He had grown up with hard parents, and he had given that same hardness to his children and grandchildren. It was his version of tough love, extreme and not always gentle, but underneath it there had been a deeper kindness than he ever knew how to show openly. The next morning, while I was waiting for my turn to shower before the funeral, I went downstairs into the basement and started looking around Grandpa's old workbench. That workbench felt like one of the most personal parts of him. It was where his hands had worked, where his tools had been, where all his little thoughts and habits had left traces. As I looked over it, I noticed that he had written quotes all over it in pencil over the years. They were in his own handwriting, scattered across the work surface like little pieces of his private mind. I began reading them one by one. The longer I stood there, the more nostalgic I felt. There was something deeply moving about seeing his handwriting like that, especially after what I had just learned about his hidden kindness. There was even a note from my aunt, his youngest child, dated all the way back to 1960. Reading all of those little messages, those jokes, those thoughts, and those traces of family history, made me feel suddenly closer to him than I had in years. Then something happened. A block of wood dislodged itself from the workbench and landed right on my foot. It hurt terribly, the kind of sharp sudden pain that makes you bend down immediately. I reached for my foot to rub it, and as I looked down, I noticed that the block of wood had been covering one of the quotes. Now that it had fallen away, the words were visible. The quote read, "Your looks may be fading, but you will always be a dumbass. Nobody likes a dumbass." I honestly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even in death, Grandpa had somehow managed to get in the last word. That was exactly the kind of thing he would do if he could. It felt so perfectly like him that for a moment the grief and the humor collided in the strangest, most human way. Here I was, standing at his workbench, feeling emotional and nostalgic, learning hidden truths about his life, and then getting smacked in the foot by a block of wood that revealed one of the rudest, funniest, most grandpa-like messages imaginable. It was almost too perfect. That moment has stayed with me all these years because it captured him better than almost anything else could have. He was rough, yes. He could embarrass you, yes. He could call you names, tease you mercilessly, and make you want to disappear from shame or frustration. But he could also love fiercely, help people without telling anyone, and leave behind a kind of strange, unforgettable presence that somehow made even his insults feel personal. When I think back on him now, I do not only think of the loud, humiliating moments, or the way he would bark at people and call them dumbasses or smartasses. I think of the grease under his nails, the cheval, the $1 bills with a wink, the way he built a house with his own hands, and the fact that he spent years helping people in secret without ever asking for praise. I think of the smell that filled my apartment after he died and the way it brought me to tears. I think of that workbench and the quote hidden beneath the block of wood like one final joke, one final nudge, one final reminder that he was still himself even in memory. Some people leave behind soft memories. Some leave behind dramatic grief. My grandfather left behind something more complicated, but in a way that feels honest. He was a difficult man and a generous one. He was hard and loyal. He was not easy to love in a simple way, but he was impossible to forget. And somehow, standing there in that basement with my foot throbbing and that quote staring up at me, I felt closer to him than I had in a very long time. I guess that is what death sometimes does. It strips away enough time and anger that you can finally see the full shape of someone. Not just the parts that hurt you or embarrass you, but also the parts that quietly gave, protected, and stayed true. My grandfather was not a soft man, and he would probably hate the idea of anyone turning him into one after he was gone. But he was more than his roughness. I know that now in a way I did not when he was alive. And maybe that is why I still smile when I think about that block of wood falling on my foot. Out of all the ways to say goodbye, it was exactly the kind of goodbye Grandpa would have chosen. Not tender. Not polished. Not sentimental. Just one last hit, one last insult, one last reminder that in his book, no matter how old I got, I was still probably some kind of dumbass. And somehow, that makes me miss him more. After my parents divorced, I lived in a trailer with my dad. Life already felt strange enough because everything had changed so suddenly. A house always feels different after a divorce, even when no one talks about it. The silence changes. The routines change. Even the way a room feels at night changes. At first, I thought that was all I was dealing with. I thought the heaviness in that trailer came from the breakup, from my parents no longer being together, from the sadness and tension that follows a family after something like that. But looking back now, I do not think that was the only thing in that place. I think something else was there too, something that had nothing to do with our family and everything to do with the trailer itself. One night, not long after I started living there with my dad, I was in the kitchen making dinner. It should have been an ordinary evening. The trailer was small, the walls were thin, and like most trailer parks, the homes were packed close together. I remember standing there focused on the stove when I heard a knock at the front door. It was clear enough that I immediately stopped what I was doing and went to look. But when I checked, there was no one there. I remember feeling confused more than scared. I looked around outside, expecting to see maybe a neighbor walking away or some kid playing a prank, but there was nothing. I went back inside and tried to continue with dinner, but then it happened again. Another knock. Then another. It kept happening all night long. At first, I did my best to ignore it. I told myself it had to be some kind of echo or sound carrying strangely because the trailers sat so close together. In a place like that, noises bounced around in odd ways. A door shutting 3 trailers over could sometimes sound like it came from right outside your own living room. So I tried to be practical. I told myself it was not worth getting worked up over a little knocking. Eventually the night ended, and nothing worse happened. I went to bed still thinking it was probably just some weird sound issue. For the next few months, things stayed mostly normal. At least, normal enough that I did not think much about the knocking anymore. Life went on. I finished school, went through the motions of daily life, and tried to adjust to living in that trailer with my dad. There was no steady haunting right from the beginning, not in the obvious sense. That is one thing I have noticed with strange places. They do not always start by showing you everything at once. Sometimes they wait. Sometimes they give you a small hint and then go quiet for a while, almost as if they are letting you settle in before they make themselves fully known. Things really started getting strange after I graduated high school. That was when the trailer seemed to change. Or maybe that was when I started noticing what had already been there. I cannot say for sure. I only know that after graduation, the place stopped feeling like just an old trailer with odd sounds and started feeling wrong in a much deeper way. One of the first things that happened often enough to bother me was the sound of stomping when I was taking a shower. It was not little creaks or a floor shifting. It sounded like someone walking heavily through the trailer. I would be in the bathroom with the water running, and over that noise I could still hear what sounded like strong footsteps moving around. The weird part was my dad was rarely there. He worked all the time. If I heard something like that, there often should not have been anyone else in the trailer. That made it much harder to explain away. More than once, I would stop what I was doing in the shower and just stand there listening, trying to tell myself maybe I was confusing the plumbing sounds for footsteps. But deep down I knew the difference. Then there was the second bathroom. That bathroom always had this awful smell in it, like sulfur, like rotten eggs. It was not just a bad drain smell that came and went. It lingered in a way that made the whole room feel foul and wrong. No matter how much cleaning was done, it always seemed to return. It had that strange heavy stink that makes a place feel spoiled somehow, like something invisible is rotting in the walls. I hated going in there. And the back room, the room where I slept, was always cold. It did not matter what season it was. Even in the summer, when the trailer should have been hot and sticky like everything else around it, that room carried a chill that did not belong there. It was not just cool. It felt cold in a way that made you notice it as soon as you stepped inside. Eventually I got so uncomfortable sleeping in that back room that I started sleeping in the living room instead. I thought maybe being closer to the front of the trailer, where things felt more open, would help me relax. But the living room brought its own strange problem. Night after night, headlights would light up the room. It looked exactly like a car had pulled up outside and shone its lights through the window. Every time it happened, I would get up and peek outside right away, expecting to see a car parked there or turning around or driving off. But every single time it was pitch dark. There were no headlights. No car. Nothing at all. Still, the room would light up just as if a vehicle had pulled right outside. Those were the things that really began to wear on me. Not one big dramatic event, but a pile of strange little things that made the trailer feel unstable, like nothing in it worked the way it should. The television would turn on and off by itself. The heater would come on in the middle of the summer. The shower would start running and then stop again. Things would never stay where you left them. The salt shaker would end up in the bathroom. Canned food would turn up on top of the fridge. It was always something. Something missing. Something moved. Something acting wrong. And then there were always flies in the house, far more than made sense. It felt like the trailer itself was constantly shifting and rotting and refusing to behave like a normal home. By that point, I did not feel comfortable there anymore. But life does not always give you the option to leave the second a place starts making you uneasy. Still, eventually I reconciled with my mom and ended up moving back in with her. Leaving that trailer felt like relief. It felt like breathing easier. At the time, I assumed I was done with all of it. I thought maybe the stress of living there had affected me more than I realized, and once I was gone, the strange feelings and experiences would be over. But about a month later, my older brother separated from his wife, and because life has a funny way of repeating pain through families, he ended up moving in with my dad at that same trailer. It was convenient for them because they worked together, and he needed somewhere to stay. I visited the two of them fairly often, and before long my brother started telling me strange things that were happening. The moment he started talking, I understood. I knew exactly the feeling he meant. I knew exactly the sort of things he was describing. I even tried to comfort him by saying that yes, the trailer was creepy, and yes, strange things happened there, but nothing truly terrible had ever happened to me while I lived there. I said that to reassure him. 1 week later he moved out. He did not give my dad a full explanation at first, but later he told me what happened. One night he was alone in the trailer waiting for his wife to come over so they could talk about their marriage. While he was there by himself, the home phone started ringing over and over again. The strange thing was that nothing showed up on caller ID. Every time he answered, there was whispering and static on the line. He said he could barely hear it at first, but if he listened closely, it sounded like a man and a woman arguing. And through that whispering, he kept hearing the woman say the same thing again and again, just above a whisper. "You don't even love me!" Over and over. "You don't even love me!" That is what made him leave, I think. Not just the phone ringing, but the feeling behind it. It sounded too personal, too emotional, too loaded with pain to feel like a prank or a crossed line. He said as soon as his wife arrived at the trailer, it stopped. But when she walked inside, she felt it too. She told him she suddenly felt like she could not breathe and was overcome by this terrible sadness. He ended up leaving because it frightened him too badly to stay. Of everything that had happened while he lived there, I think that phone call was the thing that finally broke whatever nerve he had left. Not long after that, my dad moved in with a new girlfriend. One night, All of us were out together, me, my brother, his wife, and my dad's girlfriend. Somehow the trailer came up in conversation, and we all started talking about how creepy it had been. What is important is that none of us had really told my dad the full extent of what we had heard or seen. We had mostly kept those things to ourselves. So when he suddenly shared his own experience, it hit all of us in a different way. He told us that one night after everyone else was gone, he had been asleep on his bed, which sat directly on the floor, when he woke up feeling like someone was choking him. At first he thought maybe he had been dreaming. That is what people always tell themselves first, because the alternative feels worse. So he rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. But then he felt something pulling on his arms and legs, yanking them in different directions as if something wanted to stretch him apart. He turned on a small lamp and looked toward the window. There, in the glass, he could see the reflection of a man wearing a baseball cap. When he tried to get up, the reflection vanished. He later said maybe it had been a dream, but what he could not explain was why his arms and legs hurt afterward. That detail stuck with me, because pain changes the story. A bad dream can feel real while you are in it. But when you wake up sore, when your body carries the evidence of struggling, it becomes much harder to dismiss. Before my dad completely moved out, he called me and asked me to come over and get some figurines I had supposedly left in the back bathroom. I did not know what he was talking about. I had no memory of leaving figurines there. Still, I went over because he asked. I walked through the trailer toward the back bathroom, and before I could even really make it inside, I heard glass smashing. Loud, sudden, violent. It was the figurines. They had all been thrown to the ground. That alone was strange enough, but the part that has always stayed with me is that those figurines had not been there when I packed up my things. Nobody knew where they had come from. They were simply there, and then, in the exact moment I came to retrieve them, they smashed to the floor as if something had hurled them down in front of me. While going through the bathroom and the trailer after that, we also found an old shoebox full of photographs. Among those pictures were images of the very man my dad had seen reflected in the window, the man with the baseball cap. That discovery sent a strange chill through all of us because it made the whole thing feel less random. It was not just shadows or sounds or moved objects anymore. There was history. There was a face. There was someone tied to that place in some way we did not understand. Looking back now, I think what made that trailer so disturbing was not only the activity itself but the way it built over time. It did not start with choking or ghostly reflections. It started with knocks at the door when no one was there. Then silence. Then months later the stomping, the sulfur smell, the cold room, the impossible headlights, the moving objects, the flies, the television and heater and shower behaving like they were being controlled by something unseen. Then came my brother's phone calls in the night, the whispering arguments, the woman saying over and over, "You don't even love me!" Then my father's attack in bed and the man in the reflection. Finally the figurines smashing and the old photographs surfacing as if the trailer had decided, in the end, to show us more of its story. I still do not know exactly what happened there. I do not know whether that place was haunted by one presence or several. I do not know if the man in the baseball cap was the main force in that trailer or if he was only one piece of it. I do not know if the woman on the phone was connected to him, to the trailer, or to some tragedy that had happened there before any of us moved in. The line she repeated, "You don't even love me," feels like it came from a wound, from some old fight, some heartbreak, some violence that never settled. There was so much emotion in it that even now, just repeating it in my head, I can feel how heavy it must have been for my brother to hear it in the dark. And then there is that smell. That sulfur, rotten egg smell in the second bathroom. I have never forgotten it because it did not feel like a normal plumbing problem. It felt like a warning. The cold in the back room too. The odd places objects would turn up. The constant flies. All of it together made the trailer feel contaminated somehow, not just physically but spiritually, like the whole place had fallen out of the proper order of things. When I think about that trailer now, I realize that what frightened me most was not one single event. It was the feeling that the trailer itself did not want to function as a home. Homes are supposed to hold routines. Things are supposed to stay where you leave them. Doors are supposed to lead to ordinary rooms, not to places full of unseen tension. Televisions are not supposed to switch themselves on. Showers are not supposed to run by themselves. A room is not supposed to stay cold in the middle of summer for no reason. Once too many of those little rules are broken, a place stops feeling safe. It starts feeling occupied. I also think about how each of us experienced it differently. I heard the knocks, the stomping, and dealt with the strange movements and misplaced objects. My brother got the phone calls and the whispering voices. My father got physical attack and visual proof in the reflection. That difference makes the whole thing even more convincing to me, because the trailer did not affect only one person in one specific way. It seemed to reach into each of us differently, almost as though it knew where our fear or vulnerability lived. The figurines smashing when I returned may have been the clearest final message the place gave me. They were not there when I left. No one knew where they had come from. Then they shattered just as I approached. It felt like the trailer, or whatever was in it, had been waiting to stage one last act before I left it behind for good. And the photographs found afterward only deepened that feeling, because they gave shape to something that had only been sensed before. People sometimes say haunted places are just old buildings with bad wiring, weak foundations, and human imagination filling in the rest. But this was not one old creaky house. This was a trailer, ordinary in the most depressing way, and yet something in it behaved with a persistence that cannot be brushed off so easily. That is part of what makes the whole story stay with me. It was not a grand, dramatic, gothic haunting. It was a cheap trailer where a divorced father lived, where his daughter heard knocks at an empty door, where his son heard whispered heartbreak on a dead phone line, where a man woke choking and saw a stranger's reflection in the glass. That is somehow even worse, because it means darkness does not need a mansion. It does not need elegance or age or romance. It can settle in a trailer just as easily. Maybe more easily. I have often wondered about the man in the photographs. Who was he? What happened there before my dad and I ever moved in? What kind of life had he lived? Was he tied to the woman's whispering on the phone? Was there violence? Betrayal? A death no one talked about? We never got a full answer, at least not one that made everything line up neatly. The trailer gave us fragments, and fragments are sometimes all haunted places leave behind. What I do know is that when I left that trailer, I left something heavy behind me. And everyone else who stayed there long enough ended up leaving too. Not because we all sat down and agreed it was haunted, but because living there wore a person down. It made ordinary life feel twisted. It made sleep uneasy. It made silence suspicious. It made you watch every object you set down because you never knew where it might end up next. If I close my eyes now, I can still picture the light from those impossible headlights filling the living room, and then the pitch-dark emptiness outside when I would look through the window. I can still remember the sulfur smell, the cold room, the noise of footsteps while I was alone in the shower, the ring of the phone bringing nothing but static and a woman's pain, and the sound of glass breaking before I even reached the back bathroom. Those memories have stayed sharp, not because I wanted them to, but because fear fixes details into the mind more permanently than peace ever does. I do not know if every person who lived in that trailer would have experienced it the same way. Maybe some people would have noticed nothing. Maybe some would have thought it was all stress. Maybe others would have lasted only a few nights. But for me and for my family, it was real enough to change the way we felt in that place, real enough to make my brother leave, real enough to make my father finally move out, and real enough that even now I cannot think about that trailer without feeling that something there was always watching, always shifting, always trying to make itself known in ways we could not completely deny. A few months ago, my wife, my kids, and I stayed the night at my mother's house. She was renting that house from a couple at the time, and there was one room in particular where we slept. It was not part of the original house. It had been added on later, and for some reason that room always felt strange to me. I cannot explain it in a neat or logical way. It just had that kind of feeling that makes you uncomfortable the second you step into it, even if nothing obvious is wrong. Some rooms feel normal. Some feel warm. Some feel empty. But this one always felt wrong somehow, like the air in it was different from the rest of the house. Even before the night I am about to describe, that room had already unsettled both of us. My wife had noticed strange things there before. One night, before the main event happened, she told me she saw a cylinder-shaped object floating through the room toward the door. When she first described it to me, I did not know what to make of it. It sounded bizarre, but at the same time, I know my wife well enough to know when she is serious, and when she is just guessing about something. She was serious. She really believed she had seen it. Still, as strange as that sounded, it was nothing compared to what happened later. At the time, I thought maybe her mind had played a trick on her in the dark, or maybe she had caught sight of something ordinary in a strange way. But after what happened on the last night we stayed there, that earlier story started to feel less easy to dismiss. That final night is the one that stayed with us. My wife, my 2 little girls, and I were all sleeping in that room together on a king-size bed. The room was not especially large, so the bed took up a lot of the space. I had already fallen asleep. My oldest daughter was asleep too. My wife was still sitting up in bed because she was holding our younger daughter in her arms and rocking her. She told me later that she was definitely awake, but she was also a little sleepy, that half-dozing feeling people get when they are tired but not fully out yet. That detail mattered to her because she knew I would ask whether she might have been dreaming. She was clear that she was not asleep when she saw what she saw. The room was very dark that night. The only light came from the computer modem, not the monitor, just that small modem light. It gave off only a little glow, but enough that you could still make out the shapes of objects in the room. It was not pitch black. It was that dim kind of darkness where things are still visible in outline, where furniture and bodies and the corners of the room are faint but clear enough to recognize. Everyone else in the house was asleep, and there were no real sounds except for the low buzzing of the equipment in the room. The whole house had that deep nighttime stillness, the kind where even a small sound feels larger than it should. The bed itself was pushed into the corner of the room. My wife was sleeping closest to the wall, and I was on the outer side of the bed. That meant the side near me was more open, and if anything moved there, she would be able to see it from where she was sitting. She told me she happened to glance toward my side of the bed and noticed something moving there. At first, she could not fully make out what it was. She said it looked like the top of someone's head. Not a full person standing there, not something tall, but something low to the ground. The way she described it later, it looked more like a child in a crawling position. That image alone is unsettling enough. A low shape moving slowly beside the bed in a dark room while the whole house is asleep is bad enough before you even get to the rest of it. But what made it even worse was how slowly it moved. She said it was crawling very slowly down the side of the bed. Not in a sudden rush. Not darting in and out of sight. Slow enough that she had time to stare, to question what she was seeing, to hope there might be some normal explanation. She was terrified, but she was also still trying to be rational. Her first thought was to make sure it was not one of our daughters. Kids sometimes wake up in the night, climb off the bed, or move around without making much noise, especially if they are not afraid of the dark. So before she fully let herself panic, she checked both girls. They were both still asleep. That took away the only explanation she wanted to believe. If both children were still in bed, then whatever was moving along my side of the bed was not one of them. She said it kept crawling slowly, almost carefully, toward the foot of the bed. That was one of the things that frightened her most. It did not seem confused or random. It moved with purpose, as if it knew exactly where it was going. It made its way down the side until it reached the corner at the foot of the bed. Then it did something that terrified her more than anything else before it. When it got to the corner, it lifted its head just enough for her to see its eyes. She told me she saw the black of the eyes. That is how she described it. Not normal eyes catching dim light. Not eyes reflecting in the dark like an animal. Just black. Dark enough, wrong enough, that the image burned into her mind instantly. The thing did not stay there long after showing them. It ducked back down almost immediately, then turned the corner and started crawling along the foot of the bed toward her. And this time it moved a little faster. That change is what made her feel certain that it had become aware of her. Maybe it had seen that she was awake. Maybe it had sensed her watching it. She told me that the second she saw it turn and come in her direction, she dropped down and lay back as fast as she could because she thought it had seen her. Even now, that detail gets to me. There is something so helpless in that moment. She was holding our child. I was asleep beside her. The room was dark. And this thing, whatever it was, had turned and started moving toward her across the bed. She still swears she was awake through all of it. That matters because of how easy it would be for someone else to say she only dreamed it, especially since it happened at night and while she was tired. But she has always been very clear about that point. She was dozing a little, yes, but she had not fallen asleep. She knew where she was. She knew I was beside her. She knew both girls were in bed. She knew what she was looking at. That certainty has never changed. She reached over and started shaking me, whispering my name over and over until I woke up. I remember being pulled suddenly out of sleep by her panic. The second I opened my eyes, I could tell from the way she was acting that something was very wrong. I sat up quickly and asked what was wrong, and she told me what she had just seen. I looked around immediately, trying to find whatever had scared her that badly, but I did not see anything. Still, I was freaked out too. Even though I did not see it myself that night, I have had enough strange experiences in my life, from when I was a kid all the way into adulthood, that hearing her tell me what she had just witnessed did not feel impossible. It felt horrifying, but not impossible. In fact, the truth is, all the strange things I had already gone through over the years had left me with nerves that were already sensitive. So in that moment, sitting up in the dark beside my frightened wife and our sleeping children, I did not feel skeptical. I felt scared. I felt like every strange thing I had ever tried to ignore suddenly stood back up in my memory all at once. That was the main event of that night. We stayed awake for a while after that, and even though I did not see anything further, the fear in the room had changed. Once something like that happens, the room does not feel the same again. The darkness becomes occupied. The silence feels full. Every small shift in the mattress, every sound from the house, every shadow in the corner starts to feel loaded with meaning. That is what that room felt like after she told me. Even though I had not seen the crawling thing with my own eyes, I felt its possibility in every inch of the room. My mother no longer lives in that house now. That alone says something to me. I do not know everything that happened there before or after that, and I cannot say that the house itself was haunted in some dramatic movie way. But I do know this. That room always felt wrong, even before that final night. My wife had already seen the floating cylinder-shaped object. I had felt uneasy there myself. And after that night, there was no part of me that could pretend the room was just a little creepy, in some harmless way. There was also something about the bathroom in that house that always frightened me. I never liked it. Some people can walk into a room and just know they do not want to stay there, even if they cannot point to one exact reason. That bathroom was like that for me. Every time I took a shower in there, my face would start to feel numb. Not just a little strange or tingly. Numb. And the numbness would go all the way down my arms. It was not something I could laugh off easily because it happened enough that I noticed the pattern. I would get in the shower, and after a little while, that numb feeling would spread. I do not know if that had anything to do with the same thing my wife saw in the bedroom, but it is part of what made the whole place feel wrong to me. The bathroom and that added-on room both had their own bad feeling, like parts of the house held something heavier than the rest. The thing that has stayed with me the most is the way my wife described what she saw. It was not a full-grown shadow figure standing in the room. It was low, child-sized maybe, crawling or loping along the edge of the bed where I was sleeping. That detail alone gives me chills because it feels so unnatural. If she had said she saw a man-shaped shadow in the doorway, that would be frightening, yes, but it would at least fit the usual stories people tell. But this was different. This was something that moved like a crawling thing, something that kept low to the ground, something that lifted its head just enough to let her see those black eyes before moving toward her. The blackness of the eyes is another part one keep returning to in my mind. It is one thing to see a shape in the dark. Darkness can distort things. But eyes are what makes something feel aware. They make it feel like there is intelligence there, intention there, something looking back. The fact that she saw the black of them and felt that it noticed her is what turned the event from strange into terrifying. A shape can be misunderstood. A movement can be explained away. But the feeling that something has seen you and is now coming toward you is a different level of fear altogether. I think about the position of everyone in the room too. That matters. She was by the wall, holding our little one. I was on the outside edge, asleep. Our oldest daughter was asleep too. The room was quiet except for the low electronic buzz. That setup meant she had nowhere to go easily. She could not just jump up and run without disturbing the girls or climbing over me. She was trapped in the kind of stillness that can make fear even worse, because movement itself feels dangerous. All she could do was lower herself, shake me awake, and hope the thing disappeared before getting too close. That helplessness is probably why the story has stayed with both of us. Some people hear stories like this and say it must have been sleep paralysis, or a waking dream, or some half-sleep vision. I understand why people say that. It is the cleanest explanation. It puts the fear inside the brain and not in the room. But the reason that explanation has never fully satisfied me is because she did not describe paralysis. She moved. She checked the girls. She reacted. She shook me awake. She watched the thing move along the side of the bed, turn the corner, and head toward her. She remembers the layout, the timing, the exact details of the eyes. That does not feel like a random dream image to either of us. The earlier thing she saw, the cylinder-shaped object floating toward the door, also matters now when I think back on it. At the time, it seemed odd but not directly threatening. Something floating in the room sounds bizarre, but without context, it can almost be dismissed as a trick of the eyes. But after the crawling thing by the bed, that earlier floating object becomes part of a larger pattern. It suggests there was already activity in that room before the worst thing happened. Something was already there. Something was already moving through that space in ways that should not have been possible. I also think it matters that my wife saw the first object and the second event, not me. Sometimes in a house or room with strange activity, one person becomes the one who notices things more. Maybe they are more sensitive. Maybe whatever is there chooses them. Maybe they are simply more awake to the feeling of the place. I do not know. But my wife has always been honest about what she sees, and she does not scare easily in a childish way. If anything, she is the kind of person who would rather explain something naturally than instantly call it paranormal. That makes her account carry more weight with me. The room itself being an addition to the original house also sits in my mind strangely. I do not know why, but added-on rooms often feel different from the rest of the house. Maybe it is because they disrupt the original flow of the place. Maybe it is because they are built over something else, or because they hold a different energy simply by being later additions. I am not saying that is always true, but in this case that room always felt like it did not belong in the same way the rest of the house did. It felt separate, isolated, almost detached from the rest of the house emotionally as well as physically. The fact that everyone else in the house was asleep and there were no sounds except the modem buzzing only makes the story harder to dismiss. There was no television on, no movement in the hallway, no one getting up for water or the bathroom, nothing to confuse the mind. Just darkness, faint shape, silence, and that one thing moving slowly by the bed. Sometimes the simplest setting is what makes something paranormal feel more real. There is less for the mind to use as cover. After that night, my own old fears and strange experiences came back into my head in a stronger way. I said earlier that I had gone through weird things from childhood into adulthood. That is true, and because of that, when she told me what happened, it did not feel like a story from nowhere. It felt like one more event in a life that had already been touched by too many things I could not easily explain. That is part of why I got nervous so quickly even though I did not see it myself in that moment. The room, the fear, her voice, the dark, all of it fit into a pattern my nerves already recognized. And then there is the bathroom. Even if the event by the bed had never happened, I would still remember that bathroom because of how my body reacted there. Every shower in that room brought the same strange feeling. My face would go numb, then the numbness would move down my arms. It did not matter that I tried to ignore it. It happened enough that I noticed it as something different from normal heat, steam, or standing in one place too long. It felt like my body itself was reacting to the room. Was the bathroom connected to the same thing? I do not know. But the whole house gave off the sense that certain spaces carried more weight than others. The added-on bedroom and the bathroom especially. Maybe there are people who could walk through that house and feel nothing at all. But for us, those spaces did not feel neutral. I have replayed my wife's story in my mind many times since then. The side of the bed. The slow movement. Her checking the girls to make sure it was not them. The thing reaching the corner, lifting its head, showing its eyes, then moving faster toward her. Every time I replay it, what strikes me is how specific it all was. Fear often makes details blur, but in her memory those details stayed sharp. That is usually a sign that something hit deeply enough to mark a person for good. Even now, years later, when I imagine that room, I do not imagine it empty. I imagine the faint modem light, the sleeping children, my wife sitting there half dozing, and that thing moving where there should have been nothing. That image has never really left us. My mother moving out of that house did not come because of one dramatic declaration that it was haunted, at least not that I know of. Life moves on, people move, houses change hands. But part of me has always felt relieved that she no longer lives there. Some places simply carry too much. Some rooms do not want to be slept in peacefully. And whether what happened there can be fully explained or not, I know that room left its mark on us. People sometimes ask whether I believe what my wife saw was evil. That is a hard question, because I did not see it myself. But I can say this much, whatever it was, it did not feel good. It did not feel harmless. It did not feel like some lost friendly spirit passing through. The blackness of the eyes, the crawling movement, the way it turned toward her when it seemed to notice her, those are not the details of something comforting. Those are the details of something that belongs in nightmares, except this was not one. That night was the last time we stayed there. And honestly, I am glad. Because even now, when I think about that room and that house, I do not think about family visits or sleeping arrangements first. I think about that low shape by the bed, the black eyes lifting at the corner, and the cold fear of knowing that sometimes the worst thing is not what you personally see, but what the person you trust most sees while you are sleeping right beside them. These things happened while I was going through boot camp in sunny California, though I can promise you there was nothing sunny or relaxing about the experience from my point of view. If anyone imagines California and starts thinking about beaches, warm weather, and a good time, they should forget all of that right away. Boot camp has a way of stripping every place down to exhaustion, stress, routine, and survival. You do not notice scenery. You notice time, orders, noise, and how tired you are. That was the world I was living in when these experiences happened. We lived in long, open squad bays. They were set up in a very plain military way, with everything arranged for function instead of comfort. At the front there was an entrance leading to the head and shower rooms, and at the back there was a single hatch that was never opened. The whole place had that strange mix of crowded and lonely that military sleeping areas sometimes have. There were people everywhere, yet in the middle of the night, when most of them were asleep and the lights were out, the squad bay could feel unsettlingly empty. Even when you were technically surrounded by other recruits, certain corners of the place could feel cut off and cold in a way that made you feel very alone. Part of our training involved standing watch by the front hatch. That duty started as soon as the lights went out at 10 o'clock at night, and the shifts continued all the way until 5 in the morning, when everyone had to wake up. That means there was always someone up, always someone responsible for keeping an eye on the squad bay while everyone else tried to sleep. On paper, that sounds simple enough. In reality, standing watch at those hours, while exhausted and already under constant pressure, can play games with your nerves. You are tired, alert, half expecting trouble, and stuck in a place where the atmosphere can turn strange very quickly. And on a military base, especially one full of miserable recruits, strange things can feel even heavier. Boot camp pushes people to their limits. Most make it through, but there is always that small number who break under the pressure. Some harm themselves. Some lose control in other ways. Everyone knows it can happen, even if no one likes to talk about it openly. So when you are standing post late at night, moving through a darkened squad bay and listening for anything unusual, your imagination is not the only thing on edge. There is already a real background of human suffering in the place. Because of that, it is easy to believe that certain locations on base might hold on to more than just memories. The first incident happened around 2:30 in the morning. I was doing exactly what I had been ordered to do, making my rounds through the squad bay to make sure none of the recruits were breaking rules or trying to hurt themselves or someone else. The responsibility felt real, and I took it seriously. Maybe that made what happened next more unsettling, because I was not joking around or trying to scare myself. I was doing my job and paying attention. At some point, I went into the head during one of my rounds. It was quiet in there except for the usual low sounds that old military buildings seem to make at night. Then I heard something strange coming from one of the back stalls in the restroom. It was enough to make me stop and listen. The stalls in boot camp did not have doors on them, which meant it was very easy to see whether anyone was back there. I checked immediately, and there was no one. I stood there for a moment, listening. Then I turned to leave. That was when I heard it again. This time it sounded like something rubbing against the top bar that runs across the front of a row of stalls. It was not a loud crash or a dramatic noise. It was a rubbing, shifting kind of sound, just enough to suggest movement where there should not have been any. The kind of sound that feels small until you realize you are alone and there is nothing visible causing it. Of course I went right back and checked again, but there was still nothing there. That was the beginning of the feeling, the kind of feeling that starts in your stomach and slowly works its way into the rest of your body. I was on edge, not because I had already decided it was paranormal, but because something about that room felt wrong every time I stepped into it. I was supposed to be in control of the space, supposed to be the one checking for trouble, but instead I felt like I was walking into someone else's territory. The uneasiness got strong enough that I decided to wake my relief. He was one of those people who claim to be tuned to the paranormal. In another setting I might have rolled my eyes at that a little, but in that moment I was glad to have someone else there. I told him what I had heard, and he listened for himself. He heard the same sounds I had heard. More than that, he told me he felt something was wrong with that room too. That mattered to me, because it meant I was not just dealing with my own nerves in the middle of the night. Someone else picked up on it immediately. Later, after graduation, we asked our instructors about that restroom. That was when we learned something that made the whole thing far harder to dismiss. They told us that around 40 years earlier, a recruit had hung himself in that exact stall. Hearing that changed everything about the memory. Before that, I could still try to tell myself it was odd plumbing, shifting metal, or just a tired mind reacting too strongly in the middle of the night. But learning that a recruit had died there in exactly that spot gave the room a weight that felt undeniable. Suddenly the strange sounds, the uneasy feeling, and the wrongness of that stall no longer seemed random. Whether someone believes in hauntings or not, it is hard not to feel something when you realize you have been standing in a place marked by that kind of death and listening to movement where no one is there. The second incident happened later, during the last couple of weeks of boot camp, when we were in the newer third phase squad bay. By then I was already worn down in the way boot camp wears everyone down. You get used to being tired, used to always following orders, used to moving through spaces on instinct and discipline more than comfort. I was on duty again, doing the same kind of watch I had done before. I was walking toward the front of the squad bay when I saw something I still cannot explain. A humanoid figure came running out from the entrance to the head. It moved fast, and it moved with purpose. It did not drift or flicker like a shadow. It ran. It came straight down the center of the squad bay and headed toward the uniforms hanging in the rear for inspection. My immediate reaction was completely practical. I thought it was one of the recruits messing around. That made perfect sense in the moment. Someone sneaking out, someone breaking rules, someone about to mess up the uniforms and cause problems. So I reacted the way I would have if it were a real recruit. I chased it. I was irritated as much as startled because the idea of somebody fooling around with inspection uniforms was enough to make anyone in that environment angry. The figure ran straight into the area where the uniforms were hanging, and I followed it right there, ready to catch whoever it was and drag him out of hiding. Then it vanished into the uniforms. At that point, I was convinced whoever it was had ducked in there to hide, so I started searching aggressively. I went through every rack of uniforms. I checked every possible place someone could squeeze into. I moved down every row of bunks. I looked anywhere a recruit might have gone to avoid getting caught. Nothing. Not one person was out of his rack. Not one sound came from the rows of bunks. The whole squad bay was quiet again. There was no heavy breathing, no shifting, no nervous movement, none of the small signs that would have told me a real recruit had just run through there and hidden. After 15 minutes of searching everywhere I could think of, I had to admit what I did not want to admit. It had not been a living recruit. That realization settled in slowly and uncomfortably. At first I was just frustrated. Then confused. Then, little by little, the truth of the situation started pressing on me. I had seen something humanoid run across the squad bay and disappear into the uniforms, and then there had been no one there at all. No explanation. No prank. No fooling around. Just an empty squad bay and the afterimage of something I could not account for. I never found out what or who that figure might have been. There was no story afterward like with the stall in the restroom, no instructor telling us someone had died there or some past event explaining what I saw. It simply remains one of those unexplained things that happened in a place already full of tension, exhaustion, and human suffering. Looking back, both incidents still stand out for the same reason. I was not in the mood to imagine things. I was tired, yes, but I was also alert and on duty. I was doing what I had been trained to do, staying aware, checking for problems, moving through the squad bay with purpose. I was not trying to summon ghost stories out of shadows. In both cases, my first instinct was not paranormal at all. In the restroom, I thought someone might be there. In the squad bay, I thought a recruit was messing around. In both cases, I chased the ordinary explanation first. Only when it failed completely did the stranger possibility remain. That is why those moments have stayed with me. Boot camp already strips people down emotionally. Sleep is scarce. Pressure is constant. Every nerve in your body stays closer to the surface than normal. In that state, strange experiences feel even more intense because you are too tired to decorate them and too busy to turn them into stories right away. They just happen, raw and hard to explain, and then you carry them with you. The first experience left me with the image of that empty stall and the sound of something rubbing where nothing visible stood. The second left me with the sight of a human-shaped figure running down the squad bay and vanishing into hanging uniforms that hid no one at all. One came with a tragic history. The other came with no answer at all. To this day, I cannot say for certain what either one was. Maybe the first was the echo of a place that had held something terrible too long. Maybe the second was some passing figure attached to the base, the bay, or the long nights of fear and exhaustion that collect in places like that. Or maybe there are explanations I simply do not know. But what I can say is this: both felt real in the moment, and both stayed real in memory long after boot camp ended. And for a place that is supposed to harden you, train you, and prepare you to deal with the real world, those 2 nights reminded me that there are still things in this world that discipline, logic, and training do not always fully explain. When I was 11 years old, my family decided to move into an old house in Oxford, North Carolina. At the time, my parents were trying to choose between that house and another one, and for some reason they let us kids have a big say in the final decision. To us, the choice felt easy. We loved the old house the moment we saw it. It was huge to us, or at least it seemed huge compared to the other places we had lived before. It had that kind of old charm that children find exciting without fully understanding what it means. The house had originally been built in the early 1900s, but over the years people had added onto it, so it had this strange mix of old sections and newer parts. My sister Thera and I thought it was wonderful. My little brother Eric was too young to really care. He was just along for the ride. At first, the house felt exciting in the way old houses often do. It had character. It had history. It felt bigger than life, especially through the eyes of a child. But strange things started happening almost immediately, so quickly that looking back now, it feels as though the house had been waiting for us. The very first night we were supposed to stay there, most of our things were already moved in, though not everything was unpacked. My mother was in the kitchen cleaning, dusting, and unpacking whatever she could get to first. My father had gone back to our old place in Henderson to pick up another load of furniture and boxes. I was outside, riding my bike up and down the sidewalk, just enjoying the excitement of being in a new place. At one point, as I rode past the house, I glanced through the thin, wispy curtains and looked inside. What I saw seemed perfectly normal at first. I could see my mother standing there, placing a fancy porcelain soup dish on the dining room table. I remember seeing it clearly enough that my first reaction had nothing to do with fear or surprise. Instead, my stomach rumbled. I thought there was soup in the house, and like any kid, that was enough to send me rushing inside. I rode my bike down the driveway, put it away in the garage, and ran in through one of the back doors into the kitchen. I grabbed a bowl and spoon from the drainer, fully expecting to eat. My mother looked at me and asked what I was doing. I told her I was getting some soup. She looked confused and asked, "What soup?" Without really thinking, I pushed through the swinging door into the dining room, expecting to find the dish I had just seen. But the dining room was empty. Not only was there no soup dish on the table itself was not even in the house yet. I just stood there, stunned, trying to understand what I had seen. I knew what I had looked through the window, and watched only moments before. I had seen my mother putting that dish on the table. But now the room looked completely different from what I had just witnessed. When I told my mother what happened, she laughed it off in a light-hearted way and said maybe we had a ghost welcoming us home. At the time, it sounded almost funny, like one of those little comments adults make when they do not know what else to say. But looking back, I sometimes wonder whether she was not as joking as she seemed. After that, strange things kept happening in that house. Some of them were small, some of them were deeply unsettling, and many of them centered around what felt like some kind of doppelganger presence. That is the only way I know how to describe it. Over and over again, someone in the house would hear another family member call their name, only to find out that person had not called at all. It happened often enough that it became part of the strange life of the house. You would think someone wanted you, go looking for them, and discover they were either not there or had never spoken. Even now, my parents still experience that kind of thing in that house, even though my sister and I no longer live there. What makes it even stranger is that it often seems to happen right before my sister or I show up to visit, as if something in the house somehow knows we are coming before we do. One memory involving that strange doppelganger feeling stands out very clearly. This happened a little later, when my sister and I were older. We were both waiting for one of our parents to come home from work so we could go out for the night. It was a Friday, and naturally both of us had plans. My sister Thera had her friends over, and my own group of friends was also hanging around. Everyone was gathered mostly in the front yard, full of that excited weekend energy young people have when they are waiting to head out. I was inside my bedroom with my boyfriend when suddenly we heard what sounded exactly like my father pulling into the driveway. We heard the music blasting from the car and saw the headlights. It all seemed so normal that there was no question in our minds. We headed outside to wait for him. And we waited. And we waited. No one got out of the car. Finally, thinking maybe he was just sitting there finishing a song or something, I looked down the driveway. There was no car there. The driveway was empty. All of us kids freaked out immediately because we had all heard it, and some of us had seen the headlights. It was not one person's imagination. We were all standing there in confusion, talking over each other, trying to understand how a car could have pulled in and then simply not be there. And right in the middle of that, my father actually pulled into the driveway for real. That was not the only time the phantom car happened. It happened many times after that. At first, it happened when my father still drove the same vehicle, but later, even after cars changed, the experience stayed the same. The strange part was that it almost always involved whatever vehicle my dad happened to be driving at the time. Even when I got the Volkswagen Fox we had seen that night, and my father later had a Toyota Tacoma, and my mother drove a Toyota RAV4, the fake arrival in the driveway still tended to happen with my father's vehicle more than anything else. It was as if the house had a habit of announcing his return before he actually arrived. There were other odd patterns too, some of them almost gentle compared to the scarier experiences. The first Sunday we lived there, and many Sundays after that, we would smell breakfast cooking in the kitchen around 7 in the morning. It was always the same kind of smell too: bacon, eggs, sausage. It was so real that it felt as if someone was standing there making breakfast for the family. There were times when everyone in the house would notice it. It was not just a faint passing scent. It would fill the air enough to make you stop and wonder who was cooking. But there would be no one in the kitchen doing anything at all. Another experience happened when I was around 15. I remember that day very clearly because all of us were together in the living room. My mother, my sister, my little brother, and I were all there. I was sitting on the floor, playing with the cat. My mom was helping my brother Eric with some schoolwork. Thera was on the big couch, though I cannot remember exactly what she was doing. Everything seemed ordinary. Then suddenly both our dog Abby and our tabby cat Steve started going crazy. They were focused on the dining room, on one very specific spot. There was a stain on the rug in that room that the realtor had once explained away as a strawberry stain, though I always thought it looked more like blood. That was the area the animals were staring at. Abby went wild, barking, not in a playful way, but in a sharp, urgent way that made you pay attention immediately. Steve arched up, hissed, and puffed himself out like cats do when they are absolutely terrified or ready to fight. It was not random animal behavior. They were reacting to something there, something in that spot we could not see. Ever since that day, my mother and I have occasionally seen a shadow moving between rooms. It often seems to roam from the dining room into the kitchen. Sometimes it comes from the back room, which adjoins the rear of the dining room and sits beside the kitchen, and then moves toward the hallway off to the left of the dining room. It is not always there. It does not show itself whenever you want. But over the years both of us have seen it enough times that we no longer question whether it is really there. Then there was the furniture. When I was around 16, my sister, my brother, and I all got new furniture from an auction. It was not new in the modern sense, of course. It was antique furniture, and ours was beautiful. My brother and sister received antique mahogany pieces, while my set was antique cherry wood. I got a 4-poster bed, a beautiful dresser, and matching drawers. I loved that furniture. It made my room feel older and more elegant somehow, like it belonged in the same time period as the house itself. Not long after we got that furniture, strange things started happening again. My sister and I both began experiencing our beds shaking. At first, it was so light that it almost felt like something mechanical, like the way a washing machine can make the floor vibrate when it is off balance during a spin cycle. It was not a violent shake, just enough movement to feel it clearly when lying there. The first few times, I did not think too much of it. Houses vibrate. Appliances run. Old furniture shifts. That was what I told myself. But then one night I noticed it, and got up to go into the kitchen for a drink. The bed had been trembling lightly before I got up, and when I passed through the kitchen, I noticed the washer was not even on. When I came back to my room and lay down again, the bed was still shaking. I even tried to tell myself maybe it was just my heartbeat. Sometimes when you are lying still, you can feel your own pulse in strange ways. But this was not in rhythm with my heartbeat. It was separate. It was its own movement. Around the same time, I also started smelling perfume in my room. It was a soft scent, not overpowering, and it would drift through the room unexpectedly. I would be sitting or lying there, and suddenly the air would carry that faint perfume smell for no reason. It happened often enough after we got the furniture that I could not help wondering if one of the pieces had brought something with it. The house also felt different during storms. When Hurricane Fran hit, I remember the whole place feeling charged with something beyond ordinary weather tension. Of course, a storm like that naturally makes a house feel alive in a frightening way. The wind, the pressure in the air, the strange light, all of it affects people. But this felt like more than storm energy. Shadows darted everywhere through that house. It felt as if there were more beings inside than just our family, all moving with the same restlessness and concern, as if the house were crowded with invisible people reacting to the storm with us. Even my father, who was always the skeptic, said something about it. That alone tells me the feeling was strong, because he was not the kind of person to go around talking about haunted houses unless something had truly affected him. For all the strangeness in that house, though, what I remember most strongly is not fear. It is something more mixed than that. There were eerie moments, yes. There were definitely things that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. But there was also a strong feeling of welcome in that house. Family and friends alike would say it felt good there, as if they were where they were supposed to be. It had a homecoming feeling to it. People seemed to relax there in a way they did not in other places. Even with all the ghostly moments and the strange happenings, there was still something warm in the house, something that made it feel like home in a deeper sense. That is one reason I have never thought everything in that house was bad. There were things there that felt friendly, or at least not harmful. The breakfast smells, the sense of presence, the homecoming feeling, those things did not seem frightening. They seemed almost caring in a way. Like the house held echoes of people who had once loved it and still lingered there in some peaceful form. But not every room felt the same. My sister's room always felt uneasy. That was the one place in the house where I can honestly say I felt truly uncomfortable. There was something about that room that never settled right with me. I do not know if it was because of the layout, the history, or whatever was connected to it spiritually, but there was a heaviness there that I did not feel the same way in the rest of the house. The rest of the house could be strange, but Thera's room could feel wrong. And then there was one memory from when we were younger that still stands out as one of the scarier moments. At one point, when we were still kids, my father built a loft bed for me and my sister. It was a pretty clever setup. A queen-size bed was on top, and underneath it were my sister's twin bed and her desk. It made the room feel almost like a fort, the kind of thing children love. I was lying up top one night, unable to sleep, staring down toward the floor. Then I saw a flash of red light. Just a dot, quick and sharp. It caught my attention immediately because it did not fit with anything else in the room. I lifted my head, confused, thinking that was odd. Then, all at once, I got a really bad feeling. A heavy, instinctive fear. And then I heard a growl. The sound sent shivers straight down my spine. It was not a noise I could easily place. Not the house settling, not an animal outside, not anything ordinary. It was a growl, and hearing it in that room made my whole body go cold. Then I heard my sister's voice from below. "Steph? Are you awake?" I answered yes. Then she asked me if I had heard it. I told her yes. And then she asked in a small, scared voice only a child can have, "Can I sleep with you?" I told her yes immediately. Her bed was right next to the ladder, and I remember how quickly she climbed up. She moved like a monkey being chased by a lion, desperate to get off that lower bed and up beside me where she felt safer. After that, she later ended up moving into my brother's room, and he moved into what had been the family room instead. That tells you how strongly she felt about that room after what happened. There was another strange thing later on too, something I still cannot fully explain. One night I saw what looked like a giant cocoon in the corner of the room. It was such a bizarre thing to see that I did not even know what to call it at first. Years later I came across someone online describing something almost exactly the same. He had experienced the growling first, and later had seen a cocoon-like thing too. I never got a response from him when I tried to ask more about it, but the fact that someone else described the same sequence of things still sits with me. It made me feel a little less crazy, but it also made the whole experience much stranger. When I look back on that house now, I think of it as a place full of layers. It was not simply haunted in one easy way. It did not feel like one ghost or one force. It felt like many different energies had settled there over time. Some felt friendly. Some felt watchful. Some felt playful in a way, like the phantom car pulling in the driveway before my dad actually arrived. Some felt domestic, like breakfast being cooked on Sunday mornings. Others felt more disturbing, like the stain in the dining room, the animal reactions, the shadow moving through the rooms, the bed shaking, the growling, and that strange cocoon thing. The house never felt empty. Even when it was quiet, it never felt empty. And yet, despite everything, there was still something loving in it too. Something welcoming. That may be the strangest thing about all. Usually people imagine a haunted house as a place that makes everyone feel cold and frightened. But this house was not like that all the time. It felt alive. Full. Complicated. Sometimes comforting, sometimes unsettling, sometimes deeply eerie. It was the kind of place where you might feel both at home and watched in the same moment. That is why I still think about it all these years later. Not because I am trying to solve it like a puzzle, but because it was one of those houses that changes how you understand the word haunted. It was not just fear. It was presence, memory, warmth, unease, history. It was all of those things at once, and maybe that is what made it feel so real. When I think back on the paranormal experiences that have stayed with me the longest, the first one that always comes to mind happened when I was 7 years old. Even now, after so much time has passed, I can still feel the weight of that memory in a way that is hard to explain. Some things from childhood fade and become soft around the edges, but this never did. Maybe that is because it happened at a time when I was already carrying more grief than most children should ever have to carry. Maybe it is because the person at the center of it meant so much to me. Or maybe it is because when something strange happens right after death enters your life, it leaves a mark that never fully goes away. The story is about my Uncle Eugene. From the time I was 2 years old until I was 7, Eugene was my hero. I do not use that word lightly. He really was that person for me, the person I looked up to more than anyone else, the one whose presence made the world feel safer and more solid. My mother had died when I was only 2, and because of that, my life changed very early. I moved in with my grandparents and my uncle, while my father moved to another town. I still saw my dad every weekend, and I loved him, but the truth is that during those years, the adult I saw most, the one who shaped a lot of my everyday world, was Eugene. He was more than just an uncle to me. He was the person who was there. When you are little and someone becomes part of your daily life in that way, they become more than a relative. They become part of your sense of home. I do not know if children always understand that while it is happening, but they feel it. They know who they run to, who they admire, who makes them laugh, who feels steady and important in the middle of everything else. That was Eugene for me. So when he died, it shattered me. I still remember the day it happened. I remember the panic and confusion in the house. I remember seeing the paramedics come in. I remember watching them put my uncle on a stretcher. I remember the sound and movement of the ambulance, and the terrible feeling that everything had suddenly become unreal. There are some moments in life when you understand that something is very wrong even before anyone fully explains it to you, and that was one of those moments. He had suffered an asthma attack. They took him to the hospital, but it was already too late. He died the same way my mother had died, and even though I was only 7, that detail mattered to me. It made the loss feel heavier, more cruel somehow, as if life had repeated a wound my family had already suffered once before. That night I cried until I finally fell asleep. My grandmother, trying to protect me and my sister as best she could, decided that for a few nights we should sleep in her room instead of our own. Eugene's room was right next to ours, and I think she knew that the closeness of it would be too hard for us right away. Maybe she was also trying to spare herself the sound of us lying awake in our own room, so close to the one that had suddenly become empty. Whatever her exact reason was, I know she meant well. She wanted us close, wanted us safe, wanted us away from that hallway and that room for a little while. So the night after he died, my sister and I slept in my grandmother's room. My grandmother turned off the lights, and before long both she and my sister fell asleep. I, however, have had trouble falling asleep for as long as I can remember. Even as a child, sleep did not come easily to me. That night, with my mind full of grief, fear, and confusion, it came even less easily than usual. I lay there for what felt like forever, turning over, opening and closing my eyes, trying to force myself to rest. The room was dark and quiet, but not peaceful. It felt full of absence, if that makes sense. The house itself felt changed, as though it knew someone was missing. After what seemed like 2 hours of lying there, I opened my eyes yet again, and that was when I realized there was a light on somewhere in the house. At first, I did not move. I just noticed a faint glow reaching into the dark. Then I looked to either side of me. My sister was asleep. My grandmother was asleep too. My grandfather was at work, so I knew it was not him. That meant the light had not been turned on by anyone who should have been awake. Very slowly, I pushed myself upright in the bed and stared through the doorway, trying to figure out where the light was coming from. It was coming from Eugene's room. That alone was enough to send fear through me, but what happened next was even worse. We had a breathing machine in the kitchen that Eugene used whenever his asthma got bad. That machine had become one of those ordinary parts of life in the house, the kind of medical equipment that a family learns to treat as normal even though it always carries a little worry with it. As I sat there staring toward his room, that machine turned on. And then I heard breathing. Not imagined breathing. Not some vague sound I later convinced myself had meant something. I heard the machine going, and I heard the sound of someone breathing into it. The sound was horribly familiar because I had heard it before when Eugene was alive and needed it. That familiarity is part of what made it so terrifying. If it had been some random noise, maybe I would not have understood it right away. But I did understand it. I knew exactly what I was hearing. I cannot even fully describe the fear of that moment. I did not get up. I did not call out. I did not go looking. I was only 7, and I had already seen enough death to know what should and should not be happening in a house at night. The light in his room should not have been on. The breathing machine should not have been running. And I absolutely should not have been hearing him breathe into it after he had died the day before. I dropped back down into the bed as fast as I could, shut my eyes as tightly as possible, and tried to make myself disappear into the blankets and darkness. Somehow, eventually, I fell asleep. That memory never left me. For years I did not always talk about it because I did not know what to do with it. Was it grief? Was it fear? Was it my child mind trying to process a terrible loss? Maybe someone else would say that. Maybe someone would say I heard some other machine in the house or saw a light from a different room and built the rest out of heartbreak. I understand why people would want to explain it that way. But even then, even at 7 years old, it did not feel imagined. It felt real. It felt like something happened in that house that I was not meant to fully understand, only to witness. What made that experience even more powerful was how much Eugene had meant to me. If it had happened after the death of someone distant, maybe the memory would not have been so sharp. But because it involved him, because I knew the sound of that breathing machine, because I knew which room that light belonged to, the whole event became tied forever to one of the most painful nights of my childhood. To this day, when I think of him, I do not only think of laughter, admiration, and all the years he was my hero. I also think of that light in his room and the impossible sound of his breathing after he was gone. Years have passed since then, but that was not the only time something strange happened in a house connected to my family. The second story is very different, but it left me with that same unsettling feeling that a place can hold more than walls and furniture, more than the living people inside it. Sometimes houses seem to gather memory, emotion, and presence in ways that are hard to explain. This one happened only a few weeks ago, and it involved my great-grandmother's house. A few months before that, my great-grandmother had fallen and broken her hip. Since then she had been in and out of the hospital. When she was not at the hospital, she stayed at our house because she needed more help and could not safely manage alone. Her own house sat right next to ours, close enough that I had always thought of it as part of the same family space, even though it was its own home. It was an old family house in a different sense from the one where Eugene lived, but it had that same feeling of history in it. The kind of house that had seen generations come and go, the kind of place where walls quietly witness more life than anyone ever speaks aloud. At the time, I was playing bass guitar in a band, and I needed a quiet place where I could practice without bothering everyone. Since my great-grandmother was staying with us and her house was empty, I decided to go over there to practice by myself. The idea actually seemed perfect. I would have privacy, I could turn up enough to hear myself properly, and no one would be around to complain. It was one of those little practical decisions that turned strange only afterward. So I went over there with my bass and started practicing. At first, everything was completely normal. I played through a few of our songs, worked through some parts, and let myself settle into the rhythm of it. There is something about being alone in a house with music that can make you forget the silence around you. The instrument fills the air, and for a while the whole place feels shaped by whatever you are playing. That is how it felt in the beginning. I was focused on the music, not on the house. Then I started playing one song in particular. It was a song our band had based loosely on a song from the 1950s, and for some reason every single time I played that song, something happened in the back room of the house. The sound would begin the same way each time. First I would hear what sounded like a closet door opening. Then there would be a bump, as if something had shifted or knocked against furniture. And after that came footsteps pacing around the room. The first time it happened, I stopped playing and listened, confused. The house was empty. No one else was supposed to be there. I waited, thinking maybe I had somehow created the sounds by vibrating something in the walls or the floorboards. Old houses make noises, and music can cause strange echoes. That was the explanation I wanted to believe. But then I started playing the same song again. The sounds came back. Closet door. Bump. Footsteps pacing. I stopped again. Silence. I played the song again. Again the sounds. It was not random. It was tied somehow to that particular song, or at least to the moments when I played it. That was what made it so unsettling. If it had only happened once, I might have dismissed it. But every single time I played that one song, the same sounds came from the back room. It felt almost as though something in that house was reacting to the music, responding to it, or recognizing it. At first, I did not know what to make of that at all. I just knew it was strange and that it kept repeating. Then, later on, I learned something that made the whole thing feel heavier. I found out that my grandfather's brother had died in that house. I also learned that my great-grandfather had built the place himself. Those details did not solve the mystery, of course, but they changed the atmosphere of it in my mind. Suddenly the house no longer felt like just a temporary empty place where I happened to be practicing. It felt like a place layered with family history, with death, with memory, and perhaps with something still lingering. That is what makes the experience stay with me. I do not know exactly what was pacing in that back room when I played that old-style song. I do not know if it was my grandfather's brother, or some echo of another time, or something in the house responding to the music because it recognized the style or feeling of it. Maybe that sounds strange, but it is honestly the impression I got. Whatever was there did not feel openly hostile. It did not make me feel in danger the way the experience with Eugene's room had made me feel as a child. It felt more like a presence making itself known in response to something familiar, as if that song reached into a part of the house where memory was still awake. That is why my final feeling about it was not pure fear. What I remember thinking most clearly was this: whatever is in that house seems to like our music. And maybe that is the strangest and most human part of all. When people talk about paranormal experiences, They often focus only on what is frightening, and there is plenty in these stories that is frightening. A dead uncle's room glowing in the dark with his machine running after his death. A child frozen in bed listening to impossible breathing. A quiet, empty family house where unseen footsteps begin pacing every time a certain song is played. Those things are eerie, yes. They shake you. They stay with you. But they are not always only horror. Sometimes there is grief in them. Sometimes love. Sometimes longing. Sometimes a strange kind of recognition, as if the dead are not always trying to terrify us, but sometimes only reminding us that memory does not end as cleanly as we think it does. I do not claim to fully understand any of it. I only know what I experienced. I know what I heard the night after Eugene died, and I know how impossible and real it felt. I know what I heard in my great-grandmother's house when I played that one song, and I know it happened again and again in exactly the same way. And I know that both houses felt different afterward, as if once something reveals itself to you, even for a moment, the place where it happened is never ordinary again. One day during the week of March 17th, my sister came over to spend some time with me. It was one of those ordinary visits that did not seem important at first, the kind of day that feels small while you are living it, but later stands out in your memory because something strange happened in the middle of it. We were sitting together, watching a paranormal show on television. We both like those kinds of shows, the ones where people talk about unusual experiences and try to explain things that do not always have a clear answer. On that particular episode, the host was showing how to use a pendulum. He held a coin in his hand and explained that if the coin was an odd number, the pendulum would move left to right over his hand, and if it was an even number, it would move back and forth in a different direction. He spoke with the kind of confidence that makes you wonder if maybe there is more to these tools than people think. I had a pendulum of my own, so after watching him do it, I decided to take mine out and try it for myself. It was one thing to see it happen on television, but it felt different to hold it in my own hand and test it. I remember wanting to see if it would really work, if it would move the way he said it would. I followed the same basic method he had shown, and to my surprise, it did seem to respond. It was a strange feeling, even though I had already believed in paranormal things for a long time. There is still something different about seeing an object move in a way that seems to answer you directly. It makes the room feel quieter somehow. It makes you pay closer attention to every little thing. The host on the show then moved on and started talking about dowsing rods. He explained how they could be used and demonstrated them the same way he had shown the pendulum. Since I also had a set of dowsing rods, I took those out too. I wanted to show my sister how they worked and see what she thought. We stood there trying them out, talking about what we were seeing, and for a while it all felt harmless and interesting, like we were just having fun with something unusual. I do not remember being frightened at that point. I was curious more than anything. My sister was interested too, and the whole thing felt like one of those moments where you do something because it seems fascinating, never really thinking there could be any kind of consequence. Not long after that, the visit came to an end. My sister had to go home, and I needed to get some sleep because I had to leave for work later that night. I worked the night shift at a hospital from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., so my routine is not the same as most people's. When others are settling in for the night, I am getting ready to leave, and when they are waking up, I am coming home tired. Because of that schedule, I usually try to get rest whenever I can. That day was no different. I knew I needed sleep before work, so once my sister was ready to leave, I walked with her to the front door. That was when we noticed the shoes. My work shoes were sitting right there in the middle of the hallway. Not tossed there carelessly. Not half kicked aside as if someone had tripped over them. They were one on top of the other in a very straight line, almost as if someone had taken a moment to place them just so. It was such a small thing, but it looked wrong immediately. I usually kept those shoes under the kitchen table and only put them on just before I left for work. The kitchen table was about 10 feet away from the hall, far enough that the shoes had no reason to be there. I stopped and stared at them, and my sister did too. It was odd enough that it made both of us pause. The first thing we did was try to come up with a simple explanation. My partner suggested that maybe the dogs had knocked the shoes into the hall while they were playing ball. We had dogs, and dogs can move things around without meaning to. They can drag things, bump them, or send them sliding across the floor when they are excited. It was not an impossible idea. But the more I looked at the shoes, the less I believed that explanation. If the dogs had done it while playing, the shoes should have been scattered or lying at strange angles. They should have looked messy, as if they had been kicked or pushed by accident. Instead, they were arranged neatly, one on top of the other, lined up so straight that it almost looked deliberate. I said as much. I argued that there was no way the dogs would have done that. Dogs playing ball do not move shoes into a perfect stack. They do not make them look tidy. My partner answered that he was only saying it could have happened that way, not that it definitely had. He reminded me that not every odd thing in the house had to be because of a ghost. He said our ghost or ghosts did not always cause things to happen. The way he said it was almost casual, which tells you a lot by itself. This was not a home where strange things had never happened before. There had already been enough unusual events that the idea of a ghost was not completely ridiculous in our house. Even so, he wanted to give a normal explanation first, and in a way that made sense. People do that. Even when they believe, they still want to hold on to logic as long as they can. But I could not stop thinking about those shoes. The image of them stayed in my mind. It was not only where they were found. It was how they looked. There was something about the neatness of it that bothered me. Something about the way they seemed placed instead of moved. It was the kind of small detail that stays with you because it does not fit. I picked them up eventually, but the strange feeling did not go away. I remember going to bed later, still thinking about it, still turning over the possibilities in my mind. Maybe it had been the dogs somehow. Maybe I had forgotten where I left them. Maybe there was a simple reason. But none of those explanations felt right. Days passed, and life moved on the way it usually does. Work, home, sleep, routine. But that strange little moment with the shoes did not leave me. It became one of those things that seems minor until you start telling it to other people and realize how strange it really sounds. On Easter Sunday, we were gathered with family, and the story came up in conversation. We told them what had happened, and once again the same debate started, though this time it was in a joking way. Was it the ghost, or was it the dogs? We laughed about it while talking, but beneath the joking there was still that same question. No one really had an answer. Everyone had an opinion, but no one had been there except us. There is a funny thing about telling a strange story out loud. Sometimes it makes it feel less scary because everyone is laughing. Sometimes it makes it feel more real because once you say it, you hear how odd it sounds. That is what it felt like to me. I could tell the story, smile, and argue lightly about it, but in the back of my mind I still saw the shoes lined up in the hall, and I still knew how wrong it had looked. That same night, after the Easter gathering was over and things had settled down, I was home on the computer. I also had a paranormal show playing on the television. It was not unusual for me to do that. I liked those shows. They were part entertainment, part curiosity, part comfort in a strange way. Some people like falling asleep to music or background noise. I could sit and listen to people talk about ghosts, hauntings, and unexplained events. It never felt that strange to me. Maybe because I was already used to thinking about such things. Maybe because in my own home, unusual things had happened often enough that the subject no longer felt far away. After a while, I got into bed to watch a show with S. We were trying to relax and wind down. At some point we decided we wanted popcorn, so I got up and went to the kitchen to make some. It was a simple little break in the evening, the kind of normal thing that makes what happened next feel even stranger. I put the popcorn in the microwave and waited, listening to the quiet sounds of the house. When I went to the kitchen and came back, I passed the hallway. I noticed nothing unusual at that time. No shoes in the hall. No strange arrangement on the floor. Nothing at all that stood out. If there had been, I know I would have noticed, because by then I had already become more aware of that hallway than I used to be. A few minutes into the show, we realized it was a repeat. There was no point staying up for it, so we turned off the television. S decided to get some sleep. I, however, was restless. I did not feel ready to lie down yet, so I decided to get up and go into the living room to grab a book. It was a simple decision, an ordinary thing. But as I walked past the hallway again, I stopped cold. There were my shoes. Again. They were in the hall just like before, in a straight line, one on top of the other. This time they were even closer to the front door. For a second I just stood there looking at them, trying to take in what I was seeing. I knew they had not been there only minutes earlier when I had walked by on the way back from the kitchen. I was sure of it. The hallway had been clear then. And now, suddenly, the shoes were back, stacked and arranged in that same deliberate way. I felt that odd mix of disbelief and certainty that comes when something impossible seems to happen right in front of your life. You want to deny it, and at the same time you know exactly what you are seeing. I called for S to come look. When he came into the hallway and saw them, his reaction changed. This time he agreed that the dog had not been playing ball. The dog had been in the bedroom with him, and he had not moved from there. In the short time since I had gone to make popcorn, only about 10 minutes had passed. There had not been enough time for some long chain of unnoticed events. We both knew either of us had put the shoes there. The dogs had not done it. And yet there they were. That second incident hit harder than the first because it removed almost every easy excuse. The first time, we had been able to debate it. We had been able to joke that the dogs might have done it, that maybe it was just a weird accident. But now, in that second moment, with the shoes appearing again in such a short span of time and under circumstances that ruled out the dog, the ordinary explanation felt weak. It was no longer just about shoes being in the wrong place. It was about repetition. It was about a pattern. Something had happened once, and then it had happened again in almost the exact same way. I bent down and picked them up. And when I did, I noticed something else that made the whole thing even more unsettling. The shoes were not simply placed on top of each other. They had been shoved together tightly, toe into heel, jammed in place. It was almost as if someone had intentionally pressed them together until they locked. That detail may sound small, but to me it mattered. It made the arrangement feel even more deliberate. If they had just landed that way by chance, they would not have been so tightly fitted together. It felt like the kind of thing hands would do, not pause, not random movement. Hands. I remember holding them and feeling a chill run through me, even though nothing else in the hall was moving. The house was quiet. There was no sound, no visible sign of anything strange. Just those shoes in my hands and the heavy feeling that something unseen had made a point. It was not a violent thing. It was not loud. It was not dramatic in the way people often imagine hauntings to be. But that quiet, careful arrangement somehow felt more personal than if something had simply fallen off a shelf. It was subtle, but it got my attention. After that, the hallway changed for me. It became a place I looked at every time I passed. I could not help it. Once something strange happens in a specific spot, your eyes start going there on their own. You start checking without realizing it. Every trip to the kitchen, every walk toward the front door, every passing glance down the hall became a little moment of expectation. Are the shoes there again? Is something else out of place? Will it happen a third time? Nothing did, at least not right away. But the possibility had already settled into the house like a thought you cannot stop having. For the rest of that week, every time I passed the hallway, I looked. So far it did not happen again, but I kept checking anyway. That is what strange events do. Even when they stop, they do not really stop inside your mind. They leave behind a kind of watchfulness. A person can go through the rest of their routine, cook dinner, read a book, get ready for work, answer the phone. And still a part of them is waiting for the next thing. That was how it felt for me. Life continued, but that little edge of awareness stayed. I thought a lot about what made it feel so meaningful. On the surface, someone could laugh and say they were just shoes. And yes, that is true. It was not a chair flying across the room. It was not a voice shouting from the dark. It was just a pair of shoes. But sometimes the smallest events are the most unsettling because they happen so quietly and so precisely. A loud event can almost feel wild and chaotic. This was not wild. This felt controlled, thoughtful, intentional. It was as though something had picked one small, everyday object and used it to say, "I am here." I also could not ignore the timing. The first event had happened after my sister and I had been watching a paranormal show and using the pendulum and dowsing rods. The second happened after we had once again been talking about the shoe incident on Easter, and after I had been watching another paranormal show that same night. I am not saying those things definitely caused what happened. I cannot prove that. But the connection was hard to overlook. It felt as though each time we brought our attention strongly toward the paranormal, something in the house responded. Maybe that was coincidence. Maybe it was not. But when you live through something like that, you start noticing patterns whether you want to or not. I began to think back over other unusual things that had happened in the house before. The small sounds with no source. The strange feeling of not being alone. Those moments when something in the room feels just a little off for no clear reason. Nothing huge stood out all at once, but there had been enough little things over time that the idea of a ghost was not brand new to us. We had already used that word half seriously, half jokingly, long before the shoes. The shoe incidents just pushed the whole subject closer to the center of the room. It was no longer a vague possibility. It became an active question. What kind of presence, if there was one, would do something like that? I asked myself that again and again. There was no sense of danger in the moment, not the way people describe feeling when something truly dark is around. I did not feel threatened exactly. Startled, yes. Uneasy, yes. Watched, maybe. But not attacked. The shoes were not thrown. They were arranged. That difference mattered to me. It felt less like rage and more like mischief, or maybe a quiet need to be noticed. Still, even a harmless act can be disturbing when it comes from something you cannot see. I imagined the possibilities more times than I want to admit. Maybe it was a spirit trying to get attention. Maybe it was something attached to the house. Maybe it was simply one of those things that have no answer and no follow-up. The kind of moment people carry for years because they never quite solve it. Or maybe, as some would insist, there was still some ordinary explanation we had not thought of. But each time I returned to that line of thought, I ended up back at the same image, the shoes stacked neatly, pressed together tightly, appearing in the hall twice under conditions that made chance hard to accept. I also found myself replaying the second incident over and over because of how recently I had passed the hallway before it happened. That detail mattered. The shoes had not been there when I made the popcorn. Then, only a few minutes later, after the show had been turned off and I went to get a book, there they were. That meant the event had happened during a short window of time, inside an ordinary quiet evening, while S and the dog were in the bedroom. There was something deeply unsettling about that. It meant the act had taken place not at some distant point when no one was paying attention, but right there, close to us, in our own home, in the space between one normal moment and the next. After a while, even talking about it changed. At first there had been joking debates and curiosity. Later there was more caution in the way I described it. I did not want to exaggerate it, but I also did not want to dismiss it. I have always felt that if you tell a strange story, you should tell it as honestly as you can. Not everything needs dramatic words. Sometimes the truth is enough. The truth was that my shoes had moved twice in a way that made no sense to me. The truth was that they were arranged too neatly to feel accidental. The truth was that on the second occasion, the normal explanations no longer worked. Beyond that, I could only say what I felt, and what I felt was that something in that house knew how to get my attention. The oddest part may have been how quickly the hallway became charged with meaning afterward. Before, it was just a hallway, a space you cross without thinking. Afterward, it held memory. The floor looked the same, the walls looked the same, the front door looked the same, and yet none of it felt quite ordinary anymore. A place can change in your mind after one event. It can become a marker. Every time I passed through there, I saw not only the present empty floor but also those 2 moments layered over it. That is what happens with unexplained experiences. They linger in the place as much as in the memory. I wish I could say that after a certain number of days, I stopped checking and stopped caring. But that would not be true. Even when nothing happened for the rest of that week, I still looked every single time. Some part of me expected to see them again. Another part hoped I would not. There is a tension in that kind of waiting. If nothing happens, you do not get answers. If something does happen, you are forced to accept even more strongly that you are dealing with something you do not understand. So you exist in that strange middle place, watching and wondering. It also made me think about how people decide what is real. If I had only found the shoes once, maybe eventually I would have talked myself into letting it go. If my partner had not seen the second incident, maybe I would have started to doubt my own memory. But because it happened twice, because someone else saw the result, because the timing ruled things out, it became harder to fold it away as nothing. There is comfort in having another person witness at least part of what happened. It keeps you from feeling foolish. At the same time, it also removes the escape route of pretending it was all in your head. There are many kinds of ghost stories. Some are loud and dramatic. Some involve full figures, cold spots, voices, footsteps, doors slamming. This was not like that. This was a quiet haunting, if that is what it was. The kind that works through the smallest objects. The kind that asks for attention without making a scene. In a way, that made it more believable to me because life itself is full of small details. A haunting that uses an everyday object feels closer to the world we actually live in. It slips into normal life instead of standing far outside it. And maybe that is why it stayed with me so strongly. Shoes are personal things. They are part of your routine, part of your movement through the world. They wait where you leave them. You expect to find them where they belong. To have them moved so carefully, so deliberately, felt almost intimate. It was not just that something in the house had touched an object. It had touched my object. Something I used for work. Something I relied on. Something ordinary and close to daily life. That gave the act a strange sense of intention, as if I had been selected for attention in that moment. As the days passed, I kept trying to decide whether the whole thing began with our own curiosity. Had using the pendulum and dowsing rods somehow stirred something? Had the television shows and our discussions opened a door, or at least focused our awareness in a way that made us notice what was already there? I do not know. I really do not. But I understand why people wonder about that. When certain events cluster around certain actions, it is hard not to connect them. It is human nature to search for cause and effect, even when the evidence is incomplete. Still, I do not claim to know exactly what happened. I only know what I saw. I know my shoes were under the kitchen table where I always kept them. I know they appeared in the hall in a neat line, one on top of the other. I know the first time we tried to explain it away. I know the second time happened within about 10 minutes, after I had just passed the hall and seen nothing there. I know S and the dog were in the bedroom, which ruled out the usual explanation. I know when I picked the shoes up, they were jammed tightly together, toe into heel, more than just casually stacked. Those are the facts as I remember them. Everything else is interpretation. Even now, when I think back on it, I can picture that hallway clearly. The light. The quiet. The sudden shock of seeing something where it should not be. I can hear myself calling for S. I can feel the strange certainty that the dog had not done it. I can remember the sensation of lifting the shoes and realizing how tightly they had been pressed together. Memory has a way of holding on to the details that matter. Not always the big things. Sometimes just the exact angle of a shoe in a hallway. So after that, every time I passed the hallway, I looked. Morning, night, getting ready for work, coming home tired, moving from one room to the next. I looked. So far, it has not happened again this week. The hall has stayed empty. The shoes have stayed where I leave them. Nothing else has appeared out of place. But the feeling remains, that quiet question at the back of the mind. Was it really just one of those impossible little moments? Or was something in the house letting us know it was there? First after we played with those tools, and then again after we laughed and talked about it. I do not know. What I do know is that ever since then, I never walk past that hallway without checking. Even if I am busy. Even if I am tired. Even if I tell myself not to think about it. My eyes still go there. They always will now, I think. Because once you have seen something move without explanation, once you have found an ordinary object arranged in a way that feels deliberate and impossible, you never fully stop wondering if it might happen again. And that is where the story rests for now. Not with a grand ending, not with a clear answer, but with that uneasy pause that so many true experiences seem to leave behind. My shoes appeared in the hall twice, lined up so neatly that chance feels wrong. The first time we questioned it. The second time we knew something was off. Since then, nothing more has happened with the shoes, at least not yet. But every time I walk by that spot, I still look down, half expecting to see them waiting there again in that same impossible straight line, one on top of the other, as if some unseen hand had quietly placed them there and stepped back into silence. At the time, I was looking for a new apartment. It was one of those stressful periods in life when too many things seem to be changing at once, and even though you try to stay calm, there is always a little pressure sitting in the back of your mind. I needed to find a place for myself, and around the same time, my daughter also needed to move out of her apartment. Because of that, everything felt a little rushed. We were both trying to sort out where we would live, what would fit our needs, and what kind of place we could actually afford. It was not just about finding any apartment. We wanted something that felt right. Then I found what seemed like the perfect place. It was in a large old house that had been converted into several apartments. From the outside, it had the kind of look that instantly catches your attention. It did not feel like an ordinary apartment building. It had character. It had that older style that made it feel more personal, more lived in, almost like it had collected stories over the years. Some people are drawn to places like that. I always have been. There is something about an old house that feels warmer than a plain modern building, even if it also feels like it might be hiding a few secrets. We went to see the apartment on the lower right side of the house. I remember that clearly. We parked in the back and entered through the back door. The moment we stepped inside, we walked straight into a large kitchen, and I immediately fell in love with it. It was one of those kitchens that makes you feel at home right away. It was roomy, open, and welcoming. You could picture yourself there easily, making coffee in the morning, fixing dinner in the evening, standing by the counter while talking to family. It did not feel cramped or cold. It felt like the kind of kitchen people actually lived in. The moment I saw it, I could already imagine us there. Just off the kitchen to the right was a long, narrow bathroom. To the left was a small living room. The layout was unusual, but not in a bad way. It gave the apartment a certain charm. Nothing about it felt plain or forgettable. It felt like the kind of place that had grown over time instead of being designed all at once. Every room seemed to open into another in a way that made the apartment feel connected, almost like a maze softened by familiarity. To the left of the living room was an extra-large master bedroom. The room was bigger than I expected, and on paper it should have felt like the best room in the apartment. But the moment I entered it, I got a strange eerie feeling. It was not dramatic. It was not like a sudden chill or some overwhelming fear that made me want to run. It was more subtle than that, but strong enough for me to notice immediately. There was just something about that room that did not feel right. I cannot explain it any better than that. People who have had similar experiences understand what I mean. Sometimes you step into a place and it feels fine. Other times, without any clear reason, you feel watched, or uneasy, or simply wrong. That was how the master bedroom felt to me in that first moment. Still, I brushed it off almost as soon as I noticed it. When you are apartment hunting, you do not want to talk yourself out of a place too quickly, especially one that seems otherwise perfect. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the room was just darker. Maybe it was the way the air felt. Maybe it was only because the house was old. Whatever the reason, I put the feeling aside and we moved on to look at the rest of the apartment. To the left of the living room was another small room with beautiful French doors. That room was much smaller than the master bedroom, but it had its own charm. The French doors gave it personality, and I liked it right away. There was something cozy about it. At first I had assumed my daughter would be moving in with me, but then I found out her boyfriend would also be moving in. Once I knew that, the choice seemed obvious. I gave them the master bedroom, and I squeezed myself into the smaller room with the French doors. At the time, it seemed like the practical thing to do. 2 people would naturally need more room than 1 person, and I could make do in a smaller space. I did not think much more about it beyond that. Looking back, though, I sometimes wonder if giving them the master bedroom mattered in ways I did not understand then, because the strange things that followed always seemed tied to that room. About a month after we moved in, I started noticing something unusual. At first, it was just a shadowy blur, or maybe more like a gray fog. It would rush past the doorway inside the master bedroom. The movement was quick and easy to miss if you were not paying attention, but once I noticed it, I knew I had seen something. It was not a trick of the light. It was not just my eyes playing games with me. I had seen things like that before. By then I already knew what I believed it was. To me, it was a spirit. Even so, I did not panic. I did not feel fear when I saw it, and for that reason I tried not to make too much of it. The apartment was only a block away from a cemetery, and I told myself maybe it was just wandering spirits passing through the area. That thought may sound strange to some people, but to me it felt like a reasonable explanation. I had long accepted that not everything in this world is easy to explain. So instead of being deeply alarmed, I simply noticed it, accepted it, and moved on. If my daughter or her boyfriend had seen it too, they never mentioned it to me. Since no one else seemed bothered, I chose not to worry. For a while, that was how things stayed. I would occasionally catch sight of that gray, shadowy movement near the master bedroom, and I would note it without giving it too much power. It was strange, yes, but not frightening. It almost felt like just another quiet mystery in the apartment. The kind of thing you notice, think about for a moment, and then push aside so you can go on with your day. Life does not stop just because something odd happens in the corner of your vision. Then came the morning that changed everything. It was around 5 o'clock in the morning. I remember the time because it was part of my usual routine. I got up and walked into the living room, heading toward the bathroom the way I normally did. The apartment was quiet in that early hour, the kind of quiet that makes every small sound feel larger. The world outside was still in that half-dark stage before sunrise has fully taken over. Inside the apartment, everything felt still. As I stepped into the living room, I saw a shadowy gray figure coming out of the master bedroom. This was not just the quick blur I had seen before. This was something more defined. It had shape. It had movement. It was made of the same kind of gray fog-like substance I had noticed in the past, but this time it was clear enough that I could make out its form. It was shaped like something I can only describe as a mythical imp demon. It moved clumsily, hobbling as though its right hind leg was shorter than the left, and its left front leg was shorter than the right. The uneven movement caught my attention right away because it looked awkward and unnatural, almost like a creature that had been pieced together slightly wrong. But because I was already somewhat used to seeing shadowy things, I did not react with immediate fear. That might sound unbelievable to someone who has never experienced anything paranormal, but familiarity changes your reaction. When strange things have happened around you before, your mind does not always jump straight to panic. Sometimes it notices first, then questions later. So at first I paid little attention to it. It was there, yes, but I was still moving through my routine, still focused on going to the bathroom. Then I realized I had forgotten something. I turned to go back into my bedroom, and that was when I noticed that the figure seemed to back up. That made me stop paying attention in the casual way I had been. Until that moment, it was simply something I had seen. But now it was reacting. It was not just passing through the room like drifting smoke. It was moving in relation to me. That changed everything. I went into my room, retrieved the item I had forgotten, and when I looked again, the figure was now standing in the living room in front of the master bedroom door. I did not look at it directly at first. Instead, I watched it consciously out of the corner of my eye while trying to keep my face pointed straight ahead. It stayed on the opposite side of the room from me, almost exactly opposite me. I tested what I was seeing. I stepped forward, then back, and each time it stayed opposite me, moving back and forth as I moved, as though it were trying to maintain the same distance and position. That was the moment it truly hit me. I realized I had never before been so physically close to one of these shadowy figures. It was only about 2 arm lengths away from me. That is not far at all. It is close enough that you feel there should be more between you and it than empty air. It is close enough that you start to become aware of your own body in a strange way, of your heartbeat, of your breathing, of how vulnerable it feels to stand near something you cannot understand. And I had never seen one shaped like this before. Not like an imp. Not like an animal. Not like anything I could easily fit into a familiar category. I froze. From where I stood, I could see a side view of it fairly clearly. I could make out the back of its head, its body, and its tail. That image stayed with me because it did not look vague anymore. It still had that gray shadowy quality, but it was detailed enough to be unmistakably there. It was not just an impression. It was not just a movement in the dark. It had form. Part of me wanted to get a better look. That is human nature. When we are confronted with something unknown, curiosity and fear often rise together. I wanted to know what I was really seeing. But with that desire came another thought, one that produced a very real fear of the unknown. I wondered if I was even supposed to look directly at these things. I know that sounds strange, but in that moment it felt like an important question. What if looking straight at it changed something? What if it turned toward me? What if it had red glowing eyes like people describe in stories? What if the direct eye contact made it seem more real than I was ready for? What if it reacted badly? What if it attacked? These thoughts came quickly, one after another. Fear has a way of doing that. It does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers 100 questions in a second. Still, the creature itself did not feel openly threatening. It was strange, yes, but it did not give off the sense that it wanted to harm me. So I pushed past that, what if, fear and slowly turned my head in its direction, deciding that I would rather truly see it than spend the rest of my life wondering what it looked like. When I looked directly at it, it did not face me. It simply stood there frozen in time. That stillness was one of the oddest parts of the whole experience. It gave me the impression of an animal playing dead, or maybe a child standing still with the thought, maybe she won't see me if I don't move. It was such a strange feeling because the figure had been moving in relation to me only a moment before, and now it was completely still, almost awkwardly still, as if it had been caught. At that point, the shape looked different to me than it had at first glance. No longer like an imp demon exactly, it now appeared more like a large lion with an unkempt mane. The body was still on all fours. I did not see loose hairs or ragged fur trailing off it. The tail was visible. It looked solid in shape but still made of that shadowy gray substance, like fog holding itself together in the form of an animal. The most surprising part was that it had no glowing eyes. If anything, that made it more believable and more unreal at the same time. It did not match the dramatic image people imagine when they think of paranormal creatures. It simply existed there, oddly, quietly, in front of me. For about half a minute, it stayed that way. That half minute felt much longer. Time moves strangely during experiences like that. A few seconds can stretch until they feel heavy. Your senses sharpen, but your thoughts slow down and race at the same time. I stood there taking in the shape of the thing, trying to understand what I was seeing without losing control of myself. I remember thinking how strange it was that I was not running, not screaming, not doing anything dramatic. I was simply watching. It was as if some deeper part of me understood that this was one of those rare moments when fear needed to stay quiet so observation could take over. Eventually I turned my head back just enough to keep some visual awareness of it while I continued moving toward the bathroom. The moment I did that, it moved toward my room. That movement disturbed me more than its appearance had. Its path was straight, and if it had continued on that line, it would have gone through the wall and into my room. That thought stayed with me while I showered. The bathroom should have been a place where I could put a door between myself and whatever I had just seen, but instead I found myself replaying the direction it had gone, imagining it moving into my room through the wall as if walls meant nothing to it. That idea unsettled me in a way the sighting alone had not. It made the apartment feel less solid, less safe, less normal. I showered and got dressed, trying to act as if everything was fine. There is a strange pride some people have in handling fear quietly. I think I felt that then. I did not want to panic. I did not want to overreact. I wanted to treat what I had seen the same way I had treated other odd things before, calmly, carefully, without letting it own me. But the truth is that I thought about it the whole time. After getting dressed, I had to go back into my room. I remember approaching the door slowly. I opened it carefully and looked first to the side where I thought the figure would have been if it had gone in there. I saw nothing. Then I looked around the rest of the room. Still nothing out of the ordinary. No movement. No strange gray fog. No heavy sense of dread. Nothing. I stepped inside and waited for that weird eerie feeling people often describe, but there was none. The room felt normal. Quiet. Empty. So I went about my day as usual. Outwardly, at least. Inside, I never forgot what I had seen. That was not the last time I saw it either. After that morning, I saw it often passing through the living room at different times of the day. Not always in the same way, and not always as clearly, but often enough that I knew the first time had not been my imagination. The creature or spirit, or whatever it was, seemed connected to that part of the apartment, especially the master bedroom and living room. It never turned into something ordinary with repeated exposure. If anything, each sighting made it more real. At the same time, it still did not feel openly malicious. Strange, yes. Unsettling, yes. But not evil in the dramatic way people often expect when they hear a paranormal story. Because paranormal experiences were not entirely unfamiliar in my family, I eventually decided to ask my daughter about it. Most of my immediate family has seen some kind of paranormal image at one time or another. I call it the gift of sight. Some people would say it is imagination, or sensitivity, or a certain kind of openness. I have my own name for it because it feels like something that runs through the family. We notice things. We see things. We pick up on things others miss. It is not always convenient, but it is real enough to us. So I asked my daughter if she had ever seen any ghosts in the apartment. She said yes. That answer did not shock me as much as it confirmed something I already suspected. What mattered most was what she said next. She described what she had seen as a huge dog. A huge dog. The moment she said that, everything in my mind shifted. I had not told her what I had seen in detail before asking. I had not described the lion-like shape, the animal form, the way it moved on all fours. Yet her description matched the basic nature of what I had seen. She had noticed something animal-like too, something large, something that did not belong. That was important to me because it meant I was not the only one experiencing it. It meant the apartment held something that could be perceived by more than one person. I did not think to ask her right then where in the apartment she had seen it, or whether she had been alone when it happened. Looking back, I wish I had asked more questions in that moment. When someone confirms part of your experience, you want details. You want location, time, feeling, movement, everything. But sometimes when you are in the middle of a real conversation like that, your mind does not work like an investigator's mind. You are simply trying to take in the fact that someone else saw something too. The confirmation itself becomes the main thing. Even without all the details, her answer mattered deeply. It meant the thing I had seen was not just some personal vision tied only to me. It had entered her awareness too, though she interpreted its form slightly differently. Maybe that is because it appeared differently to each of us. Or maybe because when you look at something shadowy and unnatural, the mind searches for the closest shape it can understand. To me, in one moment it looked like an imp. In another, It looked like a lion with an untidy mane. To her, it was a huge dog. All of those descriptions point toward the same basic truth. It looked animal-like, large, and out of place. That made me think again about the eerie feeling I had gotten the very first time I walked into the master bedroom during the apartment tour. At the time I had brushed it off. Now I wondered if my body had sensed something before my mind had any proof. Sometimes we dismiss those feelings too quickly because they seem irrational. But perhaps they are not irrational at all. Perhaps they are the earliest warning we get, the first quiet signal that something in a place is not empty. The more I lived there, the more that idea stayed with me. The apartment itself had once seemed perfect. In many ways, it still was. I still loved the kitchen. I still appreciated the character of the house. In daylight, with everyone moving around and life carrying on, it could feel normal and pleasant. But once a place becomes attached to a paranormal presence in your mind, it changes. The rooms remain the same, but your relationship with them does not. The master bedroom was no longer just a bedroom. The living room was no longer just a living room. They became the stage where something moved, watched, and crossed from one space to another. I found myself becoming more aware of the apartment at odd hours. The early morning quiet. The dim light in the living room. The slight pause before stepping out of my room. All those things took on more weight after the sighting. I did not become terrified of the place, but I became attentive. There is a difference. Fear makes you want to avoid. Attention makes you want to notice. I also thought often about the way the creature had mirrored my movements from across the room. That detail stayed with me perhaps more than any other. It was not random movement. It was responsive movement. It was aware of me. It kept itself opposite me as though maintaining some kind of boundary. That made the encounter feel deeply personal. Even though it never faced me and never showed any obvious aggression, it was clearly not just drifting without purpose. It knew I was there. It adjusted in relation to me. That kind of awareness is hard to forget. And then there was the stillness when I finally looked directly at it. That memory stayed sharp too. The sense that it froze as if hoping not to be noticed. That reaction made it feel almost shy, almost cautious, which is a strange word to use for a paranormal figure. But that is honestly how it felt. Not innocent. Not harmless exactly. But not bold either. More like something that preferred the edge of vision, the in-between moment, the place where it could exist without being fully confronted. Even now, what strikes me most is how real it all felt without being loud or dramatic. There were no crashing sounds, no slammed doors, no booming voices. It was quieter than that. A shape in the living room at 5 a.m. A gray animal-like form. A presence tied to one room and then crossing into another. A daughter describing a huge dog in the same apartment. That is how many real paranormal experiences seem to happen, not like movies, but like life with one impossible detail laid over it. I have often wondered exactly what it was. Was it a spirit attached to the house? Something connected to the land? Something drawn to that room in particular? Was it ever human, or had it always been something else? I do not know. I cannot say. People can guess, label, and theorize, but in the end, much of the paranormal remains exactly that, beyond normal explanation. All I know is what I saw, what I felt, and what my daughter later confirmed in her own way. I also think about how easily I could have dismissed that first eerie feeling in the master bedroom forever if nothing else had happened. How many people walk into rooms, feel something strange, and tell themselves it is only their imagination? Probably most. Maybe sometimes they are right. But sometimes maybe they are not. Sometimes a room is trying to tell you something before the events begin. The apartment had seemed like the perfect answer to a practical problem. We needed a place. We found one. It fit us. It worked. But like many places with age and history, it may also have contained something unseen. That is part of what makes old converted houses so fascinating. Lives overlap in them. Time layers itself into walls and floors and doors. Joy, grief, arguments, sickness, secrets, loneliness, habits, all of it leaves something behind. if not literally then emotionally. And maybe sometimes more than emotionally. For me, that apartment became one more place where the unseen stepped close enough to be noticed. I can still picture the route through it even now, the back door opening into that kitchen I loved, the bathroom off to the right, the small living room to the left, the master bedroom beyond it, my own smaller room with the French doors. On the surface, it was simply an unusual apartment in an old house. But inside that familiar layout was the memory of gray movement, of a hobbling figure, of an animal shape frozen in silence, of a thing that kept its distance but not its absence. And I can still remember that exact early morning feeling when I saw it most clearly. The quiet. The pause. The realization that it was reacting to me. The effort it took to overcome my fear enough to look directly at it. The surprise of seeing no glowing eyes. The odd impression that it was pretending not to be noticed. The way it moved toward my room after I turned away. Those details remain with me because they were not imagined in the careless sense people mean when they dismiss these stories. They were observed, step by step, moment by moment, in a state of full awareness. I went on with my day after that. I lived my life. I did what people always do. But underneath the routine, that memory stayed alive. And it grew more solid when my daughter said she too had seen something large and dog-like, in the same apartment. That one conversation made the experience harder to explain away and easier to believe. The truth is, some places do not reveal themselves all at once. They let you settle in first. They let you love the kitchen, appreciate the charm, choose the rooms, move your things in, and begin to feel at home. Then little by little, something else makes itself known. First an uneasy feeling. Then a passing blur. Then one morning, at 5 o'clock, a full shape in the living room that changes how you understand the place. That is what happened to me there. Up until this past summer, my boyfriend lived in an apartment in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and even now, when I think about that place, I still feel the same tightness in my chest that used to hit me every time I stepped inside. We started dating a little over 2 years before he moved out, not long after he had gotten that apartment. At the time, I was in my second semester as a sophomore in college, and my school was about an hour away. My life already felt stressful enough because my roommate and I did not get along at all. We were going through a really bad period, and being in that dorm room with her had started to feel unbearable. I needed somewhere to breathe, somewhere to get away from the tension, even if only for a weekend. My boyfriend knew how hard things had been for me, so he told me I could come stay with him for the weekend at his apartment. At the time, that sounded like exactly what I needed. I thought it would be a break from the stress of school, a quiet change of scene, and a chance to spend time with him in a place that was his. Since we had only been dating for a while, I had not spent a lot of time at his apartment before that weekend. I had been there, of course, but not enough to really know the place. I did not know its sounds, its mood, or the strange feeling it seemed to carry. Back then, I had no reason to think anything about it was unusual. To me it was just his apartment, a place where I could relax and hide from college life for a couple of days. That Friday night when I arrived, everything seemed fine. Nothing felt strange at first. We spent the evening together, talked about what we were going to do the next day, and settled in for the night like any normal couple would. He told me ahead of time that he had to work a 10-hour shift on Saturday, which meant he would be gone most of the day. Since he knew I would be there by myself, he explained his plan. He had to leave early the next morning, and because he knew I was tired, he said he would not wake me up when he left unless I happened to wake on my own. He told me that if I got bored during the day and wanted to go anywhere, he would lock the door behind him when he left, and then slide the key through the mail slot for me. The apartment complex was not in the safest part of town, so he always kept the door locked, especially when I was there alone. That made sense to me. It sounded simple and safe enough. Saturday morning came, and because I am such a light sleeper, I woke up before he actually left. I remember that clearly because I saw the whole thing happen. I said goodbye to him, watched him get ready, and then watched him lock the apartment door from the outside as he left. Right after that, he slipped the key through the mail slot, just like he had said he would. I remember noticing it because it felt like a small but important detail. That key was the only key he had to get into the apartment. Once he left and dropped it through the slot, he was officially locked out. There was no second spare key for him to use later. That fact became very important to me before the day was over. After he left, I was still really tired, so I decided to go back to sleep for a little while. I thought I would rest a bit longer and then get up, eat something, maybe do some homework, watch a movie, and just enjoy the quiet. I had brought all the things I thought I would need to keep myself busy: homework, a good book, and a few movies. I really believed it was going to be an easy day. At that point, being alone in his apartment did not worry me at all. I do not know exactly how long I had been asleep when I woke up again, but I remember being pulled out of sleep by some kind of noise. It was enough to wake me, but not enough for me to react strongly right away. I was still half asleep, still in that foggy state where you hear something but your brain has not fully caught up yet. I remember hearing it, opening my eyes a little, and then deciding not to think much about it. I let my eyes close again for a moment because I was tired and thought it was probably nothing. Then I heard what sounded like someone walking through the apartment. That got my attention a little more, though even then, my first reaction was not fear. I had just watched my boyfriend leave, but in my sleepy state, when I heard footsteps, I assumed he had somehow come back in. I opened my eyes again just in time to see a person peeking in at me and then walking right back out. It happened quickly. Since I had only just woken up, my eyes had not adjusted fast enough for me to get a clear look. I did not see a face clearly. I did not study the details. I only saw a figure, and to me, in that moment, the figure looked like my boyfriend. That seemed logical enough at the time. I figured maybe he had forgotten something and had somehow gotten back inside to grab it. Maybe he wanted to make sure I was okay before leaving again. That thought felt normal. It fit the moment. I then heard what sounded like him walking down the stairs and out the door. Nothing about it seemed impossible yet because I had not fully thought it through. In my mind, still foggy from sleep, it was simply him. I accepted that explanation right away. After that, I got out of bed and started my day. I got dressed, cleaned up a little, put on some movies, and tried to keep myself occupied like I had planned. On the outside, everything looked normal. I was moving through the apartment, doing ordinary things, trying to enjoy a quiet day alone. But pretty quickly I started feeling off, and I could not explain why. I felt tired in a way that was heavier than normal tiredness. I also had this constant feeling of butterflies in my stomach, like nervous energy that would not go away. It was not the kind of feeling you get before something exciting. It was more like a low, steady uneasiness sitting deep in my body. At first, I tried to blame that on school stress. That seemed reasonable. My roommate's situation had been awful, classes were hard, and I was mentally exhausted. I kept telling myself that whatever I was feeling had nothing to do with the apartment. I thought maybe now that I had finally gotten away from campus, all the stress I had been carrying was finally catching up to me. So I ignored it and kept trying to make the day feel normal. Around lunchtime, I decided to go down the street and get something to eat. I figured maybe getting out for a bit would help me shake off the weird feeling. It was only when I walked down the stairs and saw the key lying on the ground exactly where my boyfriend had slipped it through the mail slot that everything changed for me. The second I saw that key, the whole morning rearranged itself in my mind. I just stood there staring at it, and in that moment I knew the person who had peeked in at me earlier had not been my boyfriend. There was no way it could have been him. I had watched him leave. I had watched him lock the door. I had watched him slip the only key through the mail slot. That key was still there on the ground. If he had come back after leaving, he would have had no way to get inside. He could not have opened the locked door, walked through the apartment, looked in on me, and then left again. Not without the key. And the key was right there where I had seen it fall. That realization hit me so hard that it made my whole body go cold. But even then, my mind did not jump straight to a ghost. That was not my first thought at all. What I thought was that maybe it had been someone from management. People from the apartment complex would have keys, and maybe they had come in to check on something. That explanation felt safer than anything supernatural. So I held on to it. I told myself that was probably what it was. All day, I tried to convince myself of that. Even while I was out getting lunch, I could not stop thinking about it. The image of that figure peeking in at me replayed in my mind again and again, but now it no longer felt harmless. Before, I had thought it was my boyfriend checking on me. Now it had become a stranger, or at least an unknown person, standing in the apartment while I slept. That was terrifying in a very different way. When I came back after lunch, the anxiety got so much worse. The moment I stepped back into the apartment, I felt sick. Not just nervous. Physically sick. The air felt wrong somehow. I cannot explain it in a scientific way, but there was this wave of anxiousness that hit me the second I entered. My stomach felt unsettled. My chest felt tight. It was like every part of me was reacting to being back inside. I tried to calm myself down by lying on the couch and watching television, but that feeling never went away. It sat there with me the whole time, like something invisible pressing down on the room. It was not until my boyfriend got home that evening that I finally felt even a little relief. The second he came back, the apartment seemed less oppressive. I felt calmer just because he was there. I immediately told him what had happened, but before saying too much, I asked him directly to make absolutely sure. Was there any chance it had been him? Had he come back for something? Had he somehow gotten inside? He told me no. He was clear about it. He said after he left that morning, he did not come back again until after work. He also told me that if management had entered the apartment, they would have had to notify him first by calling. Since they had not called, he said it was not them either. Hearing that should have made things clearer, but instead it only made them more frightening. I wanted a logical explanation, and both of the ones I had held on to were suddenly gone. If it was not him and it was not management, then who had I seen? Or what had I seen? I did not want to answer that question. I really did not. So after a while, we stopped talking about it. Later, after dinner, he brought something up that made the whole thing worse. He told me that two of his friends, who had spent the night there a few times and slept out in the living room, had experienced seeing a figure of a man walking in the hallway. When he said that, I felt my stomach drop again. At the same time, I did not want to believe him. I refused to accept it right away. I told myself maybe he was making it up just to scare me, especially because I had already had a weird experience that day. It would have been easy for him to say something like that as a joke. So I tried to brush it off. But even as I did, I could feel that the apartment had already changed in my mind. It no longer felt like just a slightly uncomfortable place. Now it felt like a place with a pattern. After that first day, every time I went there, I felt some level of anxiousness, especially when I was alone. It became one of those places where your body reacts before your mind does. I would walk in and feel uneasy for no clear reason. I would be sitting there and suddenly notice that my stomach felt fluttery or that I felt like I wanted to leave. It was almost as if the apartment carried a mood that settled over me as soon as I was inside. That feeling was strongest when I was alone, but even when my boyfriend was there, I never fully relaxed the same way I had before that first experience. Over time, other things started happening too. More than once, I saw a bright yellowish-white light move quickly past the entrance to the hall from the living room, heading toward the front door. It did not drift slowly like sunlight or look like a reflection. It moved fast, almost like something zooming by. The first time I saw it, I tried to explain it away immediately. I thought maybe it was headlights from outside or some weird reflection from the TV. But the more times I saw it, the less convincing those explanations felt. It never moved in a natural way. It always felt sudden, quick, and strange. Other times I would put objects down somewhere, leave the room, and then find them in a different place when I came back. These were not huge dramatic changes. It was not like furniture was moving across the room. But little things would not be where I had left them, and I would stand there trying to remember if maybe I had simply forgotten. I always told myself it was my imagination. I always tried to make it normal. Because once you fully accept that objects may be moving in a place on their own, it becomes very hard to feel safe there. One incident, though, was the one that finally pushed me over the edge. One day, my boyfriend left me alone in the apartment, while he went over to his neighbor's place to drop something off. I was not very fond of his neighbor, so when he gave me the choice, I decided to stay behind. At that point, being alone during the day still felt manageable. I did not love it, but I could tolerate it. Nighttime was different. Once it started getting dark, I really did not want to be alone in that apartment at all. But this was still daytime, so I stayed. He was gone longer than I thought he would be. I remember feeling annoyed and a little uneasy because I was waiting for him to come back and time seemed to drag in that place when I was alone. At some point, I went into the kitchen to get something to drink. I was standing there going through the fridge, trying to find a bottle of juice, when I heard what sounded like my boyfriend coming up the stairs. The sound was clear enough that I did not question it. I remember thinking it was him right away. I did not hear the front door open, but I told myself that was probably because I was moving things around in the fridge and making enough noise that I missed it. That seemed believable enough in the moment. So I walked out into the living room already starting to talk to him. But when I got there, no one was there. I stopped immediately and looked around, confused. The living room was empty. The front area was empty. I checked the bedroom. Nothing. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. He was nowhere. I felt that same sick drop in my stomach as I searched because there were only so many places he could be, and I had just heard someone come up those stairs. Then I went to the window and looked outside. And there he was. I saw him just leaving his neighbor's apartment. The second I saw that, I knew for certain that what I had heard inside the apartment could not have been him. There was simply no way. He could not have come up the stairs, gone back down, gone out, crossed over, and then appeared leaving his neighbor's place all in the tiny amount of time between me hearing the footsteps and me reaching the window. And I would have heard the door open and close if he had actually come in. I knew that. There was no reasonable way to force the timeline into something normal. That was the moment I became truly, fully terrified of that apartment. I did not stay inside another second. I ran down the stairs and out the door. I needed to be outside, away from those walls, away from whatever had just mimicked the sound of my boyfriend coming up the stairs. That part shook me more than almost anything else. Seeing a figure once when waking up was horrifying, yes. But hearing footsteps that sounded like someone you knew, in a place where no one was there, felt deeply wrong. It was as if the apartment itself, or something in it, knew how to imitate normal life just enough to draw you in. It took my boyfriend a good 3 hours to convince me to go back inside after that. 3 hours. That is how scared I was. From that point on, I refused to be left alone in that apartment at any time, day or night. It did not matter whether the sun was up. It did not matter whether I had things to do there. I would not stay there by myself anymore. Whatever was in that place had worn down every attempt I had made to explain it away. I could no longer tell myself it was stress, imagination, or a misunderstanding. The apartment had become a place where my body expected something bad the minute I was alone. Still, despite everything that happened there, I could never fully explain it. I do not know what I saw peeking in at me that morning after my boyfriend left for work. I do not know what made me feel that heavy anxiety all day long. I do not know what the bright yellowish-white light was that I kept seeing move through the hall. I do not know why objects seemed to shift when I was not looking. And I definitely do not know what I heard that day in the kitchen when I was sure my boyfriend had just come up the stairs, only to look outside and see him leaving the neighbor's apartment. All I know is that from the first weekend I spent there until the day he moved out, that apartment felt wrong to me. The strange thing is, the feeling did not stay the same all the time. Sometimes it was strong. Sometimes it sat quietly in the background. But it was always there. That was what made the place so hard to be in. It was not just the events themselves. It was the atmosphere. It was the feeling that the apartment was watching, waiting, pressing in on me in ways I could not describe to people who had never felt it. I have been nervous in places before. I have felt uncomfortable in certain houses. But nothing had ever made me feel the kind of steady, negative energy that apartment gave off. That is why moving day felt so different. The day I helped my boyfriend move out of that apartment was the first time since my first experience there that I actually felt comfortable inside it. That may sound strange, but it is true. The whole mood of the place felt different once we were packing things up and getting ready to leave it behind. Maybe it was psychological. Maybe it was because I knew I would never have to be alone there again. Or maybe the place itself felt weaker once its hold over our routine was ending. Whatever the reason, I noticed it. And when we loaded the last box into the van that summer, the sense of relief that filled my body was overwhelming. It was not a small feeling. It washed over me so hard that I almost cried. That is the part one remember most clearly now when I think about that apartment. Not just the fear. Not just the footsteps. Not just the figure in the doorway or the flashes of light. What I remember most clearly is the relief of leaving. The release. The feeling of my whole body finally letting go of something it had been bracing against for a long time. It was like I had been holding tension in every part of me for months without fully realizing it, and the moment we were done, that tension broke all at once. I have never experienced another place that gave me such a strong negative feeling. And I have never had another place where so many little things added up into something I could not explain. Even now, when I tell the story, what stays with me is how ordinary it all seemed at first. A college student trying to get away from her roommate. A boyfriend's apartment in a not-so-great area. A weekend visit. Homework, movies, sleeping in, lunch down the street. All normal things. But the haunting part of that story is exactly that. It happened inside normal life. It did not begin with something dramatic. It began with waking up and assuming the person peeking in at me was someone I trusted, only to realize later that he could not possibly have been there. That was how the apartment worked on me. It took the normal and bent it just enough to make it terrifying. At first, I thought I was just stressed. Then I thought it was management. Then I thought maybe my boyfriend was teasing me. Then I told myself the lights and moving objects were all in my head. I kept trying to rescue the apartment from what it felt like. I kept trying to make it ordinary again. But each experience stripped away one more excuse until all that was left was the feeling I had tried to ignore from the beginning, that there was something there. I still think about those footsteps sometimes. More than anything else, that is the sound that stuck with me. The sound of someone coming up the stairs when no one had. The way I spoke as if my boyfriend had just walked in, only to step into an empty room. The way I ran to the window and saw him outside, impossible distances away from where the sound had come from. There was something so personal about that moment, as if whatever was there understood exactly how to use familiar sounds to make itself known. And then there was that first figure. The one I saw peeking in at me from the bedroom doorway when I was only half awake. Sometimes I still wonder if I would have seen it more clearly if I had been fully alert. Would I have recognized it as not human right away? Or did it only resemble my boyfriend enough to keep me calm because I was tired? I do not know. What I do know is that I heard it move afterward. I heard it go back through the apartment, and down the stairs, just like a real person would. That memory alone is hard to shake. If there had only been one strange event, I might have let it go years ago. But it was never one event. It was a chain of experiences that slowly wore me down. A hallway that seemed active. A light that moved. Things that were not where I left them. A feeling of dread that got worse whenever I was alone. The apartment made me doubt myself until I could not doubt anymore. By the time he moved out, I was done trying to understand it. I did not need proof anymore. I did not need anyone else to believe me. I only needed to get away from that place, and never have to sit alone in it again. That was enough. And that is why the final image of that story, in my mind, is not of the hallway or the doorway or the stairs. It is the van. The last box. Summer air outside. My body finally relaxing. The apartment behind me, no longer holding me inside it. The feeling that something dark and heavy had finally been left behind. I have always believed in ghosts, but for a long time, I never thought my own house was haunted. I was the kind of person who believed strange things were possible, but I still kept a certain distance from the idea. Ghost stories were interesting. Paranormal experiences were something I thought happened to other people, in old houses, abandoned buildings, or places with dark histories. I did not think my own home was one of those places. Even when weird things happened in life, I usually tried to find some normal explanation first. That changed slowly, and then all at once. The first thing that ever really shook me was a dream. It was not just any dream either. It was so vivid that even after I woke up, it stayed with me in a way normal dreams do not. In the dream, I was in my house, but I was not myself. I knew somehow that I was another person. I was running from something, and the fear in that dream felt real, not like the kind of fear that fades as soon as you open your eyes. It felt immediate and desperate, like I was in real danger. The strangest part was that even though the dream took place in my house, the furniture was different. It looked older than the furniture we actually had in the house at that time. Everything felt familiar and unfamiliar at once. It was my house, but it was not quite my house. It was like I was seeing it through someone else's life, someone else's time. When I woke up, I was terrified. Not just uneasy. Not just shaken. I was deeply, physically terrified, and I could not even explain why. It was only a dream, but it had left this heavy fear inside me, like something had followed me back out of sleep. The fear made no sense in the daylight. If someone had asked me what exactly I was afraid of, I would not have been able to tell them. But I knew that dream had felt different from any ordinary nightmare. It felt personal. It felt like I had stepped into something instead of simply dreaming it. Not long after that, the noises started. At first it was easy to tell myself they were nothing. Houses make sounds. Old floors shift. Pipes move. Doors settle in their frames. People hear strange things at night all the time. That is what I told myself in the beginning. But these noises did not feel random. They followed a pattern. I would hear footsteps. I would hear doors opening and closing. And sometimes, late at night, I would hear heavy breathing. It always happened around 2 in the morning. That detail became hard to ignore after a while. If it had happened at different times, maybe I could have convinced myself it was just the house making noise when the temperature changed or when everyone settled in for the night. But it kept happening around the same time. Night after night, if I happened to be awake, those sounds would come. It was like something in the house became active at that hour. The heavy breathing was one of the worst parts. Footsteps can be explained away. Doors can be blamed on air pressure or the imagination. But heavy breathing is different. It feels close. It feels alive. It makes you feel like you are not alone, even if you cannot see anyone there. Hearing breathing in the dark when everyone in the house is supposed to be asleep creates a kind of fear that is hard to describe unless you have felt it yourself. It is not just a scary sound. It is a deeply personal one, because breathing belongs to a body. It suggests presence. After a while, I started going to bed earlier on purpose. I figured if the noises always happened around 2, then I could avoid them by making sure I was already asleep by that time. It was not really solving the problem, but it was a way of coping with it. And for a while, it helped. On the nights when I was asleep by then, I did not have to lie there listening. But every now and then, on the nights when I was still awake at that hour, I would hear them again. The same pattern. The same unsettling sounds. The same feeling that something unseen moved through the house when the night got deep enough. Then my mom's boyfriend moved in. Once he moved in, the strange noises stopped. That part was so sudden and strange that it stayed with me. It was almost as if whatever had been making itself known had gone quiet because someone new was in the house. I do not know why that would matter, but it was like the whole atmosphere shifted. Things calmed down. The nighttime sounds stopped. The house felt more normal again. Because he was moving in, I volunteered to let him have my room. That meant I had to move downstairs and start sleeping in the basement. I moved all my things down there and made it my own space. At first, it felt like a sacrifice, but after a while I actually got comfortable down there. I got used to it. The basement became my room, my little private space, and eventually I decided I liked it enough to stay there even after he moved out. And that is when things started again. Shortly after he left, the noises came back. But this time they were worse. When I had been sleeping upstairs, the sounds felt like they were somewhere else in the house, still strange but not always right near me. Down in the basement, they felt much closer. Louder. More direct. I was no longer hearing things from a distance. Now it felt like the noises were coming toward me, circling around my space, focusing on where I slept. One time, I heard what sounded like someone stomping down the stairs toward my room. Not normal walking. Not light steps. Stomping. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming down into the basement where I was sleeping. I looked, but there was nothing there. That became the pattern. Sound with no source. Movement without a body. Presence without proof. Every time it happened, I would try to find the person, the cause, the explanation. Every time there was nothing. For a while, it was only the noises. And honestly, as disturbing as they were, I think I could have kept living with that. I could have kept telling myself I was imagining things, or that maybe the house carried sound strangely, or maybe someone upstairs was moving around more than I realized. But eventually it became more frightening than noises in the dark. The basement had 2 rooms. One was my room, where I slept. The other was a storage room. There were times when the storage room door would be unlocked and open. At first, I tried to be practical about it. I assumed my mom or my sister had gone in there to get something and either forgot to close it or did not think it mattered. That would have been the simplest explanation. But when I asked them about it on the few occasions I noticed, they said they had not gone in there at all. That room unsettled me for reasons I cannot fully explain. A storage room already feels different from a bedroom because it is full of old things, closed-off space, forgotten corners, and the sense that people do not spend much time there. But once the door started appearing open when no one admitted opening it, it became even worse. Every time I saw that door open, it felt like an invitation to fear. I would stand there staring at it, trying to decide whether to check inside or ignore it. It was only a door, but it started to feel like something more than that. There were other small things too. My personal heater, which was fairly new, would sometimes refuse to shut off. That sounds minor compared to everything else, but in the moment it was deeply unsettling. I would try turning it off, and it would keep going. Then, when I got up and turned on the lights, it would finally stop. That detail stuck with me because it was as if the light itself interrupted something. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe the timing was random. But when strange things keep happening in one place, even the smaller details begin to feel connected. The heater not shutting off until I turned on the lights made it feel like whatever was happening preferred the dark, or at least lost some hold when the room was lit up. Then came the first time I actually saw something. One night, I was lying in bed when I heard a noise that sounded like heavy breathing coming from near me. It was close enough that it made me sit up and investigate. I was already used to hearing breathing in the house, but this felt especially near, like it was in the room with me. So I looked toward the sound. And I saw someone in the corner. It was the shadowy silhouette of a tall man. For a split second, I thought it was an intruder. That was my first thought, because when you see the shape of a person in your room, your mind goes to the most immediate danger. I turned away just long enough to grab something I could use as a weapon. But when I looked back, he was gone. That happened in only a second or two. My room was not big. There were not many places for anyone to go. The only real options would have been running up the stairs or going into the storage room. But I did not hear anyone run up the stairs. I did not hear the storage room door open either, and that door was loud. It took force to open, made a lot of noise, and was across the room from where the shadow had been standing. So if it had been a real person, He could not have disappeared that fast without sound. That realization stayed with me. The image itself was scary, but the impossible part was what really unsettled me. He had been there. I knew what I saw. Tall, dark, human-shaped. Then gone. No sound. No movement I could track. Just there, and then not there. It happened a little after 2 in the morning, which made it even worse, because that was the exact time all the strange noises always seemed to happen. What made that sighting harder to dismiss later was what happened when I had a friend spend the night. I never told him about the noises. I never told him about the shadow. I did not say anything because I did not want to sound crazy, and I also did not want to plant ideas in his head. If he noticed nothing, then maybe I could tell myself I was imagining things. That is how people try to protect themselves. We hope silence will somehow protect us from confirmation. That night, I fell asleep before he did. The next morning, he told me that around 2 in the morning he thought he heard someone whistling. He looked to see if it was me, but it was not. He said he then looked up and saw a dark, tall silhouette standing in the corner. The same kind of figure I had seen. He told me he tried to wake me up, but I would not move. When he looked back again, the shadow was gone. That was one of the moments that made me feel both terrified and strangely relieved at the same time. Terrified, because it meant I was not imagining things. Relieved, because another person had seen something too. Someone who had no reason to invent the same figure. Someone I had not warned. Someone who experienced it on his own. If I had only seen it myself, I might still have doubted my mind. But once another person described a tall dark silhouette in the same room, at the same strange hour, it became much harder to deny. Still, the worst night was yet to come. One night, I came home from my neighbor's house around 2 in the morning. I had taken a long nap earlier that day, so I was not tired at all. I remember that clearly because being awake mattered. I was alert. I was not half asleep, not drifting in and out of dreams. I was fully awake, which is one of the reasons I still cannot brush off what happened afterward. As I walked up to the house, I felt immediately that something was wrong. It was one of those feelings that hits before you have any evidence. The air feels different. Your body picks up on something your mind cannot explain yet. I stopped and looked around just to make sure I was not missing something obvious. But everything looked normal. The house looked the same. The yard looked the same. There was nothing outside that should have made me afraid. So I went inside. I lay down in my bed, still awake, just trying to settle in. Then I heard footsteps coming toward my room. The sound moved closer and seemed to stop right at the top of the stairs that led down into the basement. Because of that, I assumed it was my mom checking to make sure I was home. That would have made sense. I rolled over and tried to go to sleep. Then I heard heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. That made me turn to look. But nothing was there. I got scared, of course, but after a while, when nothing else happened right away, I tried to calm myself. I told myself maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the sound had come from somewhere else. Maybe if I just lay still and ignored it, the fear would pass. A few minutes later, I heard something walking toward me. This time I heard it step on some papers that were lying on the floor. That detail matters to me because it made the sound more physical, more specific. It was not just footsteps in some general sense. It was something stepping on actual objects in my room. I looked over. And the paper was moving. It moved exactly the way paper moves when someone steps on it and then steps off. Except nobody was there. At that exact moment, even though I had the heater on, the room suddenly turned very cold. Then all at once, I became overwhelmingly sleepy. That sudden wave of sleepiness felt unnatural. It did not come on like normal tiredness. It was heavy and immediate, almost like being drugged. I lay down on the bed, and right when I was about to fall asleep, I felt something pressing on my throat. That snapped me back enough to sit up. But the strange thing was, even after that, I still felt pulled toward sleep. It was like two things were happening at the same time. Something was attacking or restraining me, and at the same time something was trying to force me into sleep. Every time I drifted toward sleep, the pressure on my throat would return. I would jerk awake, and then once it stopped, I would start to feel sleepy again. Then it got more intense. Each time I started to fall asleep, whatever was pressing on my throat came back stronger. Eventually, it became so powerful that my body started flailing around on its own, like it was struggling. It felt involuntary, like I was not deciding to move that way. My body reacted as if it was fighting something I could not see. And while my body was struggling, it felt like something was holding me down. That was one of the strangest parts of the entire experience. At first, I did not feel in control of my own movements. It was not like I was choosing to fight. It felt more like I was strapped into a machine that had taken over, like being on a roller coaster where the motion happens whether you want it or not. My body was moving, reacting, resisting, but I felt like I was only partly inside it, partly just going along for the ride. Then I realized how dangerous that felt, and I tried to scream. But my screams came out muffled. I tried to get up and run, but each time I did, I got pushed back down. I tried to grab my phone so I could call for help, and this is one of the details that has stayed with me the most. My phone got thrown across the room by whatever force was keeping me from getting help. I know how unbelievable that sounds. But afterward, when everything was over, my phone really was across the room. That is one of the reasons I still believe what happened was real and not just some nightmare or dream. The phone was not where I always kept it. It was gone from beside me and found far away. At one point during this struggle, the force holding me down became suddenly much stronger. It was as though everything escalated without warning. I remember seeing my arm in front of me while I was sitting up, and that was the last clear thing I saw in that moment. After that, my body was moving, I could feel my head moving, I could feel myself shifting, but my vision stopped making sense. The only image I was aware of was that one frozen moment, my hand in front of me while I was sitting up. Then the next thing I saw was my ceiling. After a few moments, I realized I was lying half off the bed. I could feel myself convulsing, and I still could not move normally. That is the part that scared me in a different way, because by then it did not just feel paranormal. It felt physical. My body felt affected. I could not stop what was happening. I could not stand up and get away. I could barely understand what position I was in. It was as if I had been tossed around, restrained, pulled in and out of consciousness, and left there unable to control myself. The next thing I remember after that was waking up a few hours later. Then I got ready and went to work. That detail probably sounds strange to people reading this, but sometimes after something terrifying happens, you do the most ordinary thing possible because your mind cannot process what happened yet. You go through the motions. You get dressed. You leave the house. You show up where you have to show up. You hold yourself together because if you really stop and think, you might completely fall apart. When I woke up, I was back in bed the way I usually slept. And I remembered everything. That was another reason I checked for my phone right away. I needed proof that it had not all been a dream. I always kept my phone beside me. No matter what, that was where it stayed. So I looked next to me for it. It was not there. It was across the room. That was enough for me. I do not know exactly what happened that night. I do not know whether people would call it an attack, possession, sleep paralysis mixed with something darker, or something else entirely. One friend of mine got scared when I told him and said he thought I had been possessed. Other people thought I was crazy. Most people always want a clean label because labels make things feel less terrifying. But to me, the name matters less than the experience itself. Something happened. Something was in that room with me. Something pressed on my throat, held me down, moved my body, muffled my voice, stopped me from getting help, and left my phone across the room. Ever since that night, I have only slept in that house 3 times. I will only go into the basement now if I truly need to, or if someone is with me. I avoid it as much as possible. It does not feel like my room anymore. It does not feel like a normal part of the house. It feels like a place where something waits. Even going down there for a simple reason makes my body tense up. Every corner of that basement now feels connected to what happened there. And when I look back, I can see how it all built slowly. It started with a vivid dream that did not feel like a normal dream. Then came the footsteps, the breathing, the doors. Then the pattern of 2 in the morning. Then the move to the basement. Then the louder sounds, the stairs, the storage room door opening, the heater acting strangely. Then the tall shadow in the corner. Then my friend seeing the same thing without being told. Then that final night, when everything crossed a line and became something I still cannot fully explain. That is the part that haunts me most. Not just the one attack, but the way everything seemed to lead up to it. Like the house was warning me, or building towards something, or slowly making its presence stronger the longer I stayed down there. Sometimes I still think about that first dream. The older furniture. The feeling of being another person. The sense of running from something in my own house. Back then, I woke up terrified and did not know why. Now when I think about that dream, I wonder if it was the beginning. I wonder if it was a message, a memory, or some kind of glimpse into whatever was already there. I do not know. But after everything that happened later, I can never look at that dream as just a dream again. I also think about the figure in the corner a lot. Tall, shadowy, silent, gone in 2 seconds. And then my friend describing what sounded like the same exact thing. That part still gives me chills because it takes the experience out of my own mind and places it in shared reality. Another person saw it. Another person was frightened by it. Another person knew something was wrong in that basement. People can laugh at stories like this. They can say I was overtired, stressed, dreaming, half asleep, or imagining it. That is their choice. But they were not there. They did not hear the footsteps night after night at the same hour. They did not stare at a storage room door that should have been closed. They did not watch a heater behave strangely until the light came on. They did not see papers move under invisible footsteps. They did not feel the room turn ice cold while the heater was running. They did not feel hands or pressure at the throat. They did not wake up to find a phone across the room after trying desperately to reach it. I know what people think when they hear stories like this. They want them to be dreams. They want them to be misunderstandings. They want the world to stay simple. I understand that. I wish I could believe that too. I wish I could tell myself it was all one bad night and nothing more. But I cannot. Too much happened before it, and too much of it was confirmed in ways that did not depend only on memory. After that experience, something inside me changed. It is not just that I became more afraid of the basement. I became more careful about what I believe is possible. Before all this, I believed in ghosts in a distant way, the way people believe in things they have never had to face. Afterward, belief stopped being distant. It became personal. Fear became personal too. Now, when people talk casually about haunted places, I think about how different it feels when the place is your own house. When it is your own bed, your own room, your own phone thrown across your own floor. When the thing making the noise is standing where you sleep. When the hour on the clock becomes something you dread. It is a different kind of fear because there is nowhere to separate yourself from it. Home is supposed to be the place where you feel safest. Once that feeling is broken, it is very hard to get back. Even now, I cannot explain it neatly. I do not know what was in that house. I do not know why it became worse in the basement. I do not know why it always seemed strongest around 2 in the morning. I do not know whether it was attached to the house, the basement, or something else entirely. I only know what I heard, what I saw, and what I felt. And I know that after that night, I could never stay there the same way again. My husband was playing a video game online with a friend late one night, which was nothing unusual for him. He and his friends could stay up for hours talking, playing, laughing, and losing track of time completely. I had gotten used to that. On nights like that, I usually did my own thing and let him enjoy himself. That particular night, I was in bed reading with the overhead bedroom light on. It was already around 3 in the morning, but I was still wide awake. The house was quiet except for the distant sound of my husband's game and the soft, familiar presence of the cats curled up on the bed with me. It was one of those peaceful late-night moments that feels separate from the rest of the world, when everything is still and you feel half tucked away from ordinary life. At some point, I got up to go to the bathroom. On my way there, I turned on the hall light in our bedroom. I do not even remember thinking much about it at the time. It was just a normal little habit. You get out of bed, turn on a light, go to the bathroom, and come back. Nothing about it felt important then. When I was done, I returned to bed, settled back in with my book, and got comfortable again. I had my cats with me, the blankets were warm, and I had that very specific kind of comfort that makes getting up again feel almost impossible. That was when I noticed I had turned off the bathroom light, but I had left the hall light on. I remember feeling annoyed with myself over something so small. It was not serious, of course, but it was just irritating enough to make me think about it. I knew I should get up and turn it off. It was wasteful to leave it on, and I usually preferred the room exactly the way I wanted it when I was reading in bed. But I was so comfortable that I simply did not want to move. I even joked about it out loud to the cats, which is something I do all the time. I told them that maybe my husband would appreciate the light being on if he came in to use the bathroom later. That was how I justified it to myself, and then I went right back to reading. About 5 minutes later, something happened that I still cannot explain in any normal way. The hall light turned off all by itself. At the exact same time, our bedroom light, which was on a dimmer switch, dimmed down to about 50%. What made it even stranger was that I heard the hall light switch click. That detail matters to me because I was actually in a position to see that switch. I had a direct line of sight to it. I was awake, alert, and looking in that direction. I heard the click and saw the result. It was not like hearing a sound from another room and then discovering later that the light had changed. I was there. I experienced it in real time. The hall light did not just flicker out. The switch clicked, the light went off, and the bedroom light dimmed as if someone had physically adjusted it. I remember lying there for a second, staring, my book forgotten in my hands. It was not one of those moments where you can tell yourself maybe you imagined the timing wrong. It was too clear for that. I had literally just been thinking about the hall light and not wanting to get up to turn it off. Then a few minutes later, it was turned off for me. That was the kind of thing that would sound ridiculous if someone else told it to me casually. It sounds small on the surface. Just a light turning off, another light dimming. But when it happens in front of you, at 3 in the morning, after you have just spoken out loud about leaving the light on, it does not feel small. It feels pointed, intentional, personal. It felt, very simply, like someone had heard me and decided to respond. And that was not the first unusual thing that had happened in our home. By then, I already believed we had a ghost. That may sound dramatic, but after a while you stop searching for softer language when too many strange things keep happening. Still, even with that belief already in place, that incident stood out to me because it felt so direct. It was not just a sound in another room or an object in a strange place. It was a light switch clicking where I could see it. It was the dimmer changing on its own. It was the feeling of being answered. If that had been the only thing, maybe I could have laughed it off and moved on. But it was only part of a longer pattern. Not long after that, the ghost seemed to develop a new habit. I started finding the doors to our foyer closet and the laundry room open. At first, it happened in a way that left enough room for doubt. One night, my husband and I came home after going out to dinner, and when we walked in, those doors were open. We both stopped and looked at them because we were pretty sure we had left them closed when we went out. Still, the most natural explanation was simple forgetfulness. People forget things. People rush out the door and do not remember exactly what they left open or closed. So although we found it odd, we did what most people do when faced with a small unexplained thing. We shrugged it off. We assumed one of us must have forgotten. We closed the doors and moved on. Later that same evening, we were watching a video together. At some point about halfway through, we paused it to get some snacks. We went into the kitchen, talked, grabbed what we wanted, and came back out. And there were the doors again. Open. This time, the feeling was different, because now we were sure. We knew we had closed them after getting home. We had both seen them closed. We had both gone into the living room and stayed there until the snack break. No one had gone over to those doors. No one had any reason to open them. Yet there they were, standing open again as if someone had quietly gone over and pulled them back. Even then, we still reacted more with puzzled acceptance than fear. By that point, weird things had happened often enough that our first response was not panic. It was more like, well, I guess it's the ghost again. So once again, we closed the doors. We went back to the video. We settled in and finished watching it. Then, at the end of the video, when we got up to go to bed, we found both doors wide open again. And when I say wide open, I do not mean cracked open a little. I mean extended as far as they could go. Open all the way. That changed the feeling of it entirely. A door left ajar can be explained. A door nudged partly open can be blamed on air movement, settling, memory, or carelessness. But doors standing all the way open, repeatedly, on the same night, after being deliberately shut, felt like something else. It felt almost theatrical. Almost playful. Like something wanted us to notice. We stood there staring at them because now there was really no good excuse left. None of us, including the cats, had left the living room after the snack break. We knew that. No one had walked down that way. No one had touched those doors. And yet the doors were as open as they could possibly be, as if to make sure there would be no mistake when we found them. The most surprising thing about it was that I did not feel frightened in the dramatic sense. Instead, I found it almost absurd. There was something so obvious about it, so shamelessly in your face, that it made me laugh a little. I know that probably sounds strange, but sometimes the most direct paranormal moments are so bold they almost cross into humor. It felt like the ghost had decided to stop being subtle. Of course, because I did not want to rely only on impressions, I actually tested the possible explanation involving the cats. I know how easy it is for people to say that pets must have done something. Cats are blamed for everything. A door opens, something falls, an object shifts, and everyone says, "It was probably the cats." So I paid attention. I even set up little experiments with them because I wanted to know for sure whether it was physically possible. I found that even when there was something they really wanted inside the laundry room or closet, they still could not open either door by pawing underneath it. They tried. They scratched. They pushed. But those doors would not open for them. The cats simply were not strong enough or positioned the right way to pull those doors wide open the way we kept finding them. That settled the matter in my own mind. And it did not stop after that first night. The door opening became a regular thing. Not every day, but often enough that I started to expect it every now and then. A couple of times a week, I would come by and find the foyer closet and laundry room doors open again. Sometimes one was open. Sometimes both. Sometimes they were cracked. Sometimes they were all the way open. Every time I saw them, I had the same strange mix of disbelief and amusement. I really do think my laughter probably encouraged whatever was doing it, if it was a conscious presence. Because every time I laughed and said something like, "Okay, very funny," it felt like I was participating in a game with something I could not see. And maybe I was. Still, even though the door incidents felt oddly playful, the most unusual event was the one time the ghost seemed to try physical contact. That happened about 2 weeks before I told this story. My husband was away on a business trip. Whenever he traveled for work, he made a habit of calling me every night just before he went to bed. It was a small routine between us, but one I always appreciated. On that particular night, I was in bed reading while I waited for his call. I was lying on my side, relaxed, just enjoying the quiet and expecting the phone to ring at any minute. Then, all at once, I felt a cool breeze near my head. Not a general coolness in the room. Not a normal draft. A very specific cool, hair-ruffling breeze right near my head. And then I felt a tap on my shoulder. 2 taps. Clear. Solid. Deliberate. Not painful. Not hard. Just the kind of tap a person gives when they want to get someone's attention without startling them too much. I reacted immediately and turned over to look behind me. No one was there. That moment is still one of the hardest for me to put into words because it was so undeniably physical. With noises or lights or doors, there is always some part of the mind that tries to leave room for mechanical explanations. But a tap on your shoulder is different. You know what that feels like. You know the difference between fabric shifting, a cat brushing you, a muscle twitch, and an actual tap. This was a tap. 2 of them. Distinct and intentional. The hair all over my body stood up instantly. It was one of those primal reactions that happens before your thoughts catch up. Every part of me was telling me to run. My first impulse was not calm curiosity. My first impulse was to run out into the condo hallway and pound on a friend's door. I wanted another human being there immediately. I wanted distance between myself and whatever had just touched me. The fear was sharp, physical, and immediate. But I fought very hard not to panic. That may sound brave, but honestly it was partly stubbornness. I did not want to feed the fear more than I had to. I did not want to lose control of myself and my own home. And I also had the very strange sense that whatever had touched me had not done it to hurt me. It scared me terribly, yes, but the tap itself did not feel violent. It felt more like attention-seeking. That is the only way I can describe it honestly. So instead of running, I stayed where I was and spoke out loud. I said, "I know you're here, and I am pretty sure you didn't mean to scare me, but you did. Please don't do anything like that unless you have an urgent reason to get my attention." That was what came out of me in the moment. Not a prayer. Not a demand. Not anger. Just a boundary. And to be fair, nothing like that has happened again since. That incident, more than any other, changed the tone of my relationship with the ghost. Before that, it had mostly been lights, doors, sounds, and the feeling of being around an unseen presence. But the tap on the shoulder made it personal in a new way. It crossed from shared space into my physical space. Even if it was not aggressive, it was intimate enough to shake me deeply. For a while after that, every slight movement of air near me made me tense. Every cool spot in the room made me hyper-aware of my own skin. You do not easily forget the first time something invisible touches you. Since then, I have continued to speak to the ghost from time to time. I still ask if it needs help in any way. I do not get any direct answer. That is one of the most frustrating parts of this whole situation. For all the obvious activity, there is still no clear communication. No direct response. No moment where I can say with certainty what it wants, why it is here, or whether it is even trying to say something meaningful at all. Sometimes I ask gently if it needs help moving on. Sometimes I ask whether it is confused. Sometimes I just acknowledge its presence. But nothing ever comes back in a way I can clearly interpret. Every so often, though, I swear I hear my name being called when I am home alone. Not loudly. Not like someone shouting from another room. More like a voice just at the edge of hearing, enough to make me pause and look up. It happens often enough that I have developed the odd habit of answering out loud without even thinking much about it. And every time I do, I hear nothing else. At first that bothered me more. Now it has become strangely normal, which probably says something about how much I have adapted to all of this. When your name is called often enough with no one there, you either become permanently terrified or you become used to it. I seem to have become used to it, at least on the surface. That led to one of the more amusing moments in all of this. My sister-in-law was over one day when we both heard my name come out of a radio that was turned off. It was not playing softly in the background. It was off. And yet both of us heard my name. I heard it and simply ignored it, because by then I was so accustomed to hearing my name unexpectedly that I did not even react much. I barely commented on it. To me, it was just one more odd thing. She, on the other hand, was stunned. She could not believe that I was so used to hearing voices or what sounded like voices that I would casually ignore my own name coming out of a turned-off appliance. I remember her being almost more disturbed by my lack of reaction than by the event itself. And honestly, I understand that. From an outside perspective, it probably did look bizarre that I had adjusted so much to these things. But that is what happens when strange activity becomes part of daily life. The unusual slowly becomes familiar. You stop reacting to every little thing with alarm because you would exhaust yourself if you did. Instead, you develop a new normal. A radio says your name while turned off. Doors open. Lights switch. A tap lands on your shoulder. And somehow still, you make coffee, fold laundry, feed the cats, answer the phone, and go on living your life. That is one of the odd truths about haunting-type experiences. They do not usually happen in dramatic isolation. They happen in the middle of ordinary life, and the ordinary life keeps going. That may be why I continue to treat the ghost the way I do. I still gently encourage it to move on to the next step of its journey. That is probably the best way to describe what I feel. I do not think of it as an evil presence. I do not feel attacked in a malicious way most of the time. I feel more as though there is some personality lingering here, some presence that seems content to stay, interact a little, and make itself known in ways that range from mildly helpful to openly mischievous. The hall light turning off after I said I did not want to get up almost felt considerate. The closet and laundry room doors feel like a prank. The tap on the shoulder felt like a poorly judged attempt to get my attention. But even with all that, I do not want it to stay forever. There is a sadness in that too. If there really is someone or something here, and if it really is some kind of spirit, then I do not want it trapped. I do not want it lingering because it is confused or attached or unable to let go. So I keep encouraging it softly to move on. I speak out loud sometimes and tell it that it is okay to go. I tell it there is somewhere else to be. I tell it, as kindly as I can, that this is not its home anymore, or at least that it does not have to stay here for my sake. So far, though, it seems content to remain. And perhaps that is what makes the whole situation feel so strange. It is not like the stories where a haunting builds towards something monstrous or clearly dangerous. It is not endless terror. It is something quieter, more familiar, more woven into the little patterns of our life. A switch clicks off after I complain about the light. A dimmer changes. A closet opens. A laundry room door swings wide. My name is called from nowhere. My shoulder gets tapped while I am alone in bed. A turned-off radio speaks when it should not. The ghost does not seem eager to leave, and I have not yet found a way to truly understand it. There are times when I wonder who it is. Was this person once connected to the condo? Did they live here? Did they die here? Are they aware of us in the way we imagine, or are they just repeating certain actions because of some emotional attachment to the space? Why the doors? Why the lights? Why my name? Why that one brief attempt at touch? Why does the activity feel almost playful at times and so direct at others? I do not have answers to any of that. All I have are moments. Moments that, taken individually, might sound almost ordinary if you strip away the context. A light turned off. Doors opened. A tap on the shoulder. A name heard from another room. But together they form a pattern that is impossible for me to ignore. If anything, what surprises me most is how my emotional response has changed over time. In the beginning, I would have expected myself to be much more terrified. And sometimes I have been. The shoulder tap terrified me. The first few door incidents startled me. The sudden light switch and dimmer change made my heart stop for a second. But over time, I have also felt curiosity, sympathy, frustration, and even humor. The ghost has become less like a dramatic horror story and more like an odd, unseen member of the household whose behavior I cannot predict but have slowly learned to live around. That does not mean I like all of it. There are still moments when I am deeply unsettled. There are still moments when I wish it would simply stop. There are still nights when a small sound in the wrong part of the house makes me go completely still and listen. There are still mornings when I find those doors open and feel that little jump in my stomach before I laugh. There is still a part of me that does not entirely relax when I am alone. But there is also another part of me that feels something almost tender when I think of it trying, in its own strange way, to get attention or stay present. That may be foolish. It may be projection. But when I think about the hall light turning off because I was too comfortable to get up, or the shoulder tap that felt more like, "Look at me," than, "Be afraid," I cannot help but feel there is some sort of intention there beyond chaos. And maybe that is why I continue speaking kindly. Not because I am certain it can hear and understand the way a living person would, but because kindness feels better than fear. Kindness feels steadier. If there is a lost presence here, kindness seems the best thing I can offer. And if I am wrong, then at least I am responding to the unknown with more grace than panic. Still, I would be lying if I said I do not sometimes wish for clear proof or clear communication. I wish, just once, it would answer in a way I could understand without doubt. Not with an open door or a dimmer switch or a cool breeze. Just something simple. A reason. A request. A sign that says, "This is why I am still here." But perhaps that is not how these things work. Perhaps all some presences can do is touch the edges of daily life. Open a door. Dim a light. Say a name. Tap a shoulder. Enough to be noticed, but not enough to be fully known. So for now, life goes on this way. My husband plays his games late into the night. I read in bed and talk to the cats. The foyer closet and laundry room doors still open now and then. Every once in a while I hear my name. And from time to time, I still say aloud that the ghost is welcome to move on whenever it is ready. So far, it does not seem interested in going anywhere.